F***CKU. Duck Emperor endured the pain and pulled out the arrow from his bottom. He looked down and searched for a while, before he noticed a female soldier who was panicking. She looked very young, maybe 16 or 17. She had a bow in her hand, but had no arrows. She looked upward toward the direction where the arrow had traveled. It seemed likely that she was the one who shot it. Whoosh! Duck Emperor flew toward her, suddenly like a bolt of lightning. He shouted and asked, "What is wrong with you? Were you aiming it at me, or did you blindly shoot? How in the world did Grandpa Duck Emperor become your victim?" The female soldier was very timid. She trembled as soon as Duck Emperor shouted at her and stuttered, I just enlisted. I do not know how to shoot an arrow." "Screw your ducking grandmother. So you shot blindly. You gave Grandpa Duck Emperor here a fright. I am convinced there are no archers who can predict my flight path, they simply do not exist." Duck Emperor breathed a sigh of relief now that he knew it was a fluke shot. If she could land all her arrows, then he would undoubtedly be very surprised. He lectured her in a kindly tone like an elder. "Little girl, you are still young and innocent. Why did you even enlist and decide to be a soldier? Go find yourself a lover and discover love, it is what a girl your age should do right now. Be a good girl and listen to your Grandpa Duck Emperor here. Stop shooting the arrows. There are so many soldiers here. Would it not be better for you to sit back and watch? Why are you trying so hard for?" After saying that, he flew once again in a flash right through the rank of female soldiers and took off their armors at lightning speed. "Ducky, you are truly a naughty one." Ghost was in action as well. She could not help but burst out laughing after watching Duck Emperor's little trick. "Little girl, what do you know? The ultimate aim of the art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting them." Duck Emperor retorted. "What nonsense!" Xiao Luo sneered. He slowly descended to the ground from the 3rd floor of the inn like a god. "Is this a man?" Almost every female soldier stared at him in awe, for not a single man had appeared in Baihui Nation for decades. Most of them had never seen a man since they were born, and men were like a rare treasure. The combination of yin and yang was a rule of nature, men and women were naturally attracted to each other. They had learned from young that men were toxic, harbingers and tigers who devoured humans. But it was still not enough to quell their curiosity about men. Xiao Luo's appearance distracted everyone, and the guards stopped immediately. He became the center of attention. "Is this what a man looks like? He does not look any different from us at all. He has 2 eyes, 2 nostrils, 2 ears, and a mouth too. You are not observing closely enough. Can you not see that the man has a flat chest? Oh, so men do not have breasts. How strange. Would he not feel uncomfortable without breasts? But why do I feel he is so good-looking?" All the female soldiers stared at Xiao Luo with glowing eyes, suddenly forgetting that they were there to capture the man. The fat, heavy-set officer was the only one unaffected by the sight of a man, for she had secretly executed many of them who entered Baihui Nation from other regions. Besides, she liked girls to begin with, so she was not at all interested in men. Looking at all her troops swooning over Xiao Luo, she yelled, "What are all of you doing? Hurry and capture him." She still gave the instruction, knowing full well they were incapable of capturing Xiao Luo. No one moved. All the female soldiers stood rooted, captivated by what they saw, and mesmerized by something they could not seem to resist. "General, we want to look at him for a bit more." "That is right. How can a man look so good? The more I look at him, the more I am into him. I want to give him a kiss." The female soldiers were love-struck, as most of them were young and at the age where it was natural to have a crush on a man. "You guys." Their behavior stumped the heavy-set officer. She could never have imagined that a man could create such an effect. Xiao Luo had not even made his move, and her guards no longer had the will to fight him. They were even disobeying her orders. This man was indeed toxic. Screw their ducking grandmothers. Baihui Nation is indeed a heaven for men. It is a shame I am just a duck. Duck Emperor was envious and wished he was human. Then he would be a national treasure in Baihui Nation. Ghost dashed forward, stood in front of Xiao Luo to protect him, and shouted, "Ha, why are you all looking at him? He is my senior Luo. You people may not look at him." "Ha, the little girl is jealous." Duck Emperor thought to himself with surprise. Suddenly, a powerful force pressed heavily down on the female soldiers, snapping them out of their daze. They lifted their heads and saw the Grand Master in her white robe with a sky crown on her head appearing out of thin air. She stood in midair like a god. Her very presence made one have the urge to worship her. Immediately, all the female soldiers greeted her respectfully. "Grand Master, all of them disobeyed my order." "Every single one of them," complained the heavy-set officer when the Grand Master descended. The Grand Master raised her hand to cut her off and said, "You cannot blame them. The man has bewitched them all. After this experience, take note and make sure this never happens again in the future. Do you understand?" "Understood," replied the heavy-set officer respectfully, nodding her head to acknowledge the Grand Master's words. Xiao Luo looked at the Grand Master of Baihui Nation. He felt sure the aura of the martial venerable that he had felt at the palace must have come from her. No matter how you looked at her, the Grand Master felt like a monster. She might look human, but at a closer look, she was unusually odd. He could not put his finger on it, but he could feel that she gave off an unnatural vibe. It was mysterious. While Xiao Luo was deep in thought, the Grand Master glared at him. She said, "Baihui Nation forbids any man from entering. Our law demands that we execute any male trespassers." Her voice rang out like it was a heavenly edict echoing through the sky down to earth. "I am merely passing by. If you people allow it, I will use the teleportation portal and leave right now." Xiao Luo said. "Do you think you can still leave this place alive?" Grand Master said with a stiff smile, "Receive the trial of death." A ball of flames gathered in her palm, slowly growing larger. A destructive aura spread out to the surrounding area, and he turned so hot it could singe skin. Screw her ducking grandmother. She just arrived, and she is already using her ultimate weapon? Duck Emperor shot dozens of feet away and shouted to Ghost as he fled. "Little girl, hurry and move away from the brat. You cannot handle this demonic witch's attack." Ghost could also feel the flames in the Grand Master's palm were a little abnormal. She quickly asked, "Xiao Luo, Senior Luo, will you be able to handle it?" "Yes." Xiao Luo smiled at her and said, "You go over to where the stinky duck is." Ghost nodded her head obediently and bolted away. The flames in Grand Master's palm grew larger. Then she raised her hand, and the surrounding air became distorted from the high temperature. All the female soldiers on the ground had already retreated more than dozens of feet away. Xiao Luo stood his ground. He lifted his head and glared at the Grand Master. He stood straight as a ramrod as the true inner force escaped from the thousands of pores on his body, turning into puffs of white smoke that slowly rose into the air. Swords were drawn and bows bent, a ferocious battle was about to begin. "Grand Master Mother, stop it!" The shrill voice of an anguished girl cut across the air. Funing, dressed in white and riding atop an exotic beast, flew in from afar. The silver lock she was wearing on her chest was ringing. The beast she was riding had the body of a horse, a dragon's head, and a thick dragon's tail. The fur on its body was thick, similar to an elk. It was about the size of an adult male elephant. But it moved swiftly and soared across the sky like it was traveling on the ground. Like a bolt of lightning, the exotic beast carrying Funing hastened toward Xiao Luo. What on earth? Grand Master Mother furrowed her brows. She wanted to strike at Xiao Luo quickly, but was afraid that she might hurt Funing. Being their queen, Funing was the life force of Baihui Nation. She was of noble birth and could not be put at risk. So, the Grandmaster had to rein in her inner force and stop her attack. Grand Master Mother, I will not allow you to hurt him, yelled Funing. She jumped off the back of the exotic beast and extended her arms, standing right in front of Xiao Luo. She looked straight at Grand Master Mother, who was still hovering in midair. The mute maid? Xiao Luo stared at Funing with surprise. He looked at the exotic beast that she rode and realized it was the Zhongshan god from Shanhai Jing. In myth, it was known as the mountain god and was as strong as a beast demon. Who would have thought the mute maid would ride on such a beast? Was it possible she had a secret identity? Greetings to Her Majesty. The female soldiers bowed down to show their respect and devotion to Funing. Her Majesty? The mute maid was the queen of Baihui Nation? Her identity took Xiao Luo by surprise. He would never have imagined the queen of a vast kingdom was only a 17 to 18-year-old girl. In the original world, the girl would most probably have just graduated from high school. As the queen of a kingdom, she was a supreme ruler with authority and wealth. Just trying to imagine such a young girl governing a vast nation was nothing short of surreal. The Duck Emperor and Ghost were equally shocked. They found it hard to believe that the queen of Baihui Nation was a young girl. It is the queen of Baihui Nation. She is indeed beautiful. She is so pretty, she can destroy a country with her beauty, Duck Emperor praised. Is that true? Ghost was a little upset, and she questioned Duck Emperor, so, is she prettier, or am I? The Duck Emperor did not notice that Ghost was acting a little odd, and replied in candor, both of you are pretty in different ways. You are both neck to neck. Do you think Senior Luo likes her more, or does he like me more? Ghost questioned even further. It is hard to say. But this pretty girl is the queen of Baihui Nation. She has an entire kingdom under her, and the kingdom is full of other young and beautiful girls. If I am the goddamn little brat, of course, I will choose her. Gah, Duck Emperor was drooling as he imagined the prospect of being served by all those beauties. Ghost was riled up and immediately grabbed onto Duck Emperor's wings and flung him far into the distance. In her anger, she used her full strength. Even though Duck Emperor could fly, he could not withstand the amount of force she had put in. He shrieked as he was flung back like a small cannonball and smashed a hole in one of the building walls. Meanwhile, the Grand Master shouted down to Funing, Majesty, please move away. Allow me to enforce the law of our land. When others were around, she would address Funing as Majesty, as was the protocol for addressing members of the monarchy. Grand Master Mother, he cured me. I can talk again. He is a good person. Please do not hurt him. Funing used her authority to protect Xiao Luo, the man who made her heart race just thinking of him. The reason Her Majesty could talk again was because of that man? Did he cure her? The female soldiers were shocked. They thought it was the Grand Master who used some heavenly method to cure Funing's vocal cord, which had not functioned for years. Any man who enters Baihui Nation has to be executed. It is the national law. It is the law the previous queens had enforced. Is Her Majesty going to change the national law for just a man? Grand Master shouted down to Funing. If Grand Master Mother is resolved to make a serious issue of it, then you might as well kill me too, Funing stubbornly argued. She closed her eyes, viewing death as nothing more than a homecoming. Her determination to protect Xiao Luo was firm even though she wasn't sure there would be a future for them both. But she honestly did not want Xiao Luo to die. You. The Grand Master gritted her silver teeth and glared at Xiao Luo. If she could kill him with her eyes, Xiao Luo would have already been shredded into strips of dead meat. Not long after, Grand Master Mother sighed, released her clenched fist, and said, "Forget it. Forget it." She flung the ball of flames, which were dancing on her palm, toward a mountain that was a few kilometers away. The fireball streaked through the air and smashed into the mountainside, resulting in a loud explosion. Heated air and debris rose and covered the sky, as the mountain shook violently, threatening to crumble. Screw her decking grandmother. Her destructive power is way too scary. The Duck Emperor had just extricated himself from the pile of bricks and tiles from the broken wall. He witnessed how the Grand Master had sent the ball of flames crashing into the mountain. He was so shocked his eyes were bulging in fear. But thankfully, the Queen of Baiwen Nation arrived on time and stopped the Grand Master from using the ball of flames. Otherwise, from where he was standing earlier on, he would have suffered burn effects from the blazing wave. "Majesty, if you want to let him live, he will still have to pass the 3 tests first." "It is all that I can compromise according to the law of our land," said the Grand Master. Her command reverberated across the sky like a godlike voice issuing a decree from the heavens. Funing furrowed her brows tightly and had nothing to say in response. There was indeed such a rule in their laws. A man could escape execution if a queen appealed to spare his life. However, it was on condition that the man had to pass 3 tests. The Grand Master Mother had already given in. If Funing demanded anything more, then she was disrespecting the laws of her nation. But she got what she wanted for the time being. At least, her Grandmaster would not kill Xiao Luo on the spot. Had to pass 3 tests? What in the world were they up to this time? Xiao Luo knitted his brows. Such a bother. Xiao Luo felt like he was Tangsing from Journey to the West. Everywhere Tangsing went along his travels, problems awaited him. Still, Xiao Luo was glad to know that once he passed the 3 tests, he could leave Baiwen Nation safely. So, it was not such a bad idea after all. A safe journey to his next destination through the teleportation portal in the Baiwen Nation would be a perfect ending for his visit to this kingdom. It made little sense to engage in combat every time he landed in a new place. He took a step forward, lifted his head to look at Grand Master Mother, and said, "Let us not waste any more time. Let us begin." Hiss. The soldiers gasped and wondered if the man was insane. Did he ask to take the 3 tests immediately? The tests were just another method for the Grand Master to kill him. Was he so eager to die? Funing got a shock. She turned around to Xiao Luo and whispered, "What are you doing? No matter what the 3 tests Grand Master Mother have prepared for you, it will be difficult to pass them. She would make things impossible for you. I wanted to buy you some time. When I find the opportunity, I will secretly let you go. But you are asking to go through the tests now, don't be so stupid. It is all right. I will have to face what I have to face." Xiao Luo said with a slight smile. The Grandmaster raised her eyebrow cynically, somewhat surprised, and said, "Interesting. It is the first time this Grandmaster here has met someone as interesting as you. Arrogant and complacent, ignorant and pathetic. Do not insult my senior Luo." "Just bring it on," shouted Ghost, angry at Grandmaster Mother's sarcastic remarks. "Huh." The Grandmaster sneered. Then she turned into a wisp of green smoke and drifted toward the royal palace. The heavy-set officer turned to her troop and ordered them, "Bring this man back to the royal palace." "Understood," responded a group of female guards. The royal palace was like an arena and looked just like an ancient Roman Colosseum. It was round and surrounded by concentric tiered seats. At the center was a square ring about 50 meters wide and long and built of marble, and the gaps between each stone seemed seamless. Even a sip of paper wouldn't fit between each stone, and it was as smooth as a mirror. At this moment, Xiao Luo, Ghost, and Duck Emperor were at the center of the ring. The seating area was brimming with over 5,000 citizens of Baihui Nation, and there were no vacant seats available. Funing and Grand Master were in the grandstand above the masses, with a bird's-eye view. It was as if they were overlooking every single living being. There was a frying pan in front of Xiao Luo, with a blazing fire just beneath it. The oil in the frying pan was already simmering, white fumes rising from its surface dauntingly. What's the first test? Hurry, spill it out. Don't waste our time. We're in a hurry. Ghost was eager to find out what the test was, and couldn't wait to get through it. Duck Emperor shook its head and sighed. Little girl, I'm seriously worried about your IQ. Even if you use your butt to think, you'd be able to tell it has something to do with this frying pan in front of us. Into the frying pan, Xiao Luo thought to himself. Indeed, even if you used your butt to think, you couldn't miss it. Duck Emperor then explained to Ghost and spoke confidently, can you see this frying pan here? They have already heated the oil inside. The first test has to be about deep frying. Throw some wild animals or ingredients into the frying pan and fry them, and then finish the food as fast as you can. I'd say the aim is to see who can eat the fastest and the most. After hearing that, Xiao Luo was at such a loss for words that he almost fainted. Oh, if it's an eating competition, then this girl here will never lose. I'm the best at anything related to eating, Ghost replied, holding on to her small red umbrella with her apricot eyes glimmering. Thwack! Xiao Luo did not hesitate to smack Duck Emperor on his head. He rolled his eyes and said, did you say you were worried about Ghost's IQ? Your IQ isn't any much higher either. Keep your mouth shut if you know nothing, and stop trying to fool Ghost. Screw your ducking grandfather. Go mn brat, why did you smack my head? You've messed up my hair. Don't tell me I'm wrong. Are we not competing to see who can eat faster? Duck Emperor stared at him with a pair of round and angry eyes. Competing to see who can eat faster? Xiao Luo was angry, but found it funny at the same time. He then gave Duck Emperor another smack on the head. You sure have a big heart. A scholar would rather die than be humiliated. Go mn brat, you better not smack my head again. If you don't believe me, how about we make a bet? Duck Emperor was, at heart, a duck with a temper. Since he was constantly being bullied by Xiao Luo, he felt now was the time to make an epic comeback. Bet your SS. Xiao Luo said gruffly. Then he added, if we aren't competing to see who can eat the fastest, then I'll pull out all of your feathers, throw them into the frying pan and fry it. What do you mean a scholar would rather die than be humiliated? I haven't given you a good beating in a couple of days, and you're already behaving like a spoiled kid. Duck Emperor no longer had the guts to argue with Xiao Luo. It slowly flew into Ghost's pocket. A feeble voice was heard coming from inside the pocket, fine, you're the big brother. Looking at the cowardly Duck Emperor, Ghost couldn't suppress a giggle. In the grandstand above, Grand Master stared icily and sneered, standing at the precipice of death, yet still unaware of their predicament. Truly they are fools. Don't keep us guessing anymore. What's the first test about? Make it clear, Xiao Luo bellowed, lifting his head upward. Grand Master's eyes glowered with indignation. It was unacceptable that his man dared to speak with her in such a disrespectful tone. She gnashed her teeth with hatred, then quickly calmed herself, and said, as you can see, there is a frying pan with heated oil in front of you. The first test is for one of you to jump in. If any of you can stay in there longer than one burning jaw stick without dying, then you will have passed the test. Huh? After hearing that, all the Baihui Nation citizens gasped. They were sure that Grand Master intended to take this man's life. Jumping into a frying pan of hot oil would turn them into human jerky, and this method of death was extremely cruel. Into the frying pan? Screw her ducking grandmother. Does she have to go to this extent? Duck Emperor was so scared that he gulped. Grand Master Mother. Funing, I've already agreed to give in. This is the best I can do. Funing wanted to say more, but Grand Master stopped her by raising her hands. She stood firm on her intentions. Grand Master shouted down to Xiao Luo and Ghost, while you're in the frying pan, you're not allowed to use true inner force. Once I detect any true inner force being used, then you will fail this test. That won't do. What's the difference between jumping in and just killing them outright? Funing shouted. She couldn't just sit still. Sure, they could not use true inner force, but even if they could, staying inside a frying pan with boiling oil for the duration of one burning jaw stick was more than enough time to kill anyone. Probably not even a martial emperor could survive that. There's a difference. At least they have a chance to live if they go inside the frying pan. If left to me to finish them, then there's no chance they would survive, Grand Master retorted. She was an experienced person. Funing was nothing compared to her, so she couldn't argue with her. After Xiao Luo's death, the venom of love within Funing would be gone along with the man. Not only were they abiding by the law, but also she'd be able to protect Funing. It was like killing two birds with one stone. Isn't your request a little too much? Xiao Luo furrowed his eyebrows and glared back at the Grandmaster. All he wanted was for both sides to be safe and to leave this place without incident. Everyone would be happy. But it didn't seem like Grandmaster had the same sentiments. Too much? Grandmaster laughed coldly. You people will have to pass the 3 tests if you want to live. This is the law of our land. You don't have a choice. Go ******* MN brat, ignore this demonic witch. If you listen to her, you're going to be so ********ing dead. Duck Emperor was angry as well. Not being able to use true elementary force was bull ******t. Not even a martial saint could survive it with nothing but their bare skin. This girl here can give it a try, Ghost said with pouted lips. Upon hearing that, Duck Emperor was shocked. He flew out and touched her on the forehead. Do you have a fever, little girl? What kind of nonsense are you spouting? I'm not spouting nonsense. She said that we're not allowed to use true inner force, but the people from the Sucking Blood clan have a different body build. It's based on spirit, and my spirit is Een. Not even the magma from the erupting volcano in the dark forest can harm me. This frying pan is nothing at all, Ghost said. Duck Emperor was stunned. Xiao Luo was a little worried. Can you do it? Don't worry, Senior Luo. Though I might be unreliable, I assure you I can do this, Ghost replied with a nod of her head. But I have a request. What request? Xiao Luo furrowed his eyebrows. Ghost put on an adorable smile on her pretty face. She walked toward him and whispered in his ears, when I'm back from the frying pan, don't call me by my name anymore. Then what should I call you? Baby Ling. Baby Ling? That's right. That will show we have an intimate relationship, Ghost said and giggled. After Ghost said that, she flew forward like a swallow and got into the frying pan. Oh, hot oil. Ploop. Some oil splashed out. Little girl, Duck Emperor was so shocked that his duck's eyes were round and wide. On the other hand, Xiao Luo's heart thumped violently in anxiety. He feared something bad would happen to Ghost. The spectators gasped. Every single Baihui Nation citizen was in a stupor. They found it hard to believe that the little girl dared to jump into a hot frying pan of hot oil with no hesitation. Was she not afraid that she would turn into human jerky? Wow, this feels good. It's like taking a bath in the hot spring. Ghost sat inside the frying pan, up to her neck in hot oil. Of course, she held on to her small red umbrella as well to protect her from the sunlight. Huh? Xiao Luo breathed a sigh of relief. He was elated she was all right, and it seemed like Ghost wasn't afraid of magma at all. All right. Hey, little girl, this duck here is proud of you, haha, haha, Duck Emperor laughed out loud. That girl wasn't afraid of getting into the frying pan with hot oil. How is that possible? Did she use true inner force? No, I can't feel any true inner force flowing at all. If she's not using any true inner force to protect herself, then shouldn't she be afraid of the hot oil scalding her bare skin? Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. The Baiwen Nation citizens gathered there were awed. They would never have imagined that Ghost would dare get into the frying pan. That's great, this means they passed the first test, Funing said excitedly in the grandstand. Beside her, the Grandmaster frowned as she stared in disbelief at Ghost, who looked like she was taking a bath in the frying pan. She just couldn't figure out who this girl was or where she came from. How could she still be fine even after jumping into the frying pan without the use of her true inner force? Was the fire not strong enough? She waved her hands toward the fire underneath the frying pan, sending a stream of wind that blew directly at the flames and increasing its intensity. The flames rose roughly 2 to 3 meters high. She continued to wave her hands, fanning the fire to a greater height. Soon, the frying pan was completely engulfed in flames, and nothing else could be seen. Demonic witch, what are you doing? Duck Emperor was being serious for once and shouted at Grandmaster in the grandstand. Grandmaster glared at him coldly and said, I'm the one who sets the rules. Why do I need to explain anything to you? Xiao Luo's eyes glowered with rage. He did not want to come into any sort of conflict with Baiwen Nation, but their Grandmaster was forcing his hand. I'm fine, don't worry. Just as Xiao Luo was getting ready to confront Grandmaster, Ghost's voice could be heard coming from within the flames, sounding like silver bells. She is still alive? Even with this? That couldn't be true. The flames had already exceeded the area of where the frying pan was. There was no difference between being in the pan or a sea of flames. All the Baiwen Nation citizens were lost for words and found unbelievable. Grandmaster clenched her fist tightly. Her face turned dark as she gritted her teeth in absolute frustration. She had initially thought that this frying pan test was a surefire plan to kill them, but she couldn't believe her eyes when they could pass this test so easily. It was undoubtedly beyond her wildest imagination. Grandmaster Mother, I won't allow you to use any more tricks like this. Funing hissed, overcome by a deep sense of vexation. Grandmaster was stunned, and with a bitter smile, she said, to think that you're talking to me in this manner all because of a man. Funing, the poison is already showing its effects on you. Funing did not even attempt to explain herself. She gazed at Xiao Luo, who was standing in the ring, and said, I just do not wish to see him die here. Grandmaster shook her head. She looked towards the ring, and she was now more resolved to kill Xiao Luo. The duration of a burning jaw stick was neither too long nor too short. Soon, the fat, heavy-set officer, acting as a judge, was in the ring and declared that the jaw stick had burned up and that time was up. Ghost bounded out of that sea of flames with her small red umbrella. She landed right beside Xiao Luo. He could not even see any traces of oil on Ghost, for her spirit blocked off all the content in that frying pan. Are you all right? Xiao Luo asked, scanning her from head to toe. Ghost nodded her head. I'm all right, don't worry Senior Luo, hee hee. Little girl, you almost scared me to death. I almost went your rescue and was planning to fight that demonic witch, Duck Emperor said as he landed on her shoulder. This girl here knows duckling is the best, Ghost said with her eyes smiling as she rubbed her face against Duck Emperor's feathers with much affection. Duck Emperor's face turned red, but he enjoyed her expression of affection. Looking at Duck Emperor's face, Xiao Luo couldn't help thinking he was behaving like a pervert, no matter how he looked at it. At that moment, Grand Master waved her hands and had her people remove the frying pan. Then a sardonic tone, she said, "You lot are amazing, and I am very surprised. I thought you would not pass even a single test. Demonic witch, stop wasting your breath on useless words like this. Hurry and give us the second test." "Grandpa Duck Emperor here is not afraid of you," Duck Emperor shouted in reply, not amused with her mockery. "Stop being arrogant, you stinky duck. I'll cut open your gut and steam you for my meal later," Grand Master scowled. After saying that, a sharp hissing sound echoed into the sky. It was enough to cause one's eardrums to tremor. A giant bird soared into the sky from deep within the royal palace, spreading its wings. It darted toward them in an intimidating fashion. "Divine. Divine bird? It's our Baiwen nation's divine bird." Someone screamed in alarm. "Grand Master has summoned the divine bird. This man is dead for sure." "That's right, divine bird is a beast demon. It's extremely powerful and is about as strong as a martial guru. If divine bird uses its sharp claws, even a mountain will crumble in an instant." All the Baiwen nation citizens couldn't seem to calm themselves down. All of them stared at the beat, gawking with wide eyes. "Divine bird? Isn't that just a phoenix? It doesn't look any different compared to those two that we came across in the forest of the Infinity Edge," Duck Emperor said. The divine bird was indeed a phoenix. All the feathers on its body were golden. It had the head of a chicken, neck of a snake neck, back of a turtle, and tail of a fish. It looked regal with its immense body. When it spread its wings wide, it spanned the perimeter of the ring. It stayed above the ring, completely blocking out any sunlight to the ring beneath it. For the second test, if the divine bird doesn't kill you within the duration of one burning jaw stick, then you will pass the test, Grand Master declared. Fu Ning's eyes trembled violently. This test looked much harder to survive compared to the first one. The divine bird was a beast demon, and it was as strong as a martial guru. There was no way Xiao Luo and the other two could survive the powerful attacks of a martial guru. It's over. It is surely over for this man. None of the Baiwen nation citizens had an inkling of hope that Xiao Luo would survive this. The heavy-set officer belonged to Grand Master Mother's faction. Besides her, many more other people stood with Grand Master Mother as well, and they couldn't help themselves and cheered the beast on excitedly. "Smash him, divine bird, smash this hateful man into smithereens." Duck Emperor and Ghost looked at one another and couldn't help but laugh. "Demonic witch, you've made the wrong move this time around. This goddamn brat's not afraid of any divine bird. In terms of martial skills, he's not afraid of anyone at all." That's right, Senior Luo Luo, hurry and show her your skills," Ghost added. The heavy-set officer retorted, "He's only at the cultivation level of a martial emperor, how can he defeat our Baiwen nation's divine bird?" "Stop daydreaming. Just you wait and see, hee, Ghost said. Screech. Everyone could hear the frightful sound of the divine bird screeching. It flapped its huge wings and dived toward the ring. So violent was the gust of wind from its wings, the Baiwen nation citizens gathered there found their bodies being forced to the side. A pair of scarlet eyes shone with a cold light, and its two enormous claws were terrifying weapons, flashing like swords. It headed straight for Xiao Luo. "I'm in a hurry, so I'll finish you with a single punch," Xiao Luo said. After saying that, Xiao Luo channeled a vast amount of energy to his fist, and a tremendous power built up. The divine bird was streaking toward him and suddenly sensed danger. It instinctively reduced its speed and caution. Xiao Luo didn't even bother to think and sent his punch forward. Kaboom! A thunderous sound resounded across the sky. The power force that was unleashed distorted the air and a mighty wave of pressure spread across the surroundings. This turbulence forced the Baihui Nation citizens backward, causing them to stagger back, unable to withstand it. Their hearts thumped in fear, and even Grand Master, up in the spectators' grandstand, was no exception. The divine bird let out a miserable wail and soared up into the sky with its immense body, disappearing into the clouds. After a while, it reappeared and fell out of the sky, crashing into a mountain in the distance with a loud boom. That mountain shook and crumbled into a small mound as the ground trembled violently. The divine bird struggled briefly before it stopped moving. The sky rained golden feathers. They all came from that divine bird. Xiao Luo stood resolutely in the ring. It was as if his body was nailed firmly to the floor with an iron stake. At that moment, he emanated a formidable aura, like a heavenly sovereign who had descended into this world. He looked high and mighty. The Baihui Nation citizens stared at him with their eyes and mouths wide open. With just one punch, this man defeated Baihui Nation's divine bird. How was that possible? No one could believe what they saw, and it was as if they were dreaming. My God, he knocked out our Baihui Nation's divine bird with one punch, a Baihui Nation citizen shrieked out in fear. It took but a single panicked scream to send the entire arena into chaos. Everyone stared at Xiao Luo in abject fear, mumbling to themselves how unbelievable that man in the ring was. Grand Master stared at Xiao Luo in shock. Defeating the divine bird with one punch was nothing like what she had expected. She found it hard to believe that this jerk, only at the level of a martial master, had such explosive power. But she was clear of one thing, and it was the fact that she had underestimated Xiao Luo's skills. He's so strong. Funing was shocked at first, then amazed. To defeat the divine bird meant that Xiao Luo's ability was not beneath that of a martial guru. It might seem like Grand Master Mother might not even pose any threat to him at all. It's just a simple test. Sit down, all of you, please sit down. Duck Emperor coughed a little. He made his presence felt by addressing the crowd of Baihui Nation citizens. Ghost glanced at the fat, heavy-set officer who was so shocked that her mouth was agape. See, I told you I'm not daydreaming. The heavy-set officer stared at Xiao Luo in terror. She wasn't paying any attention to Ghost at all. In the beginning, she thought that Xiao Luo was merely at the cultivation level of a martial emperor, but looking at it now, Xiao Luo was definitely above that of a martial emperor. Martial guru? Or a martial venerable? But he looked very young, so how was it possible for him to have such a high and deep cultivation level? Xiao Luo turned around and took a step forward as he looked into the grandstand. Humph! His body sent out an invisible force that rippled through the surroundings. The phoenix feathers falling from the sky vanished instantly, and everyone gasped in shock. With his eyes fixed icily on Grand Master Mother, he said, "What's the third test?" Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. This man arrived in Baihui Nation, and it turned out he had such an incredibly strong cultivation level. It was just too shocking. Grand Master was stunned briefly, but quickly came back to her senses. Gritting her teeth, she said, "The third test will be to defeat me." After saying that, she emitted an ominous aura from her body. She instantly teleported from the grandstand to where Xiao Luo stood. With her white jade-like claws, she aimed them right into Xiao Luo's eyes. Xiao Luo tried to counter it with his palm. Even with no physical contact, the true inner force channeling from their bodies clashed fiercely. Bam! The arena, constructed of stacked marble blocks, shattered into rubble instantly. Thankfully, Duck Emperor's reaction was fast. He carried Ghost along and flew somewhere safe, preventing her from sustaining any injuries. Turning back to look, the color on Duck Emperor and Ghost's face changed a little. What was once a ring had now turned into a gaping chasm, dark and bottomless. It made them shudder just looking at it. Some of the rubble fell into the chasm, yet they could hear nothing. All the Baihui Nation citizens were dumbfounded. The air seemed to be charged with electricity. Every single strand of hair on their bodies was on ends. Grand Master Mother, stop it! Funing shouted from the grandstand. Majesty, it's my responsibility to uphold the law of the land, and this man must die. Grand Master stared at Xiao Luo with murder in her eyes. Xiao Luo smiled as he hovered in the air, and said, "Do you think you have what it takes to kill me?" "Killing you is as easy as nodding my head," Grand Master Mother retorted. "Ha ha. Xiao Luo laughed out loud, mocking her. "Seems like I'm being much too kind. I wanted to settle things amicably and have a happy ending, but you do not seem to want this little wish of mine to come true. Do you truly want to force me to kill every single one of you?" A beam of cold and murderous light shone from his eyes, causing everyone to tremble uncontrollably. Xiao Luo had chosen not to be ruthless and was merely trying to avoid further conflict. Had he wished to be ruthless, he wouldn't have agreed to take the 3 tests, to begin with. In the end, a bloody battle was unavoidable. If he knew this was going to happen, he would not have wasted any time. He should have just pushed his way through by force, whacking every single individual who went against him till they obeyed and listened. "Kill every single one of us? Just you alone?" Grand Master said, smiling cynically. "I'm more than you bargained for," Xiao Luo replied, as crackling energy suddenly surged in his palm. Grand Master Mother did not even have the time to react and was blown away instantly like a cannonball. It seemed like she flew to avoid his strike, but it was Xiao Luo who sent her flying. Thick clouds were covering the sky, and in that instant, she flew into those clouds and disappeared. The 3rd test? Bring it on, show me all that you've got. Xiao Luo rose into the sky like a god soaring in the air roughly hundreds of meters high. His majestic aura was a daunting sight, even causing heaven and earth to react. The clouds turned dark as he flew past them like a violent wind. He could feel Grand Master's aura, for she was, after all, a martial venerable. She was not going down with just that one palm. The Baihui Nation citizens below them stared in despair. This was a confrontation they never imagined they would witness. Who is this man who just arrived in our Baihui Nation? How is his cultivation level this high? He's hovering in the air like a god descending from heaven. Stop talking, the more you say, the scarier you making it. Battles between adversaries at Xiao Luo's cultivation level were beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, for they moved at such incredible speeds. Watching them fight, one could only catch a vague glimpse of their afterimage when they occasionally broke off after an exchange of strikes. Boom! 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 The crowd could only hear the deafening blasts that constantly boomed high in the sky and see the air distort from the energy discharged. Sensing the terrifying energy echoing between heaven and earth, they had goosebumps all over the bodies. Many buildings within the palace bore the brunt of the action, causing walls to crack and some buildings even crumbled entirely. Everyone raised their heads and gazed up in horror. They were in so much anxiety that they felt suffocated. It was a battle unseen by the naked eye, yet the fear they were experiencing was genuine. "So, how's the battle? Has handsome Luo won already?" Ghost asked Duck Emperor. "Well, his victory is kinda inevitable. That Grand Master of the Baihui Nation is undoubtedly being beaten up by that darn little brat," said Duck Emperor. The duck's speed was as fast as lightning, and he was long used to observing things, traveling at high speeds. Hence, the battle scene, which everyone could hardly follow, did not pose a problem to Duck Emperor, who was observing it comfortably. "By the way, little one, judging by your looks, you want to woo that darn little brat, don't you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have asked that kid to call you Baby Ling, am I right?" Duck Emperor asked. Ghost's pretty face immediately turned red. But instead of denying what the duck had said like what an ordinary girl would do, she responded haughtily, "Yeah, do you have an objection? I like handsome Luo Luo." Ghost did not know how it all started, and she just suddenly fell for Xiao Luo. Perhaps it was because Xiao Luo had taken care of her and given her his undivided attention after she unwittingly tasted the forbidden fruit. It gave her the feeling of being cared for, and that made her immediately develop her feelings for Xiao Luo. Men like women, and women like men. This is natural. I didn't say that you can't like him, but I feel you have to change the way you address him, Duck Emperor said. Ghost was taken aback momentarily, then she said, "Isn't handsome Luo Luo a nice nickname?" "Nice, your foot." Duck Emperor responded unkindly. "People will want to vomit when they hear it, and it will make you seem like a little child, maybe even a baby." "Are you for real?" Ghost knitted her eyebrows. "Questioning me will not help your case." Duck Emperor retorted in an authoritative tone, then added, "Heed my advice and change it. And change the way you address me too. To make it clear, I'm not asking you to do this for my sake. It's only to make you seem more mature. A lively and adorable girl is acceptable, but not a childish and unreliable kid. No man will consider someone like that as a potential partner." Feeling that what Duck Emperor said made sense, Ghost asked, "Then how should I address him?" "His name is Xiao Luo, so you may just call him Luo. Luo?" Ghost lowered her head and uttered his name repeatedly. "So? It sounds better, doesn't it?" Duck Emperor asked. "Yeah." Ghost nodded gleefully as she smiled like a flower. That nickname was a lot better. She stepped closer to Duck Emperor and said, "Thanks a lot, Duckling. Look at you, once again you're reverting to your old self. What did I tell you just now? Don't address others with childish nicknames, or it will only make you appear childish," Duck Emperor chided. Ghost thought for a moment before she said, "You're right, Duckling, absolutely right. What should I call you then?" "Call me by my name, Duck Emperor. It sounds more majestic and high class." Duck Emperor replied, patting himself on the chest. He initially wanted to say Grandpa Duck Emperor, but recalling Ghost's reaction before, he thought better of it. He would do it step by step, starting with his name first. "Okay, I'll call you Duck Emperor from now on," Ghost said, nodding with a smile. "Good girl." Duck Emperor was visibly pleased, for he finally got rid of that insulting nickname given by that little brat, Xiao Luo. "Why am I so smart? Quack, quack." At this moment, the Grand Master of the Baiwen nation hurtled from the sky. She plummeted like a meteorite, smashing into the abyss with a resounding bang. Clouds of dust and smoke billowed from the bottomless chasm. Whoosh! Xiao Luo suddenly reappeared, hovering above the abyss. He exuded the confidence and self-assuredness of an ace, and was an awe-inspiring sight. The Grand Master has fallen. Just who on earth is this man? Is he so powerful that he can defeat our Grand Master? He's as powerful as a god. Why did the Grand Master provoke him? As the citizens of the Baiwen nation looked upon the sight of Xiao Luo hovering in the air, they were both astonished and terrified at the same time. Snapping out of her stupor, Funing ran down from the grandstand. "Mommy, Mommy." Although she went against the Grand Master Mother's wishes, in her heart, the Grand Master was just like her own mother. She ran to the edge of the abyss and called out to Grand Master Mother, who was still somewhere at the bottom of the chasm. She desperately wanted to find out if her Grand Master Mother was alive. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy burst out of the abyss. "So, she is finally going to reveal her actual form," Xiao Luo muttered, then immediately shouted to Duck Emperor, "Take baby Ling away from this place at once. The further the better." Duck Emperor had a good idea of what was going to happen and hurriedly grabbed Ghost by her shoulders and flew off to a safe distance. "Damn you, filthy B*****. I want you dead." A hoarse voice issued from the abyss, and every word was filled with hate. It sounded like an old woman wailing in fury. Boom! 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 The ground cracked as if a massive earthquake was in progress. The edge of the abyss gave way and the surrounding buildings shook frightfully. Many people from the Baiyu nation fell through the cracks that formed in the ground, and no one knew whether they survived. Xiao Luo immediately pulled Funing and brought her to a safe location before he bounded once again into the air to confront the Grand Master Mother. Harg! A fearsome howl shook the sky and earth, and a behemoth emerged from the chasm. Its body was over 10 feet tall and covered in flame. It had 3 heads, and sharp teeth lined the mouths of each head. The beast's 3 pairs of scarlet eyes glowed like the devil's, and cast fear into the bottom of the people's hearts. Oh, gosh, what monster is that? A 3-headed fox, and so massive. Why would such a beast exist underneath the palace? Is that the Grand Master? Could it be that the Grand Master is a monster? When citizens of the Baiyu nation saw the 3-headed demon fox in the palace, terror immediately struck them. Funing opened her eyes wide and frozen in fear. In her mind, memories of that stormy night 9 years ago emerged. It was the reason she became mute. She was frightened when she saw this ferocious beast on that stormy night. The Grand Master told her it was a nightmare, but little did she expect her nightmare had now become a reality. At this moment, her mind was blank as she remained in a stupor. What the? It is no wonder that even men of high cultivation have never returned from this place alive. It turns out that the Grand Master of the Baiyu nation is a beast lord that can morph into human form. Saying that she's a beast is no exaggeration at all, Duck Emperor muttered to himself. A beast lord. Xiao Luo hovered in midair as he stared indifferently at the 3-headed fox demon Grand Master Mother had transformed into. A beast lord was the highest level among exotic beasts, and at par with a peak martial venerable level for humans, one step away from becoming a martial saint. It was not a power to underestimate. The 3-headed fox demon crouched on the ground, sending out a frightful aura that caused the people in the area to tremble in fear. I want you dead. The 3-headed fox demon snarled as it glared at Xiao Luo with murderous intention, breathing out purple flames from its jaws. The flames swirled up, coalescing into a massive pillar of purple flames before it shot up into the sky. Even across a distance of 1,000 meters, the blazing high temperature left everyone drenched in sweat. My life is not something you can take away just because you want to. Looking down from the air, Xiao Luo snorted and gently clapped his hands. A cyclone formed instantly with swirling violent winds and roared fearsomely at the 3-headed fox demon. As the cyclone passed, its destructive force turned the ground into a field of loess. A massive amount of rubble and dust was drawn up into the churning air. Many people of the Baiyu nation fell over each other in their attempt to escape from the onslaught. Boom! Peals of thunder boomed from above and reverberated between the heavens and earth. When the fierce cyclone and the pillar of purple flames collided, a horrific blast of energy resulted. At the point of impact, the air rippled and distorted violently for a few seconds before finally dissipating as the energy waned. When the colossal impact between the cyclone and purple flame pillar died down, Xiao Luo teleported to where the fearsome aura emanated and appeared directly behind the 3-headed fox demon. Instantly, Xiao Luo slammed his palm on the creature's back. The surge of energy from the palm resounded like a raging bellow of hundreds of thousands of evil spirits. The 3-headed fox demon's head swung one of its heads around, and a 2-meter-thick gust of purple flame ejected from its mouth. The burning purple flame met Xiao Luo's palm in the air and exploded with a loud boom. Massive energy ripples swept across like a violent storm. Both Xiao Luo and the 3-headed fox demon were thrown back from the recoil. Xiao Luo flew back tens of feet up in the air. The enormous body of the 3-headed fox demon retreated hundreds of meters across the ground. Is this how a battle between two powerhouses looks like? The man's power is simply terrifying. I think even breaking down mountains and diverting rivers will be child's play to him. But the three-headed fox demon is a beast lord. The citizens of the Baiwen nation raised their heads and gaped in awe. They felt like frogs living at the bottom of a well. Never did they expect that the power of a single individual to reach such an incredible level. Holy duck cakes! What a terrifying strike! The Duck Emperor broke into a cold sweat and muttered as he gazed toward the booming explosions high in the sky. Duck Emperor, do you think Luo will win? Ghost asked as she looked up at where Xiao Luo was battling the Beast Lord. The probability of him winning is high. The darn kid has not even unleashed his full power. Look at him. He has not even drawn the dragon saber yet, replied Duck Emperor. Reassured, Ghost nodded in relief. In the sky, Xiao Luo knitted his eyebrows. This beast was the strongest opponent he had encountered since he came to Arcana Land. Xiao Luo glared at the beast lord with steely eyes, and said, I did not choose to be your enemy. Why must you press on? Are you going to give up only after I kill you? Cut the crap. Today, I will use the great sealing technique to kill you. The three-headed fox demon growled, grimacing indignantly. Then, purple flames burst out from every part of its body. Within fractions of a second, the intense purple light became as dazzling as a three-legged crow. 1. The three-headed fox demon is about to unleash its ultimate weapon. Duck Emperor gasped and was so nervous that he felt his heart throbbing in his throat. The citizens who were watching the battle from afar hurriedly retreated in fear. The soldiers had taken Funing away from the area, knowing the next strike from the three-headed fox demon would be immeasurably destructive. Xiao Luo stood floating in the air. He could feel the energy fluctuation between heaven and earth, and his expression altered slightly. Within a radius of tens of feet, winds began howling. Seal! The three gaping mouths of the three-headed fox demon roared in unison. Their voices were hoarse, but they sounded like voices of deities, reverberating through the surrounding space. All at once, the light of the purple flames enveloped the area, lighting up the sky with a flashing brilliance. Suddenly, the light divided itself into more than a dozen rays of purple light and converged to form a birdcage of massive beams, trapping Xiao Luo within it. Afterward, all the purple light beams buzzed and rapidly moved inward to the centerline, compressing the space within it. Xiao Luo felt disoriented as he was immersed within the field of purple brilliance, losing his bearings for a moment and could not tell which direction he was facing. The purple light cage imprisoned him and immobilized him. To the naked eyes of the onlookers, Xiao Luo was imprisoned in the purple sphere of energy. They could not see that the energy sphere was steadily shrinking. The purple light blazed brilliantly across the area and veiled all of God's creation in its purple splendor. Die, ha ha. The three-headed fox demon used its mind to control the purple energy sphere and burst into laughter as it shrank. The beast meant to squash Xiao Luo inside the cage of purple light. Oh, no, the man is going to get killed. Where did the three-headed fox demon come from? Why was it hiding in the palace of the Baiwen nation all this while? Is it after something? Is it going to harm the Baiwen nation? Everyone in Baiwen nation was in a panic. The three-headed fox demon struck fear in the hearts of the people of the kingdom. Suddenly, the purple energy sphere shattered, and its purple splendor vanished in an instant. Everything returned to what it was before. What on earth? The expression of the three-headed fox demon changed abruptly. As its heads looked up into the sky, they saw Xiao Luo standing amid the void, unscathed. A pair of deep red devilish eyes were glaring back at the beast with an immense, bloodthirsty vibe. With an air of indifference, Xiao Luo moved one hand and unsheathed the dragon's saber. Flash! A burst of dazzling sword energy, over 10 feet long, slashed down at the beast on the ground. As the energy whipped its way down, devastating energy was released across the surrounding area. The three-headed fox demon spat out purple flames in an attempt to disperse the onslaught of potent energy. However, the sword blast was so powerful that it sliced through the burning hot purple flames cleanly. Whoosh! The sword energy cut through the purple flames and continued its path downward. An arm of the three-headed fox demon was chopped off and blood splattered around, sending the pungent smell of blood permeated the air. The three-headed fox demon wailed as its enormous body fell to the ground. Cold and emotionless, Xiao Luo thrust his palm at the beast from the air. Filled with the true inner force, the force of the palm pressed down against the three-headed fox demon. Bam! The earth shook. Finally, Xiao Luo had critically injured the three-headed fox demon. The mouths and noses of all three heads were bleeding, and wounds covered its entire body. The area where it laid had collapsed to a depth of over 10 meters. If one looked down from a high altitude, it looked like a massive pit. 1. Three-legged crow. A creature found in various mythologies and arts of East Asia. Also known as golden crow or sun crow. A mythical creature believed to inhabit and represent the sun. The three-headed demon fox laid within the massive crater, severely injured and unable to stand. It can't move now. Hurry, let's kill that monster before it recovers and brings calamity upon the Baihui nation. Someone in the crowd shouted. The female warriors from the palace snapped out of their stupor and charged, collectively at the three-headed demon fox wielding spears, swords, and guns. In the blink of an eye, the three-headed demon fox's body was covered in blood as it shrieked in agony. Injured badly, it was incapable of even driving away these people who were extremely low in cultivation level. It stared at Xiao Luo hovering in the air with defiance in its eyes. It showed no fear and seemed to look death calmly in the face. Stop, all of you. Stop. Don't hurt her. She's the Grand Master, my mother. Funing dashed over in great haste. Looking at the three-headed demon fox all drenched in blood, her eyes turned red. Grand Master? This three-headed demon fox is the Grand Master? The Grand Master of the Baihui nation, a monster all along, yet no one realized? The citizens of the Baihui nation were horrified and gasped as they stared at the demon fox before their eyes. Chills ran down their spines. Although Her Majesty the Queen was in charge of the government of the Baihui nation, the ultimate authority was still with the Grand Master. This meant that a demon fox had been running the government of the Baihui nation. It had always been so since ancient times. Only its identity changed with the times. During the time Funing's mother reigned on the throne, it assumed the identity of the Prime Minister, and during the reign of the Queen before, it was the Minister of General Affairs. The more one thought of it, the more horrifying it seemed. All the while, there was a monster in guise, ruling beside each of the queens of the Baihui nation. Your Majesty, this is not the Grand Master. It is a monster. We should hurry and kill it before it recovers from its injuries. Should we not take immediate action, Your Majesty, I'm afraid that more chaos will befall the Baihui nation, said a female guard. Yes, kill it. We should kill it. The citizens of the Baihui nation were afraid and yelled for its immediate execution. Monsters brought harm upon people, and they even devoured humans right down to the bones. For this monster to have influenced the line of Baihui nation rulers since ancient times, it must have had a motive. They no longer felt a sense of security, and fear compelled them to call for the death of the demon fox. Hearing the voices screaming for its slaughter, the eyes of the three-headed demon fox were filled with bitterness and despair. Nobody is killing it. Funing was adamant and suppressed all the voices with her royal command. I allow no one to touch her. She is no monster, she is the Grand Master of the Baihui nation, and she is my mother. The three-headed demon fox looked at Funing with weepy eyes as tears fell from the corners of its eyes. Listening to Funing's voice in her defense, the beast lord could not help but choke softly. The gentle whimpering invoked a sense of sympathy to those who heard it. Even Xiao Luo knitted his eyebrows and descended back to the ground. Don't cry, mother. Funing will protect you. I will allow no one to harm you. Funing reached out with her hands and touched the three-headed demon fox's nose. When a female guard saw Funing stretching her hand, she instinctively yelled a warning in alarm. Your Majesty, it is a monster. It will harm you. She took care of me since I was young. Why would she hurt me? Funing's gaze was resolute. After her hands touched the nose of the three-headed demon fox, she stroked it gently as her tears welled up. It has been more than 1,000 years since the founding of the Baiyu nation. For more than 1,000 years, everything in our nation has gone smoothly, and all of our people have remained in good health. No major disasters have ever occurred. She has never harmed us. She is the patron saint of the Baiyu nation. How can you say that she is a monster? Her heartfelt remark struck at everyone's soul like a giant bell. Yeah, the queen was right. No major disaster had ever taken place in the Baiyu nation since the country was founded. Citizens have led blissful lives with enough food, a roof over their heads, and clothing to wear. Despite the Grand Master being the three-headed demon box, she had never harmed them. Stop saying that the Grand Master is a monster. Suddenly, a chubby girl covered in dirt stepped forward. Earlier, she fell through a crack in the ground, and when she finally crawled out, she heard everyone accusing the Grand Master of being a monster. When she heard the crowd calling for the Grand Master to be killed, she became anxious. The Baiyu nation's first queen rescued the Grand Master when she was out hunting one day. To repay her kindness, Grand Master pledged her loyalty to the Baiyu nation, and from that day on, she had assisted all of our queens in governing the country. Her Majesty is right, and she is not a monster, she is the patron saint of the Baiyu nation. The words of the chubby girl reminded many people of a story passed down through the generations. It was told that a little fox was chased down and bitten by a tiger. Right before the predator was about to kill it, a sharp arrow was fired and drove the tiger away. The woman rescued the fox, took it back home, and took good care of it. When at last the little fox recovered, it never wanted to leave the woman, vowing to repay her debt. This was a well-known folktale in the Baiyu nation. No one knew who created the story, but it had been passed down from ancient times to the very present. Thinking about it now, that woman would have been the first queen of the Baiyu nation, and the little fox was now the Grand Master. Realizing this, the hostility in everyone's eyes vanished, and they looked kindly upon the three-headed demon fox. They immediately dropped the weapons in their hands. The three-headed demon fox burst into tears. It remembered the first queen of the Baiyu nation. When she died, she was just a little fox. It did not possess any powers, and could only stay by her queen's side, using her body temperature to her lifeless body warm. In the end, the three-headed demon fox escaped death. Given proper care by Funing and the people of Baiyu nation, it quickly recovered and reverted to its human form. However, its severed arm was lost forever. The teleportation portal was in the mansion of Grand Master Mother. The Grand Master maintained it well, and it looked spotless. After being defeated by Xiao Luo, the Grand Master's hostility toward Xiao Luo ceased, and she even felt the urge to befriend him. Do you know why I have placed the teleportation portal here? She asked. Without waiting for Xiao Luo to respond, she continued, because it belongs to the Holy Highness of the Light Clan. The church is the one who taught me the way of cultivation. She's the second person to whom I'm indebted. To my benefactors, I will gladly give up my life to protect them. Holy Highness of the Light Clan? The expressions of Duck Emperor and Ghost changed instantly. Xiao Luo was taken aback, and asked, Do you mean the Holy Highness of the Light Clan taught you the way of cultivation? The Grand Master nodded, then walked 2 to 3 steps toward the window, and said, When the first queen of the Baiyu nation passed away, I was just an ordinary little fox. I don't know what happened, so I stayed by the queen's remains. Coincidentally, the Holy Highness of the Light Clan was traveling across Arcana land and came to the Baihui Kingdom. Seeing that I was loyal to my master, she taught me how to cultivate. I see. The crowd thought it was unbelievable. The Holy Highness of the Light Clan was a living god, and even martial gurus or martial venerables may not even have the chance to meet her their entire lives. What more ordinary people or a little fox? That the Holy Highness of the Light Clan had come to the Baihui nation was incredible. When you mention the Holy Lady, was she the one who came more than 1,000 years ago? Complicated emotions emerged in Xiao Luo's heart. He did not know what it was, but he felt a strange sense of warmth in the Baihui nation. In his thoughts, he immediately pictured Su Li descending upon the Baihui nation as the Holy Lady. I assume you are already a martial saint in cultivation level. The martial saint stage is already the highest known level in Arcana land. Where do you come from, and where are you going? Asked the Grandmaster, gazing at Xiao Luo as if she wanted to see through him. We come from the dark forest, and we are going to the holy land of the Light Nation, Ghost answered candidly. To the holy land of the Light Nation? When the people of the Baihui nation who were present heard her, it startled them. Why must you be so straightforward? Duck Emperor coughed a few times then rebuked her. At that moment, he felt a mild sense of superiority. When Duck Emperor faced similar situations in the past, he reacted exactly as Ghost did. But now he was more discerning, much like Xiao Luo, while Ghost was like him in the past. Can I not say it? Ghost questioned innocently. Of course, you can't. If you answer everything truthfully when someone questions you, you will not come across as shrewd, rather you will appear immature, lectured the Duck Emperor. Oh. Ghost accepted the advice humbly and nodded. I will not do it anymore, she replied. Good girl. Duck Emperor gave her a big thumbs up with his wing. Funing ignored the exchange between Duck Emperor and Ghost. She stepped toward Xiao Luo, and asked, Xiao Luo, are you truly heading to the Holy Land of the Light Clan? Xiao Luo smiled wryly while taking a glance at Ghost. He could not deny it even if he wanted to. Left with no choice, he nodded and admitted to it. I heard that the Holy Lady is undergoing a trial and is about to return. When she does, she would have completed the metamorphosis, thus elevated her cultivation level by leaps and bounds. Could it be the reason your party is heading toward the Holy Land of the Light Clan? The Grand Master asked in surprise. We are just going for a visit. We will leave as soon as we finish. Right, Duck Emperor? Ghost answered. She became nervous. Ghost was going to meet her father, and if possible, rescue him from confinement. Nobody must learn about her true motive. Yep, we are going there for a visit and will leave as soon as we complete our visit. The return of the Holy Lady and whatever you have just said, they have absolutely nothing to do with us, Duck Emperor hurriedly echoed. Having lived for so many years, the Grand Master knew that Ghost and Duck Emperor were lying. However, she was not interested in their motives, and said, the 4 kings, all of whom are martial saints or even higher at an unknown level, guard the Holy Land of the Light Clan. No matter who it might be, no one may cause any disturbance in the Light Clan's holy land. I already said that we are just going for a visit. It is not like we are going to do anything, exclaimed Ghost. She became anxious and defended herself once again. The Grandmaster smiled and remained silent. She walked to the teleportation portal and adjusted the coordinates to Tarawa City, then she said, only our past queens have used this portal. Go to Tarawa City and choose a suitable weapon. The dwarves govern Tarawa City. They excel in weapon crafting. Many of the Peerless god weapons in Arcana land originate from the place. God weapons? It immediately intrigued the Duck Emperor, who asked, is there any god weapon suitable for my duckbill or duck claws? Whether it be a weapon for a human or a beast, All are available in Tarawa City. There are many types of weapons, too many to even count, replied Grandmaster Mother. Awesome. I will get myself a weapon to enhance my combat capabilities. Quack, quack, Duck Emperor said with glee. I want a weapon too. Fighting with one will improve my performance, Ghost said excitedly. Xiao Luo promptly said, so, why are we waiting? Let us go. Okay, Ghost responded, nodding obediently. Wait, Xiao Luo. Funing halted Xiao Luo and hurried to him. What is the matter, Your Majesty? Xiao Luo asked and bowed slightly to her. Do not call me Your Majesty. Just call me by my name, Funing. Funing looked at him affectionately. It was a look from a person besotted with love. She had felt that way since she saw Xiao Luo the very first time. She felt inexplicably nervous, her heartbeat raced, and she found it hard to breathe. It was love at first sight. But despite that, she was not hoping for anything. All she did was to keep the affection deep in her heart. Xiao Luo knitted his eyebrows slightly as he looked at the young queen of the Baihui nation, somewhat surprised. Your journey will be a long one, Xiao Luo. Make sure you protect yourself. If you have the chance in the future, visit me, will you? Funing said affectionately. After speaking, she stood on tiptoe and kissed Xiao Luo lightly on his face. The guards of the Baihui nation present were shocked, and they looked at each other. Grandmaster Mother remained very calm, for she had witnessed affection between men and women. Naturally, she knew the act was an unconscious behavior driven by profound inner feelings. Ghost froze for a moment, then became jealous. Filled with rage, she was about to rush forward. Fortunately, Duck Emperor held her back and said, Little one, what are you doing? Calm yourself. She kissed Xiao Luo. I cannot forgive her. She cannot be, Ghost gritted her teeth in fury. Calm down. You must calm down. Duck Emperor pulled her back firmly, but Ghost's strength was so great she was still moving toward Xiao Luo. Funing kissed Xiao Luo, and the kiss did not end until some 3 to 4 seconds later. Funing's cheeks turned red as she gazed at Xiao Luo with deep affection. The temptation was too strong. Xiao Luo looked confused. He never expected Funing to make such a move. If a pebble fell into a well, it would cause ripples in the calm waters. Though her kiss left an impression on him, he immediately suppressed his feelings. Goodbye. After speaking to Funing, Xiao Luo turned around and walked toward the teleportation portal. Coincidentally, he met Ghost face to face. She was rushing toward him angrily. What is the matter? Xiao Luo asked. Like a leaking balloon, Ghost's anger immediately dissipated, and replied, No. Nothing. Let us go then, Xiao Luo said. As he spoke, he strode into the teleportation portal. Ghost glanced at Funing with eyes full of hostility. Then she hurried behind Xiao Luo with a snort. Huh. Women. Duck Emperor sighed, shaking his head as he entered the portal. He has left. It is time that you settle your mind, said Grandmaster Mother, turning to look at Funing. Funing smiled bitterly as she gazed at the teleportation portal. Mommy, do you know? I am jealous of that girl. Ghost? Yeah. Funing nodded and added, if I could, I would rather give up my royalty and wealth and follow Xiao Luo wherever he goes. Her declaration of feeling startled Grandmaster Mother, who responded as a protective mother would. You are still young. What do you know about love? What is affection? If you do not understand their true meanings at all, you will fall into a trap and lose yourself. Mommy, have you ever felt this way with anyone? Funing turned around and asked out of the blue. The question stunned the Grandmaster. The image of her husband came into her mind. It was the time when both of them were just ordinary foxes. A greedy hunter had caught her. In the face of certain death, her husband saved her, and in the end, the hunter brutally slaughtered him. He ripped open his stomach and skinned him. Luo, I want a kiss too. Inside the teleportation portal, Ghost finally mustered up the courage to say what she had in mind. She had been hesitating since she entered the portal. Xiao Luo stared at her incredulously for a while, then reached out and flicked a finger between her eyebrows. Are you all right up here? What the heck are you talking about? He said. Ghost touched her forehead and looked up at him defiantly. I am fine. I merely want a kiss, she said. Ha ha, quack, quack, quack. Duck Emperor could not help himself and burst out laughing in stitches. Little one, I bet you got jealous after you saw the little girl from the Bayue Nation kissing this darn kid? Ghost did not deny it. She pouted her lips and continued to gaze at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo felt his head aching. He already had tons of frivolous relationships back in the original world and did not want to have any other relationships with women in this world. He asked Ghost, do you know why I am going to the Holy Land of the Light Clan? Ghost shook her head and stared at him curiously. To find my wife. Xiao Luo told her solemnly, and added, by the way, we also have an adorable daughter. My wife and I could have lived a life with no worries, but the people from the Light Clan took her away. The reason I am going to the Holy Land is to rescue my wife. After she heard what he said, Ghost got startled. She had always thought Xiao Luo was going to the Light Clan's Holy Land for sightseeing. Never did she expect that he had kin over there, just like she did. Luo, why have I not heard you mention all these before? We call it subtlety. Not everything has to be shared. In many things, it is best to keep them hidden at the bottom of your heart. I guess you finally know why this darn kid is so mature. And why his every move and every word seemed to give a strong sense of security, Duck Emperor chimed. Xiao Luo glanced at Duck Emperor and did not say a word. The darn duck had said everything he wanted to say. Unwavering, Ghost looked at Xiao Luo, and replied, even so, it has nothing to do with me liking you. The Sucking Blood clan allows even 3 to 4 wives. If I cannot be your first wife, I can be your second or third. First, second, third wife? Xiao Luo felt speechless. Then, he tapped her head lightly and said, I wonder what it is you have in here. Do you still want to save your father or not? Yeah, of course. I want to. She was resolute in the matter of her father and immediately nodded. But then, she subsequently giggled as he thought occurred to her. It looks like getting married to Luo is not a matter of urgency. We can further discuss it after we meet father, hee hee. Xiao Luo held his forehead and sighed wearily. Darn kid, do not behave like you are suffering an enormous loss here. Look at little one. Look at how radiant and bubbly she is. I feel being your second or third wife is like sticking a lovely flower in a dunghill, remarked Duck Emperor. He tried to comfort Ghost by putting Xiao Luo down. Xiao Luo stared at the duck with a chilling glare, and said, I am going to give you one more chance. Weigh your words carefully, and say it to me again. What I mean is that both of you suit each other. Don't you know that making an analogy is based on a correlation? Answered Duck Emperor. He was so terrified, he quickly flew into Ghost's pocket to hide. Ghost asked, what is a correlation? How do you make an analogy? Xiao Luo and Duck Emperor were both at a loss for words. As the aura in the teleportation portal faded, all 3 of them soon arrived at Tarawa City. Like all the other portals, there was a similar transmitting and receiving station in Tarawa City. They stood on the platform which received people transmitted from various locations throughout the realm. What the Grandmaster had told them about the Tarawa City was true. Dwarves undoubtedly governed the city. The armored soldiers around them were all dwarves, with a height of only about 1.2 to 1.3 meters. The cultivation level of these dwarven soldiers was not low. They were at the great martial master's level, while their leader was a powerhouse at the martial spirit level. There was a group of people who teleported to the city, together with Xiao Luo. After stepping out of the transmitting and receiving station, a young man in silver robes came over to Xiao Luo to greet him with about 5 or 6 people. "Brother, you guys must be here for the God Weapon Conference as well. Would you like to travel together with us?" asked the silver-robed youngster. Xiao Luo glanced at him indifferently. Traveling with the silver-robed youngster were both men and women at varying cultivation levels. The lowest level of those in the group was at the martial master level. The highest among them was the silver-robed youngster who was at the peak of martial spirit realm. He was one step away from attaining the martial lord level. Before Xiao Luo could speak, the silver-robed youngster introduced himself. "My name is Xuanhuan. I come from the Snow Mountain faction, which is 500,000 miles away." Not only did he introduce himself, but he also introduced all the others who were traveling with him. All of them were disciples of some sects from the same area. Xiao Luo did not want to get to know anyone. He only wanted to get to the teleportation portal quickly to head toward his next destination. He answered, "I am sorry. We are not here for the God Weapon Conference." Immediately after he replied, he walked away with Ghost and Duck Emperor, giving Xuanhuan no time to respond. He left Xuanhuan and his party standing where they were, scratching the backs of their heads in bewilderment. "Luo, let us have a look. Perhaps we can find useful weapons," Ghost suggested. She was very interested in the God Weapon Conference. She felt she should have a weapon suitable for her. Duck Emperor agreed with Ghost and added, "Little one is right. You have the dragon saber and you're invincible. But we are unarmed. Finding weapons for ourselves is very necessary. Is my protection not enough?" Xiao Luo glared at the both of them. "It is. But I wish I could help when we are confronted by enemies," insisted Ghost. "Precisely," Duck Emperor added with a nod. "There is a weapon shop right over there. If you want a weapon, we will head there now," Xiao Luo said and pointed to a shop in front. "Those are just crappy metal. It is not worth our time to look at those. With our noble status, we should carry god weapons," retorted Duck Emperor. His words have undoubtedly exposed what he had in mind. He was only interested in owning a god weapon and did not think other weapons befitted him. Xiao Luo said 2 words to him. P***SS off. Duck Emperor did not dare to say anything more. Ghost was not as enthusiastic as Duck Emperor. While god weapons were attractive to her, she would listen to Xiao Luo unconditionally. They found a dwarf to inquire about the location of the teleportation portal. They discovered that the portal was the same place where they were holding the God Weapon Conference. It put Xiao Luo in an awkward position and he cursed his luck that he'd always find himself in situations he wanted to avoid. Meanwhile, both Ghost and Duck Emperor were visibly excited and even gave each other a high five. "Let us have a look. Even the heavens want us to attend the God Weapon Conference." "Quack, quack," Duck Emperor said gleefully. "Do not be too full of yourself. Even if there are god weapons, they are not something a darn duck like you can wield," Xiao Luo replied with sarcasm. "Luo, leave it at that. Let us hurry and go to the God Weapon Conference." "Oh, I mean the teleportation portal." He, Ghost urged. Xiao Luo was speechless. He had no choice but to go. Rumble. Rumble. Ghost suddenly stopped walking and rubbed her stomach. Somewhat embarrassed, she asked, "Luo, before we go, can we grab some food? I am so hungry." "What do you want to eat?" asked Xiao Luo. "Over there. I can smell something nice coming from over there." "Let us go there for food," Ghost exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a restaurant. After they finished their meal, Xiao Luo, Ghost, and Duck Emperor immediately headed toward the venue where the God Weapon Conference was being held. It was at the heart of Tawara City, and there was a very spacious square. Massive crowds of people gathered at that square. Most of them were martial artists who visited upon hearing news of the conference. In the center of the venue, stood what looked rather like an altar. There, dwarven elders were seated while others stood and watched from a distance. Many came to the conference with one thing in mind, to see if they had any chance to own a god weapon forged by the excellent dwarven craftsman. Xiao Luo was not interested in the god weapon conference, unlike Ghost and Duck Emperor. Not wanting to dampen their spirits, he decided to stay for an hour or two. It would give them sufficient time to feast their eyes on some of these weapons. And if there were any suitable for them, he would willingly spend some money to purchase them for his friends. To his dismay, he discovered that the young man named Chen Feng was not far away from them. To make things even more awkward, Chen Feng noticed him and walked over. "Brother! We meet again." Chen Feng had a smile on his face, it looked more like a smirk. A woman accompanying Chen Feng mocked, "I remember him saying that he was not here for the God Weapon Conference. I wonder what is going on." "Senior brother Chen, I think they are safeguarding against us. Since it is the case, why should we stick our faces on their cold buttocks?" another guy said, looking a little displeased. Chen Feng brushed it off with a smile and said, "It is not wrong to be cautious when one goes out. So, it is not surprising that they are wary of us. You guys should stop deriding them." He was the head of the group. Naturally, they gave in to him and stopped mocking Xiao Luo. "My apologies, brother. They bear no ill intentions," said Chen Feng to Xiao Luo. "You do not have to apologize to me. We merely encountered by chance. I do not consider us acquaintances, let alone friends. I can go wherever I please without your consent, I believe." Xiao Luo replied indifferently. He wanted to disassociate himself from this group of people. Xiao Luo's mocking words were akin to a slap on the faces of the guy and girl who had made those rude remarks. Indeed, who did they think they were to make such thoughtless comments? "You." The girl stared at Xiao Luo indignantly and gritted her teeth. She could not contain her rage and uttered, "Arrogant fool." As soon as Ghost heard her, her temper shot up. Her apricot-shaped eyes opened wide as she exclaimed, "You cannot scold Xiao Luo. Apologize to him right now." Ghost's outburst startled the girl, who recovered quickly and sneered, "Yo, little girl, you have quite a temper for someone who does not even know how to cycle their true inner force. What is your issue here? Do you think what I said has insulted your lover? Letting a woman stand up for you. What a man you are, my brother," continued the guy who had ridiculed Xiao Luo earlier on. Unable to tolerate any more of the nonsense, Ghost hurled her feet into the guy's abdomen without a word. Pow! The muffled thud of the heavy blow echoed as the guy doubled over and blasted backward like a cannonball. A few innocent visitors waiting anxiously to see the god weapons were knocked to the ground when the guy crashed into them. What happened? Chen Feng and his group stood there looking dumbfounded. They drew in deep breaths as they watched their companion sail across the air after he got kicked. "Apologize to Xiao Luo right now, or I will send you flying in the air too." Ghost shouted and stared at the girl. The girl shuddered but quickly gathered her courage and cursed indignantly, "You'd *MNB**TCH, learn your place." As soon as she finished speaking, she waved her palm at Ghost. Her cultivation was at the great martial master level. Quickly funneling her true inner force, a massive gust of energy surged to her palm. Like a forceful gust of wind, she moved to slap on Ghost's shoulder. Ghost snorted, and without even thinking, she responded with a palm technique. Bam! The palms collided in the air and reverberate with a muffled boom. Instantly, the girl felt a powerful recoil spreading through her entire body along her arms. Her internal organs felt traumatized, and when she opened her mouth in surprise, a mouthful of blood gushed out. The girl lost control. The impact from Ghost's hit flung her back some 3 to 4 meters, and she crashed to the ground. The counterattack happened within a fraction of a second. It was less than 5 seconds from the moment Ghost defended herself until the end of the exchange. Many people did not know what was going on. Chen Feng and the other 3 who were with him had their eyes wide open as they stared at Ghost. It was inconceivable that a girl with no true inner force had easily defeated their companion, who was at the great martial master level. Humph. Nobody said you could scold Xiao Luo. Ghost flicked the tip of her nose and snorted. Good job. Excellent display of power. Duck Emperor cheered her on while still in her pocket, giving Ghost a massive thumbs up. He dared not speak aloud because Xiao Luo had imposed a rule on him, to hold his tongue and be discreet in public. What are you guys doing over there? If you wish to fight, please leave. The God Weapon Conference does not welcome troublemakers. 2 stern-looking dwarven soldiers came over and scowled at Xiao Luo, Chen Feng, and the others in a chilling tone. Ghost's dispatch of the guy and the girl had caused quite a commotion. We are sorry for the offensive conduct. But we were not fighting. We are just learning from each other, Chen Feng hurriedly replied to the soldiers and greeted them with a smile. We do not allow dueling as well. We are holding a God Weapon Conference here, my friend. You may not disrupt public order while in here, a dwarf soldier retorted. Yes, you are right. We will not create any more chaos in the conference, said Chen Feng, lowering his posture. With that assurance, the 2 dwarven soldiers turned around and left. After the incident, the injured guy and girl returned to the group. They did not dare to look directly at Ghost. Even when they peeked at her discreetly, their eyes were full of fear. They never once thought that the girl could be so vicious. Brother Xiao, young lady, I am sorry. We are the ones in the wrong. I apologize to you on behalf of my 2 friends, said Chen Feng. He apologized sincerely and made a deep bow to Xiao Luo and Ghost. I already told you. We are not acquaintances. This is unnecessary, replied Xiao Luo calmly. Then he gestured Ghost with a glance and walked away. There was no need to get too close with people like Chen Feng and his group, let alone waste time talking gibberish with them. Senior brother Chen, the girl sure is spooky. Yeah. The girl is holding an umbrella under broad daylight. She is not only spooky, but also a weirdo. There is no trace of true inner force on her body, but yet, she possesses such brutal strength. If I did not witness it with my very own eyes, I would never believe it. The group gossiped amongst themselves as they watched Xiao Luo and Ghost disappear into the crowd. Chen Feng raised his hand to stop their chatter, and said, We live in a massive world. Many things defy common sense. If we delve into each one of them, there is no way we can get a perfect answer, even after we exhaust our lifespan. Besides, did you guys not realize? The blade in the hand of that guy she called Xiao Luo does not seem like a common item? Was the blade in the brat's hand not an ordinary item? They looked at one another, then turned to look at the dragon's saber in Xiao Luo's hand again. They saw the scabbard was of ordinary material, like a knife. Even if one threw it in the streets, it was highly unlikely anyone would want it. There was no way it was a god weapon. Senior Chen, is there something wrong with your eyes? How is it possible the B** starred with a cultivation level of a martial master has such a rare and powerful weapon in his possession? Asked a man. If there is something wrong with my eyes, then why is the god weapon inscription shining? Chen Feng took out a triangle inscription. The inscription was glowing with a faint golden light. Only until Xiao Luo was about 50 meters away from it did the golden light disappear. Chen Feng frowned and said, The god weapon inscription can detect a weapon which is above a dark grade from within a 50 meters radius. Previously, I thought I made a mistake at the teleportation portal platform. But looking at him again, and with the inscription shining brightly, I am sure the blade in his hand is at least a dark grade. Dark grade? A few of them gasped. Everyone already knew weapons were rated by various grades. At the top of the order was the Saint, followed by Immortal, followed by Sky, Earth, Dark, and Yellow. The lowest grading of all was the most ordinary weapons. The higher the grade, the rarer the item was. A dark-graded god weapon was more than enough to drive people crazy over it. It is unbelievable to imagine the blade in that brat's hand is a dark grade. Where did the brat get it from? A man asked with shock. The lucky bee *starred must have some dog's hit luck and picked it up somewhere. A martial master is not worthy of such a good blade. Is he not afraid he will live a shorter life, because of it? Said the girl with envy. She was the one Ghost had taught a lesson. The man whom Ghost had also beaten up earlier suddenly opened his mouth and stared at the blade with a pair of menacing eyes. Senior Chen, why are we waiting? Let us look for an opportunity to steal the blade from the brat. He is merely a martial master. As for the evil stinky bee *tch, with your excellent skills, taking care of her should be a piece of cake. Also, we have a killer move, the dark grade weapon is as good as ours. Senior Wang is right. It is God's gift to the Snow Mountain faction. A dark grade weapon is not an item a martial master is worthy of using. And the brat should not be the one wielding it, another person said in agreement. We take action now. Any delay will just cause us more problems, said the girl, gritting her teeth. Chen Feng raised his hands and said, there is no hurry. Those who are here for the God Weapon Conference are some of the oldest seniors. If we cause any trouble and word gets out that there is a dark grade weapon around here, we will have way more opponents to contend with. When that happens, it would be hard for us to get our hands on the weapon. What is Senior Chen trying to say? We do not take rash actions now. Just watch them and make sure they do not leave our sight. We will strike again when the time is right, Chen Feng said with his arms behind his back. His eyes gleamed with evil intent when he turned to look at Xiao Luo and Ghost. He had a sinister smile as he stared at the couple who had already walked toward the opposite platform. The rest of the group nodded their heads, showing their agreement to his statement. Luo, why is the guy constantly staring at us? Asked Ghost with a slight frown. She noticed Chen Feng staring at them and pointed it out to Xiao Luo. Is it not obvious? It must be because our little girl here is way too pretty. It is why the guy has fixed his eyes on you, Duck Emperor said. Ghost was skeptical about the comment. Do you think it is true? If you do not trust me, then ask the goddamn brat. Is it true? Duck Emperor asked. Xiao Luo raised an eyebrow, then nodded his head without giving it much thought. Duck Emperor carried on praising Ghost. A beauty who exceeds this world, captivating the birds and the beasts. An inviting smile that glows in the world, putting all the beauties in the palaces to shame. Her sleeves flow in the light breeze, and her skirt shows off her true nature. Eyebrows like a feather, white jade-like beauty with a face like peach petals, and skin smooth as phoenix silk. An enchanting beauty from autumn, with the charm of spring, with a slight hint of fluttering red, showing off the hairpin bead that shines brightly. Like a goddess who has descended from heaven. What a delicate and exotic young, pretty girl. In one breath, Duck Emperor delivered a verse extolling her beauty. A heartfelt and stirring tribute to Ghost. Duck Emperor surprised Xiao Luo. If he had not heard the poem, he would have never imagined the stinky duck would be so good with words. Ghost's pretty face turned red, and she uttered, "Oh, I hate you. I am not as pretty as you have described me to be." With a radiant and charming smile, she happily reached out her hand and patted Duck Emperor on his back. But she failed to control her strength. The cocky Duck Emperor got smacked and was sent flying. His expression completely changed. He spat out some blood and his body shot off like a cannonball across the air. Ghost got a shock and shouted out, "Duck Emperor." Waking up from her moment of joy, she sprinted in the direction that Duck Emperor was flying. Xiao Luo could not help laughing out loud. He silently pitted Duck Emperor for 2 to 3 seconds. Then, he casually shifted his eyes to glance at Chen Feng, who was in the opposite direction. Perhaps it was the nature of people from Hua Nation to be incredibly vigilant. When they faced people they were unfamiliar with, they were careful not to let their guard down. It was the reason Xiao Luo was not fond of people who were overly friendly with him. He was sure Chen Feng was up to something. What did he intend to do? On his body, it seemed like only the dragon saber in his possession was worth a second look. Without a doubt, Chen Feng was eyeing his dragon saber. He had already been in Arcana land for quite a while, and it was the first time he encountered someone who eyed his dragon saber. Xiao Luo could not help finding it funny. If the man thought about it but did not take any action to steal his saber, then Xiao Luo would do nothing to harm the man. But if the man took action, then Xiao Luo felt sorry as he would have to send him to meet the king of hell. The elder, Mr. Lu De, from the dwarf clan, is here. Someone beside him exclaimed. Xiao Luo looked toward the platform. He spotted an old-fashioned elderly dwarf from the dwarf clan walking onto the stage with a cane. All those seated down on stage, also from the dwarf clan, immediately stood up to greet him respectfully. The elderly dwarf was roughly 1.2 to 1.3 meters tall, with a gourd hanging on his cane. He looked just like the lord of the soil and ground. His beard was thick and white and almost touched the floor. It covered both his chest and legs. As Ghost was picking the duck up, she saw Lu De. Wow, why is this old grandpa covered in white hair all over his body? He looks funny, hee, Ghost remarked, intrigued by him. Her comment riled everyone up. How can this girl be so rude to Mr. Lu De? Mr. Lu De is the senior elder of the dwarf clan and is an experienced senior craftsman. All the weapons which he has crafted are not ordinary. The best ones can reach the sky grade, and the lowest ones are at the yellow grade. He is a famous master. It would not be too much to acknowledge him as the father of all god weapons. Mr. Lu De is not someone a girl like you can belittle. If you know nothing, then do not spew nonsense. Otherwise, you are just going to land yourself in trouble. That is right. A master like Mr. Lu De has his way of doing things, and has his reputation. What does a girl like you understand? Ghost did not mind their scoldings, and allowed them to say whatever they wanted. In her mind, she still thought Lu De from the dwarf clan looked rather peculiar. Xiao Luo did not wish to interfere either. Those people were only lecturing her. If even such a matter was a trivial matter affected him, then there would be boundless problems everywhere he went. Ahem. On the stage, Lu De coughed a little to get the audience's attention before he spoke. I thank everyone here for coming all the way to attend the God Weapon Conference organized by the Dwarf Clan. This conference will showcase 2 sky, for Earth, 6 dark, and a couple of yellow-grade weapons. Oh, my, they are even displaying sky-grade weapons? The Dwarf Clan is bold this time. They dare to take out their sky-grade weapons and put them on display. And there are 2 of them. It is amazing. Lu De's words caused the congregation to buzz in anticipation of the display. The eyes of Chen Feng and his gang were aflame with greed. They rubbed their fists and wiped their palms like hungry wild beasts about to taste some fresh meat. They could not help expressing their excitement, and it showed on their faces. Senior Chen, they have sky-grade weapons. Do we still have to steal the brat's dark-grade weapon? Asked a man. A smirk appeared at the corner of Chen Feng's lips, and he said, Of course, we do. The more god weapons we have, the better. Ha ha. After hearing what he said, the rest of them could not help laughing out loud. Be quiet. Everyone, please be quiet. Luda stroked his long and thick beard. After he got the crowd to quieten down, he added, "The purpose of our God Weapon Conference is to choose the best owner for each one displayed. Whether you can own a God weapon depends on your destiny." "Master Luda, what do you mean by destiny?" a young man shouted. Luda chuckled a little and answered, "It is a good question. What does destiny mean? It is simple. It is for the God weapons to identify their owners. Whoever a weapon identifies, the person will be its owner. Weapons above the yellow grade have souls. Just as you are choosing your weapon, it is choosing you as well." "Do you mean the person will not have to pay a single cent as long as the God weapon recognizes someone as its owner? The dwarf clan is going to give us them for free?" Another person shouted to ask. Luda answered with a generous smile, "Yes, we organized the God Weapon Conference so that the dwarf clan can allow the God weapons to find suitable owners. If it is your fate to carry a God weapon, then we will give it to you for free." Hiss. Everyone gasped and could not believe the dwarf clan was being so generous. Was it because they had too many God weapons, and it was hard to keep all of them? Was it why they had organized the conference and invited everyone who attended to choose a weapon? Generous. The dwarf clan sure is generous. No one can disagree with that. If you look across Arcana land, only the dwarf clan gave God weapons away for free. Looks like this is not a wasted trip after all. I am going to look so cool in the future if I have a God weapon, haha, haha. The entire plaza was in a frenzy again. No one had expected to get the weapons for free at the conference. They would save all the holy coins they had brought to purchase these weapons. Everyone was ecstatic. "Wow, did you hear that, Luo? They are giving the weapons away for free," Ghost said excitedly. Her face was full of joy. The dwarf clan often create weapons. Whether it be a yellow or a sky grade, as long as they have the time, the dwarfs will surely make weapons. To them, the weapons they make have little value. Even if they were to give these weapons out for free, the dwarfs could make more in the future, Xiao Luo said. But they do not have to give them away for free. It would be like, if I had a mountain of gold and silver, even if I cannot use them all in this lifetime, why would I give it out for others to use? "I have nothing to gain from doing it," Duck Emperor said. Ghost nodded her head and thought what Duck Emperor said made sense. She stared at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo shook his head with a smile and replied, "Do you still remember the people from the dwarf clan who were sitting beside us when we were eating just now? They spoke about how they felt that the dwarf clan is a little too weak in Arcana land. Even though they can make God weapons, but outside a radius of roughly 1 million kilometers, people from afar have never heard of the dwarf clan. Some have never even heard of these weapons that are of the sky, earth, or dark grade." That is right. But what is the problem here? Arcana land is so ducking big. With geographical isolation, it is not unusual that people elsewhere are not aware of the different weapon grades or have never heard of the dwarf clan. "It does not sound odd to me," Duck Emperor said. He could not seem to understand the point Xiao Luo was making. "Sure, it is not odd to you, but it is odd for the dwarf clan." Xiao Luo remained silent for a moment, then said, "I am sure they have someone sitting right at the top with big ambitions. Someone unwilling to accept that the dwarf clan is weak, insignificant, and overshadowed by the thousands of clans out there. It is why they organized this conference. And to raise awareness of their clan within the Arcana land, they give out their weapons for free. Screw their decking grandfathers. Do not tell me the dwarf clan is trying to replace the god clan and rule the entire land?" Duck Emperor responded in surprise. Xiao Luo lifted his eyebrows. "If the person is very ambitious, it is not impossible either. It would be funny. The dwarves might not be tall, but their ambition is certainly not small. They sure know how to take advantage of their superb craftsmanship to expand their influence to become the head of Arcana land," Duck Emperor said with a contemptuous smile. You do not have to jump to a conclusion just yet. It is just speculation, but you never know. Perhaps there are other reasons for organizing this God Weapon Conference, Xiao Luo said with a smile. Ghost and Duck Emperor remained quiet and looked at Lu De, who was up on stage. Lu De's opening remarks for the conference seemed endless. Finally, after the duration of a burning jaw stick, they brought out the first weapon for exhibition. It was a meteor hammer of the yellow grade. As long as it was above an ordinary weapon, it would increase the wielder's fighting capability. Many martial artists could not wait to get on stage to determine if they were the ones destined to wield the meteor hammer, and if the weapon would choose them to be its owner. Many of them got on the stage with lots of excitement but walked down with much disappointment. It was easy for a weapon to recognize its owner. The one who could wield the most power would do. According to Lu De, the meteor hammer was powerful enough to smash a granite weighing 6 tons. A strong fighter with a high cultivation level would not need the meteor hammer to do that. In that case, the meteor hammer would be beneath the user. The rule of the God Weapon Conference was that one person could only receive one weapon. So, a high cultivation level fighter would not bother to look at the yellow grade hammer. A person with a lower cultivation level could not fully bring out the true potential of the hammer. So, only a small group of people in between would be suitable candidates. Do you want to go up and try it? Xiao Luo asked Ghost. I do not want this weapon. It is too ugly, said Ghost. The hammer failed to capture her interest. Xiao Luo agreed and nodded his head as well. He said, it is indeed too ugly. Then let us wait and see. If you see something you like, let me know. If she saw something she liked, it would not be a bad idea for the girl to pick up a weapon. Ghost mumbled a reply with a stiff nod. A muscular man with a sturdy physique, weighing about 300 pounds and around 2 meters tall, eventually took the yellow-graded meteor hammer. He was a suitable person to wield it. Then, they brought out the second weapon up onto the stage. It was a yellow-grade Chinese halberd. Xiao Luo was not interested. He was feeling so bored that he almost fell asleep standing. Ghost and Duck Emperor were both disappointed. None of the god weapons brought out were to their liking. They comforted each other and hoped to see a weapon of a higher grade more suitable for them. After a long wait for the yellow-grade weapons to determine their rightful owners, the dwarves exhibited the dark-grade weapons next. At that point, many people who had waited for a shot gave it a try. They jumped onto the stage and got ready to see if it was their destiny to own the dark-grade weapons. Xiao Luo, Ghost, and Duck Emperor were watching and still had not shown interest in any of the displayed weapons. Time passed. It was then time for the unveiling of the 4 Earth-grade god weapons. All eyes turned to the stage with great anticipation. Many could not wait to see if they could own an Earth-grade weapon. As soon as the weapons were brought in, a large group rushed on stage to try their luck. A martial lord wanted one of the Earth-grade weapons. But he failed to bring out its full potential. Which meant it was just not his destiny to have that weapon. The martial lord attempted to steal the Earth-grade weapon by force instead. An elder from the dwarf clan knocked him out with a single palm strike that blasted across the air. The elder from the dwarf clan warned, "This will be the outcome for anyone who dares to break the rules of the God Weapon Conference." His thundering voice rang through the square, and he made the point clear with his action. Everyone looked horrified as they watched the disgraced martial lord dragged away, leaving a trail of bloodstains on the floor. Lu De chuckled and tried to ease the tense atmosphere. He addressed the audience, "Everyone, do not worry. As I have said, we will give you the god weapon for free if it is your destiny to own it. As long as the weapon and you recognize and accept each other, then it will be yours. No one can steal the weapon away from you. Let us follow the rules. Theft is a foolish act. I hope all of you will heed this warning." While he spoke to the crowd, he signaled for the elder from the dwarf clan to step down. The elder had a bad temper but respected Lu De. When he saw Lu De giving him the signal, he bowed and went back to his seat. The exhibition then continued and the dwarves arranged the 4 Earth-grade god weapons neatly across the stage for contenders to try. They were the Scarlet Twin Axe, Iron Teeth Rake, Trident Double-Edged Sword, and the Crescent Shovel. Everyone with a cultivation level below martial spirit could only shake their heads because those 4 god weapons were heavy. The lightest was the Crescent Shovel. It may be the least heavy of the lot, but it still weighed about 2,000 pounds. A senior martial master might lift it but would undoubtedly find it tough to wield the weapon. Even martial spirit fighters would take a substantial amount of strength to grasp the Earth-grade weapon. 9 out of 10 of them shook their heads and sighed in resignation. They knew they could handle none of those weapons. There was some present who were at the levels of martial emperors and above. But none of them moved to the stage yet, as they were waiting for the sky-grade god weapons. Lu De scanned the entire crowd from the stage and could tell who the martial lords and the martial emperors were. But it puzzled him why the young martial master had yet to come on stage to try any of the god weapons. It could not be that he was there for fun and had not planned to get any god weapons. It was an assumption he refused to believe. It was a curiosity that made him soar over and hovered in front of Xiao Luo. He asked with a smile, "Young kid, why do you not go up to see if you have the destiny to own any of our god weapons?" Lu De was tiny, just like the Lord of Soil and Ground from Journey to the West. Floating in midair, he was about the same height as Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo did not expect Lu De to appear in front of him, let alone ask a question. "I have not seen anything which I like," he replied. Ghost, who was already a bit agitated, added, "Old grandpa, your god weapons are too ugly. I have not seen one which looks good at all." Duck Emperor agreed with her assessment. He quacked a few times in her pocket and had a good mind to shout out, "What kind of dog sh*t god weapons are these? They are just pieces of broken copper and iron. What the hell are those things on stage? Ugly?" Ghost's remark stunned Lu De, who laughed and replied, "Little girl, you are not a martial fighter, so you do not know the essence of a god weapon. You cannot judge such a weapon by its beauty. But they are indeed positively ugly. If any had looked good, I would have already gone up to pick it." Pouting her lips, Ghost continued to complain to Lu De. Her remarks made everyone on stage, under great duress, quite upset. "The stupid girl does not even have any cultivation level, but she sure has a big mouth. What do you mean you would have gone up to pick a weapon? With those weak muscles of yours, you cannot even lift a yellow-grade god weapon. Girl, do not confuse ignorance with innocence. You do not have what it takes to judge a god weapon." Ghost beat up Chen Feng's friends in a quick time, therefore, many of those present did not realize it was Ghost who did it. When they did not detect any true inner force in her body, they assumed she was just an ordinary person with no cultivation level. "Do not underestimate me. This girl here can easily bring out the full potential of all those weapons there," Ghost retorted. "Ha ha. Everyone laughed at her. It was hilarious what the girl was spewing out from her mouth. Lu De could not help laughing either. He stroked his beard and said, "Little girl, the weapons displayed here at the God Weapon Conference are not ordinary arms. These are not the knives you would use in the kitchen. You cannot compare them. I can bring out the full potential of those weapons. I am not lying at all." Ghost insisted. Ha ha. Everyone surrounding her laughed loudly again, and it was even louder than before. "Why are you laughing? You better believe this girl here will beat you up," Ghost yelled at them. She fumed as she cared about her reputation, and with so many people laughing at her, she felt her face turn red with rage. Xiao Luo was very protective since Ghost was his companion, and would not allow Ghost to face such humiliation. He turned to her and said, "Since they are laughing at you, then you just have to shut them up. Ga, ga. Duck Emperor shouted out to show his support. Alright. With Xiao Luo's support, Ghost walked straight up onto the stage. By then, most of the people had already tried the weapons. Other than the crescent shovel, which had found its owner, the other 3 weapons were still lying on display on stage. Little girl, you better be careful. Do not twist your spine. Also, when you are trying the god weapons, can you put your umbrella aside? Are you planning to lift one of them with just one hand? Haha, haha. Many of them could not stop laughing and jeering at her. They were belittling her because she was a young girl with no true inner force. And she even had the cheek to walk on stage to try out the Earth-grade weapons. Chen Feng and his group were the exceptions. Senior Chen, do you think this stinky bitch can lift the god weapons? The man, who received the beating from Ghost, asked. With the power which she has shown, she should be able to lift them. Chen Feng furrowed his eyebrows and said, but even if she can lift them, she cannot fully bring out the full potential of the Earth-grade god weapons. It is probably going to be hard for her to move any of them at all. Ghost was visibly upset that everyone was laughing at her. She pouted her lips as she walked straight toward the double-edged trident sword that was about 1.8 meters long. Without a word, she reached out and lifted the dazzling sword with ease. The raucous laughter suddenly stopped. Everyone stared at the stage with eyes and mouths wide open, looking like they were being electrocuted. What? How is this possible? The double-edged trident sword is the heaviest of the 4 Earth-grade god weapons at about 3,600 pounds. How is it possible that a girl with no cultivation can lift it? My goodness, what am I seeing? What in the world is going on here? The spectators could not believe what they saw, and those who had mocked Ghost were terribly embarrassed. It felt like being slapped in their faces after they witnessed the feat, and they looked flustered. Ludo was equally shocked and lost for words. He stroked his white beard and wondered if this girl possessed God-given powers. From among the crowd, he shouted to Ghost, "Girl, try to wield the sword." Ghost was about to do it even without being asked and proceeded to wield the sword. Although her handling was a little messy, the 3,600-pound sword moved along with Ghost, creating a wind as she twirled it around. The wind howled like a beast, and those without high cultivation who stood near the stage were blown off stage to the ground. It was not just wind. It was a fierce gale. Although the elders sitting on stage did not move an inch, the strong wind tousled up their white hair, and their faces had shock written all over them. The strong wind swept across the entire venue and shook the hall. This slip of a girl can wield the sword so easily. Is she that strong? Exclaimed the man whom Ghost had taught a lesson. Chen Feng was instantly silenced, unable to think of anything to say. He felt his throat go dry and found it hard to swallow his saliva. Ghost's power far exceeded his expectation. Suddenly, Ghost stopped wielding the sword. No fun. This is no fun at all, she said. Ghost was not interested in the double-edged trident sword at all. She tossed it away, and part of the sword smashed onto the stage and a loud blast resulted. The shock of the impact smashed a hole in the granite floor, and countless spiderweb-like cracks spread out from that hole. I am returning it to you, said Ghost. She had thrown the sword toward the bad-tempered elder from the dwarf clan. The elder dwarf had a high cultivation level, and he suspended the sword in midair. His old hand did not even touch the 3,600-pound god weapon, but the sword came to a stop and hovered in the air, just in front of his palm. From that point on, everyone changed their impression of Ghost. They looked at her with much admiration and treated her like she was of noble status. Seeing our little girl show off, I want to go up there and show off as well, said Duck Emperor. The duck could not wait to shine on stage and wanted the audience to look at him in awe as well. He was about to make his move when Xiao Luo cut him off with no hesitation. You are so weak. Other than being fast, you have nothing else to show for. Aye, stammered Duck Emperor. He wanted to argue, but realized what Xiao Luo had said was true, for he did not have any other significant skills to boast. Still, Duck Emperor wanted to save face, to avoid embarrassment. So, he made a fuss as a cover and complained, "Oh, my decking grandfather. Goddamn brat, can you not always burst my bubble? Can you not let me have some dignity? I have been through so much danger together with you. Surely I deserve some reward for my effort even if I have achieved little. Will it kill you to give me some face?" Xiao Luo rolled his eyes up and did not bother to argue with him on such a trivial matter. "Little girl, please stop." Luda approached Ghost as she was returning to where Xiao Luo was standing. He was smiling at her when he spoke. "Is anything wrong? What else do you want from me?" Ghost was curt as she did not have a good impression of Luda. The old grandpa was one of those who had mocked her. "You have God-given strength, and it is a revelation for me. But can I please ask you a question? Why do you have an umbrella with you all the time?" Luda asked. Ghost answered, "Because I hate the sunlight." "I see." Luda pondered over her answer and nodded his head. He continued, "Then I assume you love umbrellas. One of the next 2 sky-grade god weapons is an umbrella. You never know, but you might have some special affinity with it." "Umbrella?" Ghost frowned a little at Luda and was wondering what he was trying to tell her. Everyone in the surrounding area who heard Luda chattered amongst themselves. They wondered what kind of sky-grade god weapon the umbrella was. Luda hid nothing either. He waved his hand, and 2 dwarf clan members brought out a black umbrella from a gigantic box and reverently brought the item to Luda. That was a sky-grade god weapon? All of them stared skeptically with doubts showing on their faces. The umbrella looked much too ordinary. It did not look any different from an umbrella one would use to protect from the sun or rain. Luda opened the umbrella in front of Ghost. It was black on the outside and red on the inside. Its handle was red as well and was in the shape of a cylinder. Carved onto the surface of the umbrella were images of blooming red spider lilies. Ghost liked the umbrella as soon as she saw it. Her apricot eyes were glowing with excitement. "Do you like it?" Luda asked with a chuckle. He was like an old grandfather showing a toy to his grandchild. Ghost kept nodding her head eagerly and replied, "Mm. I will give it to you if you can bring out the full potential of this god weapon," Luda said. "All right," Ghost answered immediately and reached out to grab the umbrella. She wanted to wield it in the same way as she did with the double-edged trident sword. "Wait. Let me introduce it to you before you try it." Luda did not hand it over. He pointed at the red spider lilies on the umbrella and said, "This is the red spider lily. Legend has it that the red spider lily grows wherever people part ways for good. The reason for carving the flower onto this god weapon is obvious. This god weapon is an umbrella of the undead, the umbrella of death. Its name is Phantom Dancer." "Phantom Dancer?" Ghost repeated after Luda. Luda nodded his head. Then he continued, "Phantom Dancer has strong defensive capabilities. Neither sword nor spear can pierce through it. Water or fire cannot destroy it either. The edge of this umbrella is even sharper than a blade. You can kill someone with just a passing slice. The best part is that it can convert true inner force into powerful energy cannonballs, launched from the tip of the umbrella." Luda showed off its abilities as he explained what Phantom Dancer could do. The surface material of Phantom Dancer looked ordinary. But no matter how Luda sliced the surface, it remained undamaged. Not even raging flames could do anything to it. The edge of the umbrella could easily cut an iron rod like it was cutting a soft pudding. Finally, Luda showed off the powerful energy cannonball. Grabbing onto the umbrella handle, he injected true inner force and pointed the umbrella toward a wall before shooting it. Whoosh! The powerful energy cannonball flashed with golden light and smashed into the side of a plaza wall. A loud boom rang out in the square and shattered the thick wall. Screw his ducking grandfather. The Skygrade God weapon is the perfect creation for our little ghost. Duck Emperor's eyes were wide open with excitement. Ghost always needed an umbrella to protect herself from the sunlight. The god weapon she was now holding even had defensive capabilities. It was a match made in heaven. Ludiv mentioned that true inner force was required, but Ghost is from the Sucking Blood clan and only has spirit force. I wonder if she can handle the umbrella. Xiao Luo frowned and furrowed his eyebrows. Who cares if she can work it? We have to snatch it by force. It would be okay even if she only uses it as an ordinary umbrella to protect herself from the sun, Duck Emperor said. Xiao Luo did not even bother to answer such a ridiculous suggestion. On the stage, Luda laughed as he said to Ghost, "What do you think? Are you satisfied with the Phantom Dancer?" Ghost nodded her head happily. She was indeed pretty satisfied with it. But you do not have any true inner force flowing within you. Will you be able to make use of it to fire the energy cannonball? Luda asked with a bit of concern. He knitted his eyebrows. He had lived a long life and had rich experiences. He knew that there were many clans out there who had dissociated themselves from using true inner force, and he assumed the young woman in front of him was from one of those clans. I will give it a try. Ghost raised both her hands to receive the Phantom Dancer from Luda. Without hesitation, she injected the spirit force from her body, transferring it through her palm into Phantom Dancer. After 2 to 3 seconds of channeling her spirit energy, Ghost pointed the tip of Phantom Dancer into the distance. In the next instant, a purple ball of energy shot out with a howl that was so piercing it was enough to make one's hair stand. It landed at a space in the distance. Boom! Rocks were pulverized, and the ground shook a little. A cloud of dust and smoke rose in the air. The energy waves of the explosion spread throughout its surrounding. Terrifying. The amount of destructive power from Phantom Dancer is just way too terrifying. If it hits someone, it will smash the person into smithereens on the spot. No wonder it is a Skygrade God weapon. Many spectators commented as they stared and gasped at Phantom Dancer that Ghost held in her hand. Luda looked pleased. With a big smile, he declared, "Little one, it seems like you have a bond with Phantom Dancer. Phantom Dancer shall be yours from this moment on." "That is great. Thank you so much, Grandpa Whitebeard." Ghost responded with delight. Ghost did not wish to put Phantom Dancer down. She threw her little red umbrella over to Duck Emperor. "Duck Emperor, please keep my umbrella for me," she said. Though she had gained Phantom Dancer as a replacement for the little red umbrella, Ghost could not bear to throw it away. Her mother had given the little red umbrella to her, and it held far too many memories for her. So, she had to make sure she kept the umbrella safe, no matter what. Duck Emperor reacted swiftly. He caught the umbrella and kept it in the space ring. Everyone had their attention fixed on Phantom Dancer, so they did not notice that the little red umbrella had vanished from sight. Amid all the chatter, a skinny middle-aged man pointed at the Phantom Dancer and asked in a challenging tone, "Mr. Luda, I have yet to give the Phantom Dancer a try." "Why did you give it to the young woman just like that?" Chin Feng quickly voiced out his agreement as well and added, "That's right. There are so many people here who have yet to try it." And yet, Mr. Luda handed the Phantom Dancer to a young girl. Is it not a bit too unfair? He was trying to appeal. Only by appealing would he stand a chance to get a Skygrade God weapon. Otherwise, he would have come all the way there, only to collect 5 yellow-grade God weapons. It would not be to his satisfaction. Stirring 1,000 waves with one stone was the strategy Chen Feng used to rile up the crowd. Many raised their fists high, shouting in protest. "Be quiet!" The bad-tempered elder from the dwarf clan shouted out at the protesting crowd. A powerful force instantly emanated from his body like a howling tornado, and he shocked everyone. He used his thundering voice and bellowed, "This is the God Weapon Conference organized by our dwarf clan. We have every right to decide however we wish. Since when did we need your approval on which candidates should receive our god weapons?" Such aggression gave no room for further discussion. All those who protested could do nothing except to put up with it. The man, who had started the ruckus with the question, kept silent. He might be a martial emperor, but all the elders from the dwarf clan sitting up on the stage were martial emperors as well. The bad-tempered dwarf elder might have even reached the peak of a martial emperor. There was also the constantly chuckling Mr. Luda. Rumor was that he had reached a cultivation level of a martial guru. Who would still have the guts to oppose the dwarves? Luda waved his hand, signaling for the bad-tempered dwarf elder to calm down. Then, with a smile, he said, "Phantom Dancer's biggest strength is shattering space. Since everyone has doubts, then I will let this little one try. Let us see if she can blast a hole in the sky." The Phantom Dancer could shatter space? Blast a hole in the sky? Everyone there gasped and wondered if the sky-grade god weapon was that powerful. Luda turned around to look at Ghost, and said, "Girl, try to fire an energy cannonball into the sky. Remember, pour all the energy you have in your body into Phantom Dancer. Only by doing that can you bring out its full power." Ghost nodded her head obediently and said, "All right, Grandpa Whitebeard." Since Luda had given her Phantom Dancer, a powerful defensive god weapon, which could also double up as an umbrella, her impression of him had changed for the better. She did whatever Luda told her to do. Pointing Phantom Dance upward, she injected an immense amount of spirit force, flowing her body through her arm and to the tip of her hand. The spirit force gushed from her hand into Phantom Dancer. It slowly glowed a brilliant purple hue with black lightning flashing around it. Phantom Dancer emitted crackling sounds, like electric sparks. Tiny stones on the ground floated up into the air as if they were in an electrostatic field, and the beards of the elders from the dwarf clan floated upward as well. Everyone's eyes were burning with envy and shock. They were aware of the powerful force of a sky-grade god weapon. With the potent force that it was generating, it could probably blast a hole in the sky. In the next second, Ghost stopped her spirit force and a purple beam of light shot out from the tip of Phantom Dancer. It was a smoldering purple flame about half a meter thick shooting straight into the sky. The purple light was dazzling and enveloped the entire Tarawa city in a purple hue. A loud thundering boom came from the sky. The people below covered their ears as the rumbling sound pierced their eardrums and caused a buzzing sound in their heads. There was a powerful wave of pressure in the air. Most people at the plaza, except those with a high cultivation level, got knocked down to the ground. The purple light continued to cloak the city in a warm purple shade as if the world was about to end. After a couple of breaths, the energy storm gradually eased off, and the purple glow slowly disappeared. Eventually, everything slowly returned to normal. Up in the distant sky, an enormous black crack suddenly appeared, looming like a bottomless abyss in the sky. My God, she blasted a hole in the sky. All of them stared at the enormous hole in shock and could not believe what they were seeing. It was way too scary. When people in ancient times had said that they could pierce the sky, they were not lying. Phantom Dancer, what a fantastic god weapon. Now that our young ghost has this weapon, her fighting capability will increase by many folds. Gaga, Duck Emperor said as he gasped with shock. Xiao Luo stared blankly at the black void in the sky and a sly smile slowly formed in the corner of his lips. Appearing like a bottomless abyss, the dark space crack created an atmosphere of dread and fear among the onlookers. Just gazing upon it was terrifying, for it felt like it was gazing back and drawing one's soul into the abyss. But the laws of heaven and earth are ever supreme. As quickly as it drew apart, the crack in the sky eventually closed and returned to normal. And the sky returned to the way it was before. Without exception, everyone there was in a stupor. They stared at Ghost's phantom dancer in terror, wondering the true potential of the sky-grade god weapon. Had she pointed it toward the plaza, there was little doubt the entire place, and all of them included, would have vanished into nothing in an instant. Luda was equally amazed. He was sure that phantom dancer could shatter space, but never expected it to be this powerful. That dark space crack was about 20 to 30 meters long. He knew a martial venerable could probably achieve such a feat, but only after exerting all their energy. He scanned the crowd, stroked his beard, and asked, "I'm sure none of you have any further objections to this girl owning Phantom Dancer?" No one could protest anything anymore, as they were not confident enough that they could bring out more of the Phantom Dancer's potential power than Ghost had. That crack in the sky was etched in their memories, and they all felt an inexplicable fear. But now, their attention was drawn to the second sky-grade god weapon, which excited them even more. Most of those in attendance were men. Phantom Dancer looked like a feminine weapon and was more suited to a girl, so it was fine that they didn't get it. But they had to get the second sky-grade god weapon, no matter what. Everyone there had the same sentiment. "Girl, you can come down now. We're bringing out the second sky-grade god weapon," Luda said to Ghost, with a chuckle. Ghost was pretty satisfied now that she had Phantom Dancer. After jumping off the stage, she ran straight towards Xiao Luo and showed it to him, just like a little girl waiting to be praised after doing something. "Luo, I'm sure I'll be able to help you when we're at the Holy Land of the Light Clan." Xiao Luo patted her on the head and displayed a smile on his face. The crowd looked surprised when they saw it. With the power Ghost had displayed, everyone could tell that she was at least at the level of a martial lord, maybe even higher. Yet she acted like a well-behaved little girl toward a mere martial master. It was extremely odd, no matter how one looked at it. Luda took a couple more glances at Xiao Luo. He still had a hunch that this young man had unparalleled power within him. So much that even an old man with a high cultivation level like himself was feeling slightly uneasy. Cough, cough. After coughing a little, he waved his hand. "Let's bring out the second sky-grade god weapon." "Yes, Lord." Two staff members of the dwarf clan once again opened an enormous box, then slowly took out a delicate case. After opening the case, a gleaming gold bracelet caught everyone's attention. Luda raised his palms out, and the bracelet hovered unsteadily before it flew right into his palm. "What? It is just a bracelet. Can this toy even be used to attack anyone?" Duck Emperor was disappointed. After coming to this god weapon conference, he hadn't spotted anything suitable. Xiao Luo said nothing but quietly studied the bracelet. He could sense the space around the bracelet was undergoing some kind of distortion. No matter what the bracelet could do, for a god weapon to distort space meant no one should underestimate its power. The entire plaza was quiet. Everyone stared eagerly at this bizarre bracelet, waiting for Luda to explain what it was capable of. As everyone was staring at the bracelet, Luda said, "Its name is Time-Space Bracelet. As the name suggests, it allows the user to travel through time and space." Travel through time and space? Xiao Luo furrowed his eyebrows and instantly paid full attention. Having gotten everyone's attention, Luda then explained, "Of course, the time-space bracelet can only bring its user to a place they have already visited. It wouldn't be able to bring them to a location that has not been recorded by the bracelet." With 5 years of accumulated records from the dwarf clan, it now covers an area of more than 5 million kilometers, which would also mean that with this bracelet, you wouldn't need the transmitting formation from the Light Clan. You can easily travel to any place within 5 million kilometers of Tarawa City. Easily travel within an area of 5 million kilometers around Tarawa City? When the crowd heard Lu De, they gasped in awe, for it was unbelievable. It was even more advanced than the Light Clan's teleportation portal. With the bracelet, one wouldn't even need to use the portal anymore. And when one offended a powerful figure, it offered one a quick means of escape. This time-space bracelet was an incredible god weapon. Lu De enthralled the audience with his description of the god weapon, and their eyes burned with desire. They couldn't wait to get their hands on such a god-level bracelet that could give them the means to travel through time and space. Xiao Luo was ecstatic. Tarawa City was about 2.5 million kilometers away from the Holy Land of the Light Clan. If he could get this time-space bracelet, he could arrive at the Holy Land of the Light Clan without delay. It thrilled him to bits. Screw his ducking grandfather. This is like playing Ludo, where you suddenly arrive at a shortcut. You goddamn brat. It seems like you'll be able to get to the Holy Land of the Light Clan today and see your wife, Duck Emperor cried. Xiao Luo didn't reply, but the obvious smirk forming in the corner of his lips was enough to tell the duck what was on his mind. Ghost was equally excited, and said, I can finally see my father. Xiao Luo made you his mind, and he was going to need this time-space bracelet. The difference between this bracelet and the other god weapons is that it won't increase the combat ability of its user, and it won't choose an owner. The user has to only wear it on their wrist. So, the method of choosing an owner is going to be different as well. It'll be a battle. Whoever can survive till the end will be this bracelet's owner. Lu De explained the method of getting this bracelet. After saying that, the skinny middle-aged man who protested earlier jumped onto the stage and declared, this should have been the case from the start. Only the strongest deserve to own the god weapons. Whoosh! 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 6 to 7 more men leaped onto the stage. All of them had haughty expressions on their faces, and it was clear they felt no one was going to be their match. Damn it, are there so many martial emperors here at this god weapon conference? I thought there weren't that many fighters at this caliber. It seems like they were all waiting for the sky-grade god weapons. Looks like there's no point in me waiting around to get one. Most of them shook their heads and sighed. A sky-grade god weapon was within sight but not within reach. This competition definitely will not require any weapons. When things get messy later, find an opportunity to steal that guy's dark-grade weapons over. Chen Feng gave his companions an order before jumping onto the stage. A martial spirit? Why did you even come up here for? If you still want to live, you better crawl back to where you came from right now. A martial emperor on stage couldn't help but snort. You don't know who's going to own a god weapon. If I don't try it, how can you be so sure that I won't be the one becoming the owner of that god weapon in the end? Chen Feng retorted with a cold, sinister smile. The martial emperor who protested earlier sneered, Huh, what a clever tongue you have there. When I decide to squash you to death later, it'll be as easy as stepping on an ant. Chen Feng was not angry at all and stayed calm. You can try. It would seem that Chen Feng had earned the wrath of the other competitors. The martial emperors in the arena were all glaring at him indignantly and gritting their teeth. Lu De coughed to break the tension and bellowed, I will now announce the rules of the competition. There is only one rule. You may not use lethal weapons and do not go any further than necessary. Everyone must listen to. He abruptly stopped talking midway through his briefing, for Xiao Luo teleported onto the stage with no warning and startled Lu De with his sudden appearance. It was when he was only on stage that Xiao Luo distinctly heard the rules mentioned by Lu De, and he hurled the dragon saber backward with his left hand. It soared tens of meters through the air like a magical blade and landed next to Ghost. The sheath of the sword sank some 5 to 6 centimeters into the dirt, and the dragon saber stood dead straight like a pole planted in the ground. It was not to show off, for the dragon saber would only recognize its master, so Ghost could not hold on to it. Otherwise, Xiao Luo would have tossed the sword right into her hands. However, no one noticed the dragon saber. They only caught a glimpse of a sudden movement Xiao Luo made on stage. This young man is super fast. Even I cannot perceive his moves. Lu De muttered to himself as he stared at Xiao Luo, with fear showing in his age-worn eyes. The other martial emperors who joined the competition gawked at Xiao Luo anxiously. They could sense the potent energy emanating from the lad standing before them. Of course, most of the spectators had no idea what was going on. Huh? We now have a martial master who dares to go up to join the fun. Is he not biting more than he can chew? Everyone wants a god weapon. But I think these guys have gone overboard in their quest to get one. Well, we shall see how they will die later. A martial master and a martial spirit, nothing more than a couple of dumb pigs. The crowd standing below the stage continued to ridicule Xiao Luo and Chen Feng. Meanwhile, Chen Feng's companions were smiling. Their faces were full of confidence, and they looked at the surrounding spectators as if they were looking at fools. The martial emperors on the stage had got over the surprise of the two young men joining the competition. The skinny middle-aged martial emperor sneered, "Are all martial masters and martial spirits these days so arrogant? I do not know what gives insignificant fighters like you the courage to go after the god weapons." Both Xiao Luo and Chen Feng ignored his mocking remarks. Chen Feng walked over to Xiao Luo to speak to him courteously, but Xiao Luo could sense his insincerity. "Brother Xiao, I bet your real cultivation level is not a martial master. Otherwise, you would not have come up here. Am I right?" Xiao Luo only wanted the time-space bracelet. He was not interested in such trivial discussions. Suddenly, he dashed across the stage and stood facing the skinny martial emperor and Chen Feng. He eyed them indifferently and said, "The time-space bracelet is mine. Get down, both of you." He spoke softly but in a commanding tone, and there was little doubt he was demanding for their obeisance. When the word spread out, the entire square plunged into silence. Then there was unrest in the crowd. What the heck is the guy thinking? He's just a puny martial master. What gives him the courage to speak like that to a martial emperor? Crazy, he must be crazy. He became mad thinking about getting a god weapon. Where is this guy from? Is he trying to make people laugh up there? If it is a joke, then I guess he has done well because I am laughing. Haha, haha. Everyone in the audience mocked Xiao Luo as they considered him a fool who knew nothing about being honorable. Well, they may laugh at him now. But their eyes are going to pop out later, Duck Emperor crowed as he casually picked his nose inside Ghost's pocket. He knew people often underestimated Xiao Luo's capabilities, only to be surprised later. Ghost did not speak. After acquiring the Phantom Dancer, she was over the moon and beaming with joy. The martial emperors on stage thought they were having hearing problems as well. Why did a mere martial master dare to speak to them in that manner? "What did you say, kid?" asked the skinny martial emperor as he squinted his eyes. He was suppressing his anger. "Did I not say it clear enough just now? I want the time-space bracelet." "All of you, piss off," repeated Xiao Luo as he stared right into the man's eyes, neither humble nor overbearing. Xiao Luo was determined to own the time-space bracelet. Gasp. The crowd held their breaths and thought, this kid is crazy. How could he say something as arrogant as that? As expected, the skinny martial emperor became furious. A powerful wave of energy exploded from his body and the solid floor of the stage sunk where his feet stood. "Go to hell, you puny little gnat." Rumbling sound waves reverberated like a peal of thunder. Many of the onlookers close by covered their ears in trepidation. The martial emperor morphed into green light and flew toward Xiao Luo like a ray of photons. In a flash, he smashed his fist into Xiao Luo's face. But by then, Xiao Luo's true inner force had already activated on its own into an invisible barrier, enshrouding his body. The brutal fist strike slammed viciously into the invisible barrier, instead. Boom! A loud earth-shattering blast resounded on the stage, causing a powerful cyclone of energy to erupt. The surging force pushed the spectators standing near the stage, at least 2 to 3 feet back. Many fell backward onto the ground as chaos ensued. The other martial emperors and dwarven elders flew into the air immediately. They hovered in the air and watched from a safe distance above. Chen Feng's reaction was not too slow either. He retreated like a bolt of lightning. In a few quick leaps, he bounded back at least 2 feet away from the stage. In the center of the stage, the energy swirled in violent winds, howling and sweeping across the floor. Chen Feng felt as if he was standing before a hurricane. His hair was fluttering uncontrollably as dirt and dust swirled in the air. For a while, he found it difficult to open his eyes. It would imply that the skinny martial emperor had used at least 70% to 80% of his power. Arg! Suddenly, everyone heard an anguished shriek. The skinny martial emperor spurted blood from his mouth and flew backward, struck by a powerful thrust. He fell to the ground and continued to cough out several mouthfuls of blood. Gradually, the ravaging storm abated, and the violent wind ceased. The exchange left an enormous pit half a meter deep on the stage floor. Xiao Luo stood in front of the giant hole, rooted in the same spot like an iron stake. At that moment, he seemed invincible. The true inner force was still swirling around him, imbued with some divine power. To those who witnessed the event, Xiao Luo appeared like a king who had an entire world underneath his feet. The audience fell into a dead silence. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. With eyes wide open, they stared at the lone figure on the stage in disbelief. Many held their breaths, while some heaved in fear. Chills ran down their spines when they learned that the skinny martial emperor was the defeated one. He had lost to the young guy who was only a martial master after just one exchange. It is terrifying. How could it be possible? The skinny martial emperor looked at Xiao Luo with abject fear in his eyes. He was the one who struck first, but it was he who lost in the end. It was incredible that the young guy did not even move an inch and only relied on his external aura alone to deflect the power of the martial emperor's punch back into him. How could such a monster exist in the world? The other party looked like a youngster. How was it possible that he had already attained a cultivation level above martial guru? Even the other martial emperors and dwarven elders hovering in the air had similar thoughts. Who could remain calm? They were all staring at the figure standing on the stage with horror in their eyes. The man standing there was neither humble nor overbearing. Who was he? I am going to say this again. The time-space bracelet is mine, and all of you should, *SS off. Xiao Luo raised his head and stared chillingly at the martial emperors, for his blood was boiling. Had he not known of the time-space bracelet's existence, he would not have felt such a strong inclination to challenge this group of martial emperors. But now, it became his obsession, for he intended to use it to reach the Light Clan's sacred land. He had no time to waste, and it was reflected in his tone of voice. What an arrogant brat. I'm not sure what has gotten into you, but do you have what it takes to do so to challenge so many of us for the time-space bracelet? A martial emperor-level powerhouse sneered as he glared icily at Xiao Luo. As soon as those words were spoken, his pupils shrank, and a chill ran through his entire body. He suddenly found himself shaking in horror, for Xiao Luo, who was earlier on stage with him, just vanished without a trace before his very eyes. He did not see where Xiao Luo went but sensed imminent danger from the depths of his heart. Be careful. He is behind you. Someone shouted out the warning to him. Behind me? The martial emperor exponent shuddered as he turned around. When he saw Xiao Luo descending from the void with his right palm extended toward him, he immediately broke into a cold sweat. In the next second, a massive burst of energy surged from Xiao Luo's palm. Boom! From mid-air, Xiao Luo's blow ripped into the martial emperor and struck with an explosive force, knocking the martial emperor to the ground. The impact created a large human-shaped pit where the martial emperor had crashed, and the hole looked rather deep. Gasp! Everyone held their breaths as they stared in awe at Xiao Luo, who was still hovering in the air. Being able to remain in mid-air suggested that he had to be the rank of a martial emperor or above. It was simply unimaginable that a young man in his 20s was already a martial emperor. Considering what they just witnessed, he might be even more skilled than a martial emperor. Xiao Luo's move shocked the other martial emperor exponents. Every one of them looked stunned as they hovered in mid-air. Meanwhile, Chen Feng took a pill out from his sleeve. He popped it into his mouth and swallowed it. From the moment he ate it, his aura suddenly elevated to the martial lord level from his present martial spirit level. Then it continued to move up to the martial emperor level. Bam! He stomped his feet on the ground and shot up into the sky, and there he hovered among the other martial emperors. Boosting Yuan elixir? Was it a boosting Yuan elixir that he just consumed? It certainly was. It is a forbidden elixir that temporarily increases a man's cultivation level, but at the expense of his life force. Besides, the cost to refine such elixirs is immense. The people in Arcana land can scarcely afford it. No wonder this guy dared to go up to snatch the time-space bracelet. So this is what he was hiding. Unfortunately, someone highly skilled turned up halfway through. Even if this guy reaches the martial emperor level, I don't think he has a chance to get the time-space bracelet. It may not be the case. The other young chap over there is too arrogant and has already stirred up the hornet's nest. I have a feeling that everyone will join forces to deal with the young chap first. The people on the ground chatted as they raised their heads to look at the group in the sky. The once-in-a-100-year battle amongst martial art exponents had them all excited and anxious at the same time. They retreated to a safe distance to avoid getting hurt from the aftermath of the fight. The dwarven elders descended back to the ground. The competitors had undoubtedly taken the battle into the air from the ground. Elder Lu De, it is against the rules to consume a boosting Yuan elixir, isn't it? The grumpy old dwarven asked. The rule I have said is that one cannot use lethal weapons. The boosting Yuan elixir does not fall into the category. Hence, it is, therefore, allowed, answered Lu De. Naturally, Lu De being a well-respected elder, the other dwarven elders did not question his decision and kept silent. Lu De looked at Xiao Luo with concern. He muttered, "This young man is intensely hostile in temperament. His moves are bold and he is merciless. If someone as vicious as him acquires the time-space bracelet, I am afraid it will cause serious harm to the entire Arcana land. If you are afraid that something like that would happen, Elder Lu De, do not give him the time-space bracelet," the grumpy old dwarf said. Lu De smiled bitterly and replied, "It will give everyone the impression that dwarves are not trustworthy, will it not? We are the ones hosting the God Weapon Conference. The final say is with us, and we can give our God weapons to whoever we want. If he dares to cause trouble, I will be the first to destroy him," the grumpy old dwarf said. "We shall see. The one who will triumph may not be this young man," said Lu De as he stared up at the group in the sky. Up in the air, the martial emperors stood together against Xiao Luo. "Noble ones, I believe every one of you is aware of the situation we are in. If we do not join hands, this man will beat every one of us. He will win the competition with ease and get the time-space bracelet. It is unfair to all of us. For the sake of fair play, I suggest we team up to deal with him first. After defeating him, we can continue the competition among ourselves. In this way, no matter who gets the time-space bracelet in the end, I believe we can all accept the result more readily," Chen Feng said in an attempt to fan the flames of discord. Those words immediately won over the martial emperors. Very well, then. Let us work together and deal with this young brat first. The brat is too arrogant, acting like he is invincible. If I do not eliminate him first, I will feel uncomfortable inside. Xiao Luo glared at those people contemptuously and said, "Looks like you will only cry when death finally stares you in the face." Xiao Luo enraged a martial emperor with those words. "You little B*****. Stop acting so superior. When I was out on the streets, you were still at some corner, sucking on your mother's milk," yelled the martial emperor. Then, he blasted a fist at Xiao Luo across the air. Roar. His true inner force morphed into a golden lion, snarling and roaring as it charged for a few steps before leaping high toward Xiao Luo. It opened its massive jaws to reveal its sharp fangs, intent on tearing Xiao Luo into pieces. "You are first." Xiao Luo grinned. In the blink of an eye, his body vanished, and the snarling golden tiger snapped its jaws at thin air. Instantly, Xiao Luo appeared before the martial emperor and mercilessly slapped him. The tremendous force of the palm shattered the martial emperor's true inner energy barrier. Arg! The martial emperor spat out a lot of blood. Like the person before him, he plummeted from the sky. He smashed onto the ground like a falling meteorite, creating a giant crater. Hiya! Quickly, the other martial emperors recovered from the shock. They charged all at once toward Xiao Luo, bellowing their battle cries. Xiao Luo was humming lightly. From the ground, his figure appeared to flicker as he streaked through the air, leaving a trail of afterimages. And each time he reappeared, he was suddenly meters ahead. It was hard to impede his movements. In the sky, the energies of several martial emperor exponents shone like stars, descending from the ninth heaven. Every inch of space was filled with violent flashes of energy. Their unified forces caused space to distort and the ground to shake. Little Nat, die. The martial emperors joined forces to combat Xiao Luo. The immense power unleashed from their palms encapsulated Xiao Luo, and the destructive energy gradually tore at the space surrounding him. As long as they worked as one, Xiao Luo would be shredded to pieces. Chen Feng seized the opportunity to sneak up on Xiao Luo. He took out a jet black dagger from his sleeve and viciously stabbed Xiao Luo in his heart. There was a blind spot in the sky. Chen Feng was confident that the dwarven elders on the ground could not see what he was doing. The jet-black dagger exuded a sinister and ghastly aura. It went through Xiao Luo's true inner force barrier and pierced his chest. It was beyond Xiao Luo's expectation for conventional weapons, could never penetrate his true inner force barrier. It would leave only one other explanation. The dagger was unique and not a common item. He immediately extended his hand to intercept it. If it were to pierce his heart, it would mean he simply failed to execute the most basic form of defense on his part. Stab. The black dagger pierced through his palm easily, and blood oozed from the wound. Harg! Chen Feng screamed viciously. He held the dagger with both hands and continued to push until it finally pierced Xiao Luo's left shoulder. Then he stopped. Xiao Luo looked at the dagger that had pierced through his right palm and into his left shoulder. He frowned as acute pain surged up to his brain. Chen Feng had a smug grin and whispered to Xiao Luo so only he could hear him. "Brother Xiao, you are reckless, are you not? This dagger is an immortal-grade god weapon, typically used by assassins in their missions. Even a barrier composed of true inner force means nothing to it. This dagger can easily kill you." Hee hee. Very well, then. I want the dagger too. You can go to hell. Xiao Luo responded in the same whispered tone, and his eyes glowered with murderous intent. A few moments later, Xiao Luo discharged a powerful surge of explosive energy from his body. There was no scorching temperature or dazzling flames, but just an eruption of sheer true inner force. Bam! Chen Feng took the brunt of the force, and both his arms were torn from his body and flew off. Blood spurted from his mouth and nose, before he lost control and plunged to the ground in a horrific state of mutilation. The swirling energy rumbled before it sent waves of destructive force over thousands of meters in all directions. All the martial emperors still in mid-air suffered from the brutal shock. Blood spurted out from their mouths as they plummeted down from the sky. Some martial emperors smashed into the dwarven buildings, and the iron-cast buildings collapsed instantly, falling apart like hastily built structures. Except for Ghost, everyone else in the square was knocked to the ground. Screams rang out in all directions. Even the dwarven elders on the stage were on the verge of being blown away, and all the citizens across Tarawa City felt strong tremors. Whoa, that was impressive. It was the first time Ghost had seen Xiao Luo not holding back, and it appeared like he was removing withered tree stumps. He is at the martial saint level, for your information. It's not a joke. Have you forgotten the day when he stoked fear into the elders of your sucking blood clan? Duck Emperor reminded Ghost of the incident in the dark forest. This is why I say Luo is so handsome, Ghost said, giggling. In the meantime, crowds of people were slowly getting up from the ground. Many saw the dagger stuck in Xiao Luo. They had seen Chen Feng charging at Xiao Luo before he unleashed that cataclysmic burst of energy. Suddenly, the truth immediately came to light. He brought a weapon. It violates the rules. The dagger does not seem like an ordinary dagger. Otherwise, it could not have injured the mysterious young man. I can recognize him now. He is Chen Feng of the Snow Mountain faction. He is sinister in character and a master in scheming. The Snow Mountain faction overcame all the other factions around them. He played a pivotal role in all their defeats. A leader of a sect even treated him as his sworn brother. But in the end, Chen Feng secretly murdered him with poison. Going against the rules of the competition by using a weapon was dreadful enough. But using it to ambush another competitor was the most shameless form of assault. Everyone stood on Xiao Luo's side and condemned Chen Feng for his dastardly deed. Some people who recognized Chen Feng revealed more of the vile nature of the Snow Mountain faction. At that moment, Chen Feng became a public enemy. The blast from the true inner force had torn off his arms, and blood oozed from his wounds. The force also badly mutilated his chest and thighs. Chen Feng laid on the ground, shrieking miserably. He knew he would have been better off dead. Xiao Luo pulled out the black dagger and slowly descended to the ground. His palm and the left shoulder had almost recovered by the time he landed. You are not dead? He looked at Chen Feng, a little surprised. He was within the range where he would have taken the full impact of the blast. Yet he was still alive. Where was the logic? By right, Chen Feng should have been a pile of mutilated flesh. I have a tough constitution. Ha ha, enduring the excruciating pain, Chen Feng laughed maniacally. Tough constitution? Xiao Luo stared at the despicable man on the ground. As he looked closer, he noticed that Chen Feng was wearing something inside. Against his bloody mutilated flesh, Xiao Luo saw a gleaming, golden metallic surface. Xiao Luo extended his hand toward Chen Feng and closed his fist, and the man instantly flew toward him. What are you going to do? Asked Chen Feng nervously. His heart thumped rapidly as an unbridled fear took hold of him. Xiao Luo did not respond. He ripped off Chen Feng's blood-drenched outer clothing to reveal a golden vest to the crowd. It is the lunar armor. Lu De muttered the name of the vest in surprise. Lunar armor? So this is the legendary defense god weapon which people say can even stop a blow from a martial saint. The ancestors of the dwarves forged the lunar armor. Thousands of years ago, it fell into the hands of outsiders, and its whereabouts remained unknown ever since. Who would have thought that Chen Feng would be the one wearing it? The crowd took a deep breath. No one expected the disciple of the Snow Mountain faction would come equipped with an immortal-grade god weapon. Interesting. Are you continually trying to gift me with god weapons? Xiao Luo said with a sarcastic smile. He extended his other hand to pull the lunar armor off Chen Feng's body. The lunar armor glowed with a faint brilliance that seemed exquisite to the eye. But its aura told a far different story, for it was tainted with darkness and misfortune. After tugging at it for a while, Xiao Luo realized he could not remove the lunar armor. It was fused to Chen Feng's flesh and caused him much pain when Xiao Luo tried to peel it off him. Chen Feng kept on screaming like a pig being slaughtered. The lunar armor has recognized him as its owner. Unless he dies or removes it himself, no one can take the lunar armor off him, said Lu De in his booming voice. I see. Xiao Luo raised an eyebrow. His eyes on Chen Feng became chillingly sinister. What are you going to do? Don't you dare to mess around here. We are in dwarven territory, and the dwarven elders are over there. If you dare to do anything, you will not leave this place alive. Chen Feng had forcibly increased his cultivation up to the martial emperor level. With his heightened vitality, he had slightly recovered and was in much greater spirits. However, when he looked into Xiao Luo's eyes, Chen Feng could not help shivering. Xiao Luo planned to kill him to get the lunar armor. It had to be the plan he had in mind. Without his arms, there was nothing Chen Feng could do to protect himself. Arg! Suddenly, two miserable screams echoed in the square. Everyone looked over to the source of the screams and saw a man and a woman being knocked away from Xiao Luo's blade stuck in the ground. They were the companions who had followed Chen Feng, the guy and the girl whom Ghost had beaten up earlier. Seeing them fall over, a few people quickly rushed over to help them. Xiao Luo looked at Chen Feng with a lopsided smile and said, So, you guys were thinking about stealing my blade? I. Chen Feng could not find a way out of this mess. Those two dumbasses were detestable. Could they not gauge the situation? Their opponent was a vicious person, yet they were still foolish enough to go after the blade. Even worse, it was that during such a critical moment where his life was at stake, and their failed attempt undoubtedly pushed him closer to the jaws of death. Ghost quickly came to her senses and unleashed her phantom dancer. A purple energy cannonball shot out at both of Chen Feng's accomplices, leaving them wounded on the ground. Xiao Luo withdrew his gaze from the two culprits and cast it at Chen Feng. With a chilling laugh, he said, The lunar armor is mine, and your life is also mine. You dare? If you kill me, the Snow Mountain faction will haunt you for the rest of your life. Can you withstand the wrath of the entire Snow Mountain faction? Chen Feng shouted frantically. He panicked and was rambling away, even resorting to the use of his clan as his last means of refuge. Snow Mountain faction? I have never heard of it before. Xiao Luo showed little concern for Chen Feng's empty threats. He raised his right foot and stomped on Chen Feng's head. Squish! Underneath his foot, the skull appeared fragile and shattered like an eggshell in a fraction of a second. Chen Feng's head looked just like a squashed watermelon, with fluids and tissues of red and white splattered all over the ground. It was an extremely bloody and gruesome sight. Everyone who surrounded them held their breaths in horror. In their minds, Xiao Luo did not differ from a vicious demon. Chen Feng's accomplices turned pale in fright and several even wet themselves. No one had expected the harmless-looking young man would turn out to be such a fearsome character, willing to kill without even blinking an eye. With its owner dead, it was easy to remove the lunar armor from Chen Feng's body. In his hand, the blood-stained vest seemed weightless, like it was made of tulle. Xiao Luo merely had to flick the vest, and the blood instantly slid cleanly off its surface. Xiao Luo kept the lunar armor under one arm. To discover that a disciple of the Snow Mountain faction had so many treasures in his possession, it was an absolute surprise. He turned around to Lu De, who was on the stage, and asked, "Elder, I assume the time-space bracelet you are holding now belongs to me?" His question jolted Lu De from his stupor. He continued to stare anxiously at Xiao Luo through his age-worn eyes. Despite his high martial status, the young man had him terrified. The fearsome and murderous aura he emanated earlier terrified him. "A savage like you cannot receive the time-space bracelet," the grumpy dwarven elder bellowed at Xiao Luo. "By committing murder in the God Weapon Conference hosted by the dwarven elders, you are blatantly challenging the prestige of our race. Not only will we not give you the time-space bracelet, but we shall not allow you to leave this place," he added. That took Xiao Luo by surprise. He had won the competition, but the dwarfs have gone back on their words. He smiled calmly and asked, "Then what shall become of me?" "According to the dwarven laws, we shall sentence you to 50 years in jail," the grumpy dwarven elder replied. 50 years in jail? Xiao Luo could not stop shaking his head with a helpless expression, and replied, "Elder, I'm sure you saw what happened earlier." He pointed at Chen Feng's corpse on the ground and continued, "This man ambushed me with a special dagger during the fight and wanted me dead. It was he who wished to kill me first. What is the problem with me killing him? Can it be that only he can kill me, but I cannot kill him?" The crowd felt that his words were reasonable. After all, it was the practice in the Arcana land. When someone attempted to kill you, it was acceptable if he ended up being killed by you instead. It resonated with the competitive nature of their society. Twisted logic. The grumpy dwarven elder scowled, "You killed him only because you saw the lunar armor he had on and wanted it for yourself. We dwarves do not welcome greedy and despicable savages like you. I will offer you a chance to repeal the jail sentence. Put down the lunar armor and the black dagger. Ask your lady friend over there to drop the phantom dancer. Only then shall I allow you to leave freely. You savages are unworthy of these god weapons." The crowd, initially on Xiao Luo's side, immediately stood with the dwarves. If Xiao Luo left behind the god weapons, it would mean that they would get another chance to fight for the phantom dancer. On top of that, there were also the lunar armor and the black dagger for the taking. Put them down. Hurry and put them down. Elder Lu Yang is right. With such character, you are unworthy of the god weapons. Only warriors of righteousness are qualified to wield the god weapons, not savages like you. If the girl is with you, it means she is equally corrupted. The crowd shouted Lu Yang's name and rallied behind him. They demanded that Xiao Luo put down the god weapons. Of course, they were only eyeing the god weapons Xiao Luo had in his possession with envy and desire. Lu De held the time-space bracelet in his hand as he observed Xiao Luo without saying a word. He felt disturbed and had an uneasy feeling that he should not have provoked the young man. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. In the face of the crowd's condemnation, Xiao Luo merely shrugged his shoulders, then cackled. It sounded like the devil's taunt, sending chills into the depths of the hearts of those who heard. His eyes swept across the crowd and he said, "Warriors of righteousness? Do you think you are one of them?" The question immediately silenced the voices of dissent. No one dared to look into Xiao Luo's eyes, as none were bold enough to proclaim himself as righteous. If it had not been for the god weapons, they would never have schemed against each other in that manner. Of course they are. Lu Yang roared with great conviction as he took a step forward, then added, "But you are not. You are a savage who kills without even blinking. Lay down the god weapons and leave at once. Or else, do not blame us dwarves for any mistreatment." Xiao Luo glared at him and smirked wryly. "I have always respected the rules of the dwarves and have abided by your rules. But you, however, have gone back on your promise. You are now even blatantly siding with a despicable individual who breached the rules and tried to kill me, he said, then snarled, tell me then, who is righteousness and who is not? Boom. Xiao Luo delivered his last few words in a raging bellow. Immense energy erupted from his body, pushing everyone in the square back several feet away. The dwarven elders on the stage also felt the terrifying energy, and the expression on each of their faces immediately changed. The grumpy dwarven elder, Lu Yang, was not afraid. He continued arguing with Xiao Luo and replied, we are righteousness, and you are evil to the core. What rights does a demon have to comment on what is righteous and what is evil? Demon? Haha, haha. Inwardly, Xiao Luo was fuming. Did he not just kill somebody? In Arcana land, strength was everything. At any single moment, the weak could perish in the hands of the strong. Besides, the one he killed was someone who wanted him dead. In Arcana land, this was an acceptable response and could be considered the norm. However, the dwarven elder exaggerated the nature of his action, and ultimately, it pushed him toward his evil side. Good. Very good. Excellent. These ignorant dwarves have completely infuriated the darn kid, remarked the Duck Emperor. He knew things were about to take a turn for the worse. Those who angered Xiao Luo would live to regret it. That old geezer is wicked. No, his entire family is wicked, hissed Ghost as she defended Xiao Luo. As Xiao Luo's maniacal laughter reverberated throughout the hall, his powerful aura stirred and whipped up swirling winds like a wild tornado. Sand, gravel, leaves were all swept up into the air, making it appear like a strong sandstorm had hit the massive square. The force of deterrence. It is a skill of someone who has attained at least the martial guru level. Is this man a martial guru as well? Ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. A martial guru who is less than 30 years of age? What is going on with this world? Pull back, quickly. The martial art exponents who attended the God Weapon Conference hurriedly retreated even further. They were in an area where a dangerous, ravaging sandstorm was brewing. Winds blew at them so hard from all directions that they lost their balance. Xiao Luo's overwhelming power had them all in fear. Nobody had expected a person with a cultivation level far higher than any of them to show up at the conference. Xiao Luo was infuriated, and the true inner force within his body surged uncontrollably. He glared at Lu Yang and sneered, "You say that I am a demon, then a demon I shall be. What are you going to do about it?" Then he thrust forward his hand and executed a destructive palm attack. Screech! The raging power from his palm morphed into a falcon with outstretched wings spanning 10 feet. Screeching, it darted toward Lu Yang. Wherever it passed, the ground crumbled inch by inch, leaving a trail of swirling dirt and gravel. Lu Yang was horrified. With his age-worn eyes wide open, he used all of his strength to execute a defensive counterstrike with his palm. The immense surging power from his palm transformed into a ray of green light that sped toward the falcon, bearing fangs and brandishing claws. The two forces collided with substantial force. Kaboom! A loud, earth-shattering clap erupted. The ground beneath the collision caved in, and the blast created a large pit nearly 2 feet deep. Lu Yang's body quivered, and he staggered backward in rapid steps. He found his balance only after the other dwarven elders had gone to his aid. The blood from his chest surged to his throat, then he lost control and spat out a mouthful of thick blood. The onlookers watched from afar, not daring to even step close to the edge of the battle. All those at the conference were in shock. They knew that Lu Yang was at the peak of the martial emperor stage. He was only a step away from being a martial guru. But there he was, injured after only a single strike from Xiao Luo. It was something beyond their imagination. Whoosh! Xiao Luo vaporized into a phantom-like apparition. He immediately swept across tens of meters of space and lifted Lu Yang by the scruff of his neck with one hand. The other dwarven elders were relatively weaker in cultivation and got knocked down by the powerful aura emanated by Xiao Luo. Lu Yang, who was some 1.2 to 1.3 meters tall, just like the lord of the soil and the ground. He was powerless as he hung in midair, with Xiao Luo's firm grip around his neck. Those who triumph are the ones who write the history. It would seem they determine who is the righteous one, and who is evil. The winner will always be righteous, while the loser will forever be the evil one. Xiao Luo said as he stared icily at Lu Yang. Lu Yang stared back at him with fear in his eyes. He could not believe that Xiao Luo had reached such a terrifying level of strength. You are insane, young one. Lu De had originally been amiable and civil. But his demeanor had changed. In a commanding voice, he bellowed, "Release Elder Lu Yang." Suddenly, Lu De released a raging aura. To the surrounding spectators, it felt like a massive weight was pressing down on them. The pressure made it impossible for them to breathe normally. Should I help Luo, or the old grandpa? Ghost was in a dilemma. Lu De had given her a god weapon she liked very much. Xiao Luo was the person she fancied and whom she constantly relied upon. It did not seem like a good idea to help either of them. What is there to help? Just stay here and watch. Help no one, replied Duck Emperor. Duck Emperor rolled his eyes up at her, then said with disdain, righteous, evil, anyone with a mouth can say those words. I can even say that I represent the Jade Emperor. He was mocking Lu Yang's self-righteous remarks as if it was his right to determine righteousness from evil. It drove Duck Emperor mad every time Lu Yang opened his mouth. Xiao Luo turned to face Lu De and replied, what if I refuse? As he spoke, his fingers tightened around Lu Yang's neck. The elder flushed red as he felt his neck constrict. It was painful. A series of croaking noises came from his throat. Lu Yang felt as if his esophagus and trachea could no longer withstand the crushing grip and were about to burst apart. Then I shall destroy the time-space bracelet. Lu De shouted. He was frothing at the mouth and glared at Xiao Luo with rage. He was so furious his face was about to burst. Xiao Luo froze when he heard that. Fuming, Lu De added, I have long noticed you care about this time-space bracelet. To you, the time-space bracelet is far more desirable than any other of our god weapons. Otherwise, you would never have only come forward when we introduced the time-space bracelet. I will count to 3. If you do not release Elder Lu Yang at the end of the count, you will never get the time-space bracelet. Lu De held the time-space bracelet in his palm. With his strength, he could destroy it with the greatest of ease. Xiao Luo eyed him thoughtfully without responding. 1. 2. Lu De started counting down. Everyone had their hearts in their throats as he roared out the numbers. Lu De saw that Xiao Luo did not make any move to release Lu Yang after the count of 2. He slowly clenched his fingers, preparing to destroy the time-space bracelet. Mr. Lu De, if you dare to destroy the time-space bracelet, I will slaughter all the dwarves in this entire city. Xiao Luo spoke in a voice steeped with murderous intent. Flickers of red flashes were pulsating deep within his eyes as a magnitude of bloodthirsty aura surged from his body. At that moment, Xiao Luo did not appear to be a person but a dangerous and ferocious beast. In anger, Xiao Luo had unconsciously tightened his hold on Lu Yang. His fingers were like sharp blades piercing into Lu Yang's throat. Lu Yang was struggling in misery as Xiao Luo was strangling him. It was Lu De's turn to be surprised. Even with his strength, he was not confident he could defeat this enigmatic and powerful young man standing before him. If the young man proceeded with the mass murder in Tarawa City, he would be powerless to stop him. Lu De yelled, You would not dare. Why would I not? I am a demon in your eyes. Why would it be so surprising if I were to massacre an entire city? Xiao Luo felt very uncomfortable about holding the rage in his heart. He needed to vent it out. If Lu De destroyed the time-space bracelet, he would surely turn Tarawa City into a sea of blood. You cursed thief! Lu De gritted his teeth. He slightly loosened the hand which was clenching the time-space bracelet, fearing that he might accidentally crush the god weapon. At that moment, Duck Emperor saw an opportunity. He flew out from Ghost's pocket, turned into a flash of light, and shot toward Lu De. He grabbed the time-space bracelet with his web feet and flew into the air. Darn kid, I got the time-space bracelet. Hurry and praise me. Quack, quack, Duck Emperor hooped, seeking credit from Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo felt happy when he saw what Duck Emperor did. Then his expression quickly changed, and he shouted out a warning, move away. When Duck Emperor looked down, he was so unnerved that he flinched in surprise. Lu De had executed a palm attack. The energy force turned into blazing flames and swooped toward the duck like a fiery monster with its flaming mouth open. He immediately tried to dodge, but it was too late. The fiery monster struck him. The feathers on his left wing and abdomen instantly scorched, revealing charred flesh. Blood oozed from the wound, and his flesh looked severely burned. Duck Emperor, screamed Ghost. She quickly leaped forward to catch him as he plummeted from the sky. Lu De flew up into the air in an attempt to retrieve the time-space bracelet. Xiao Luo immediately let Lu Yang go. He flew into the air swiftly to catch the time-space bracelet as well. His true inner force turned scarlet red. The scarlet was so dark in intensity that it looked black. When he flew up, he looked like a bolt of black lightning. Lu De was glowing green from head to toe. All the onlookers saw were two bolts of light shooting into the sky. One bolt was black and the other green. Both were competing to reach the time-space bracelet before the other. The two rays of light, black and green, reached the time-space bracelet at the same time and a loud explosion followed. The time-space bracelet was suddenly propelled even higher into the sky. The impact resulted in a massive burst of energy that rippled outward across the sky, distorting space wherever it passed. The energy from the colossal force of deterrence swept across the plaza. Xiao Luo and Lu De backed away in opposite directions, opening up a distance of more than a dozen feet between them. Swoosh! Lu De pulled out a sharp blade from his sleeves and advanced toward Xiao Luo like a flash of lightning. Have a taste of my blade, child. Lu De became one with his blade, assuming a form that resembled a rainbow. The lustrous light of the sword became the only visible thing between heaven and earth. Faced with such an intimidating sword attack, Xiao Luo did not move and appeared too daunted to even take evasive action. The spectators on the ground had anxious expressions on their faces, while Ghost had her heart in her throat. Is he spacing out from fear? No, I bet he is thinking about a counterattack. Will it not be too reckless? Mr. Lu De's sword is at least an immortal-grade god weapon. He cannot just ward off an attack from a blade that is considered at the pinnacle of dwarven craftsmanship. Everyone felt Xiao Luo was being too reckless. In the face of such a formidable attack, dodging the razor-sharp sword would be the wisest move. Lu De, like a deity from the realm above, reached Xiao Luo in a split second. He aimed at the dazzling sword of divinity at Xiao Luo's chest, and it pierced through the air like lightning. Only when the sword was less than half a meter from Xiao Luo's chest did he finally move. He only raised his right arm in response as he hovered in the void. His true inner force surged out from the front of his right palm and formed a brilliant crimson bloom. The dazzling light of Lu De's sword suddenly dimmed and the sword of divinity froze 3 centimeters in front of his palm, unable to move even another millimeter forward. There was a look of disbelief in Lu De's raging age-worn eyes. He could not believe what he saw. How could it be possible? The sword of divinity driven at full force could even pierce through lofty mountains and blast through a void. but Xiao Luo stopped the long sword with just his bare hand. The sword of divinity was powerless. The truth then hit him hard: Xiao Luo's cultivation level was far beyond his. Lu De was at the intermediate martial guru stage. He thought to himself, could this young man be at the peak of the martial guru stage? Perhaps he had reached a martial venerable or even a martial saint level? He dared not to think any further. His body was naturally reacting to the shock he felt, and he was in a cold sweat. Clang! Xiao Luo gently flicked his finger at the tip of the blade, and the sound of trembling metal reverberated like the sound of a large bell. Lu De's body quivered, and he was knocked back forcefully. It was only after much effort that he stabilized himself in midair. Still holding the sword in his hand, his entire arm ached from the vibration of Xiao Luo's strike. A blade you give, and a blade I shall return. Xiao Luo shouted at Lu De in a haughty tone while he opened one hand to grasp the air. The dragon's saber reacted to the silent command of its master. The blade shot out from its sheath and flew into the sky in a ray of crimson light. It settled straight into Xiao Luo's hand. With his blade in hand, Xiao Luo emanated an ominous aura that permeated with spite and murderous rage. Unsure if it was an illusion, Lu De thought he saw a massive demonic phantom behind Xiao Luo. The apparition looked like a demon lord, and it had a sinister pair of flaming scarlet eyes that glared at him with ill intent. Lu De could not stop shaking. The spiritual energy between the sky and the earth went wild and even affected nature itself. Immediately, rumbling dark clouds formed in the once cloudless, serene blue sky. Lu De saw Xiao Luo raising the dragon's saber in an unhurried manner. Sensing the ensuing danger, he trembled and tried to call off the fight. Wait, we do not have to do this, we can. He had never felt so terrified in his life. Hiya! Xiao Luo gave him no chance to negotiate. He unleashed his battle cry and swung the dragon's saber downward. Slash! As he smote his blade at Lu De, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled loudly amid the sky. A crimson streak of sword energy, over 10 feet long, sliced through the void and sliced downward like a dazzling rainbow. Violent winds howled, and the dust swirled, covering the sky. The people at Tarawa City were terrified, and it felt similar to being alone in a boat in the middle of a raging storm. The winds were so strong that they found it difficult to find their balance and were swaying and falling all over. There was no turning back. The realm had to suffer the aftermath of the consequences. An endless amount of energy rippled in all directions. The surging pressure swept outward like a raging wave. Lu De's pupils suddenly dilated, and his face blanched in horror. The moment the blade flew into Luo's hand, he knew Xiao Luo intended to make a deadly move. Initially, he thought he could handle the situation and had no fear of the young man. Now, he realized too late how wrong he was. It was pointless to regret at that point. The devastating streak of light from Xiao Luo's blade reached Lu De, and it was too late to evade. He channeled all his strength through his palm to counter the attack. It would be nice if he could parry it, if not, then it would spell the end of him. The energy from Lu De's palm morphed into green light and collided with the incoming strike. But the dragon's saber smashed through his defense, and the sword energy engulfed even Lu De. The crimson-black sword energy cracked to the ground like a rod of lightning. Mountains crumbled, and the ground shook as if an earthquake of a high magnitude had erupted. After the billowing cloud of dirt and gravel settled, it left a massive fissure, nearly 4 meters wide, in the ground where the crimson-black sword energy had struck. It looked like a bottomless abyss. After the attack, the entire place plunged into dead silence. And except for the soft sound of the wind blowing, the gushing sound of water, and the rustling of leaves, everything else was quiet. The people of Tarawa City were so shocked that they stood frozen in a stupor. The people at the square who witnessed the attack could still feel their legs trembling involuntarily. The grumpy Lu Yang, who still had traces of blood at the corner of his mouth, stared at Xiao Luo in horror with his eyes wide open. Likewise, the other dwarven elders were so petrified and struck out of their wits that they couldn't even mutter a word. The time-space bracelet was now in free fall, but Xiao Luo merely extended his hand and safely caught it. Having the time-space bracelet in his hand, the corners of his mouth slowly lifted into a smile. Xiao Luo casually flicked his hand and the dragon's saber flew diagonally downward from the air like a bolt of crimson light, straight into its sheath. The phenomenal dragon saber was back on the ground, calmly standing upright. Cough, cough, cough. The sound of a dry hacking cough came from within the abyss-like chasm. An aged-old hand grabbed at the edge. It was Lu De. His head peaked appeared from the crevice as he arduously climbed out of it. He was in a very pathetic state with his clothes torn to shreds. Dirt covered him from head to toe. His right arm was dripping with blood, and there was even blood flowing out from his nose. Mr. Lu De is still alive? The crowd was shocked, but quickly came to his aid. Initially, everyone had thought that the attack from Xiao Luo had blasted Lu De to smithereens. It turned out he got knocked into the crevice. Swoosh! In a flash, Xiao Luo appeared before Lu De. The disparity of the height between the two was noticeable. Xiao Luo bent his head low and calmly looked at Lu De, and said, "You are pretty tough, I have to say." Hearing that, Lu De felt like bursting into tears. He would have never survived the attack if a defense-type god weapon had not protected him. To maintain his demeanor, he laughed instead. Bowing respectfully with clasped hands, he said, "You flatter me." Ha ha, cough. Lu De had awkwardly laughed to cover up his embarrassment. But he accidentally choked on his laughter and started coughing. The frightened crowd dared not even make a sound as they stared at Xiao Luo and Lu De in both awe and trepidation. Even someone as righteous and unyielding as Mr. Lu De had to bow and bend his knee before this mighty fighter. Strength was the ultimate power in this world. "I flatter you?" Xiao Luo raised an eyebrow as he scoffed at Lu De. He asked mockingly, "Do you think I am praising you?" Lu De started sweating profusely from nervousness. With a sad smile, he reluctantly said, "Young one, the time-space bracelet belongs to you now. There is no need to go any further. Mr. Lu De, give us your orders." "We will fight him to the end," the grumpy Lu Yang shouted out. He felt upset to see Lu De in such a humiliating situation. Fight the young man? How were we supposed to fight him? With the manhood in our pants? Lu De scowled at Lu Yang. Could he still not assess the situation they were in? The young man was literally a god. Even if the clan lord who was presently in seclusion were to come out, it would not make any difference. If they provoked the young man, what could they do if he slaughtered the entire dwarven race? In a calm voice, Lu De said, "Elder Lu Yang, please stand down and remain silent." Lu Yang was still seething from his thrashing. He continued to protest and said, "We represent righteousness, and he is evil. Since the beginning of time, evil has never triumphed against the righteous. As long as we stand united, we will defeat him. Mr. Lu De, I urge you to reconsider. We must not allow a demon to deter us from doing what we know is right. We cannot suffer such humiliation and allow him to meddle with the scales of justice. We have to fight him, we must not be afraid of any sacrifice. We have to fight till the very end for the sake of law and order. We may have wavered earlier, but righteousness always prevails." Words flowed from his mouth with the passion of a poet, and like a flowing river, he gushed eloquently. The more Lu De listened to him, the more anxious he became, and in the end, he could not endure it any longer. In exasperation, he bellowed, "Shut up. Just King, shut up." Lu Yang was taken aback by such strong language coming from Lu De. Bewildered, he muttered, "Mr. Lu De. Stop calling my name, you dumb pig." "What did you just say?" Prevent him from destroying the scales of justice? What qualifies you to uphold justice, with the level of skill you have? You damn be **starred, can you not gauge the situation we are in now? Are you only going to stop after you have pushed the entire dwarven race down into a dark hole? Fight? Fight on your darn **s. The man over there can annihilate you with one hand. Is it so hard to shut your **mn mouth, huh? Luda snapped. His harsh words were filled with expletives as he splattered his saliva all over when he spoke. At this point, Luda appeared like a broken old man. Gasp! Everyone held their breath, for Luda's behavior surprised them. Who would have imagined that Mr. Luda, who had always been an exemplar of advocating justice and ethics, would swear in such a way? It was simply unexpected. Whoa, Gramps looks pissed. Ghost giggled. Duck Emperor sniggered and said, the old geezer must be absolutely stressed his sheet out. Otherwise, he would never forget his manners like this. Sheet? Ghost asked, somewhat confused. Duck Emperor rolled his eyes up and said, **T, Gert, **T. How uncultured of you to not be familiar with homophones. Ghost knitted her eyebrows and said, EW, you are disgusting. Once Luda lost his cool, Lu Yang dared not to utter a word. The other dwarven elders sheepishly remained silent as well. Everyone at the badly damaged square fell into dead silence. Nice one, geezer. You have quite the prestige in your clan, Xiao Luo said, impressed with the power of command Luda had over his dwarven clan. Luda immediately put a smile on his face and shook his head. He humbly replied, you flatter me, young one. Cut the crap. Now, tell me how to use this time-space bracelet, Xiao Luo asked directly, lest the geezer kept rambling on about useless stuff. Luda's mind was only on the survival of the dwarven race. The young man standing before him was a devil who could kill without blinking his eyes. If this devil wanted trouble with them, he could annihilate the entire dwarven race. Hence, Luda's only option was to humble himself. First, drip your blood on it so it recognizes you as its owner. Then put it on your wrist, and all the locations marked and recorded in the time-space bracelet will appear in your mind. You merely need to prompt your mind to the location you wish to go, and it will take you there. Following what he said, Xiao Luo had the time-space bracelet to recognize him as its owner and put it on his wrist. Sure enough, the names of almost 10,000 locations appeared in his mind. It included the Baihui Nation, Mu City, Stand City, and the forest of the infinity edge of Ziyue Cave Heaven. With the time-space bracelet, Xiao Luo could go to any of those places in the blink of an eye. He felt a strong urge to curse. If only he had the god weapon earlier on, he could have saved the time spent on so many unnecessary trips. He ran through the names of the places, and then he frowned. He asked Luda, why is the Holy Land of the Light Clan not listed? Holy Land of the Light Clan? As soon as they heard him, there was a drone of hushed voices whispering in the crowd. They wondered why the young man would want to go to the Light Clan's Holy Land. They questioned his motive for going to the residents of the Light Clan who ruled over Arcana Land. Luda had his age-old eyes wide open as he looked at Xiao Luo in disbelief. You wish to go to the Light Clan's Holy Land? He asked. Xiao Luo glanced at him and replied indifferently, can I not? Of course, you can. I am just asking out of curiosity, answered Luda with a smile. In his mind, he was secretly wondering if the powerful young man could somehow have some connection with the Light Clan. Did the time-space bracelet not leave its mark at the Light Clan's Holy Land? Asked Xiao Luo as his eyelids twitched in his anxiety. If all the efforts he took to own the god weapon were in vain, he felt like killing someone. Luda hurriedly explained, that is not it. There is an enchantment in the Holy Land. Unless you are one of the Light Clan, no one else can enter the Light Clan's Holy Land. Are you saying that this time-space bracelet cannot take me to the Holy Land at all? Asked Xiao Luo. His eyes suddenly widened with anger. Lu De shuddered and hurriedly answered, It might not take you directly to the Holy Land. But it can take you to the city of Santa Maria, which is beneath it. In the sky above Santa Maria lies the Holy Land of the Light Clan. The city of Santa Maria? Xiao Luo ran through the names of places in his mind, and sure enough, he found the city of Santa Maria. I guess there should not be a problem if I bring an extra person and a duck with me, asked Xiao Luo. Your true inner force will fuel the energy used to traverse across space. The more powerful the bracelet's owner is, the more people it can carry across. With your power level, even a large group of people should be no issue, Lu De answered truthfully, not daring to lie even the slightest. Good. You dwarves have done me a great favor. When I have the chance in the future, I will return the favor to you, said Xiao Luo graciously. At that moment, Xiao Luo was full of joy. After saying that, he promptly walked over to Ghost, pulled out the dragon's saber, and had a look at Duck Emperor, who had almost fully recovered. He registered the location in his mind, and the time-space bracelet sprouted a green light. The luminous light engulfed him, Ghost, and Duck Emperor. In an instant, the two humans and the duck disappeared into thin air. Phew! After watching Xiao Luo depart, Lu De sighed in relief. He slumped down wearily on the ground like a puddle of slime, and muttered, The god of calamity has gone, at last. #. The time-space bracelet took Xiao Luo, Ghost, and Duck Emperor over 2 million kilometers to Santa Maria City. It was a vast and prosperous center with endless streams of caravans entering and leaving the city. Within the city walls, the busy streets plied with a continuous flow of horses and carriages. Shops and warehouses were abundant. There were banks and even gambling houses. In short, it had all the amenities a city could offer. And one other thing was evident, the aura of high-level martial arts practitioners. Here, one could see dwarves, elves, giants, races that were green from head to toe, centaurs, and many more. It was the central region of Arcana land and a gathering point for many races that existed in this realm. It was a thriving and vibrant city with no rival. High above Santa Maria, a city was hovering serenely in the sky. Behind the veil of clouds, the city had an air of mystery and spirituality. The sun shone radiantly, and a rainbow arched over the city in the sky, and it was a sight to behold. Holy Duckaroni! Is that another city floating on top of Santa Maria City? Duck Emperor gawked in awe and exclaimed, Is the Light Clan's Holy Land that city in the sky? Wow, it looks spectacular. The surreal view fascinated Ghost. She was in awe and gawked at the stunning scenery in awe. It was incredible, she'd never seen anything like this. The Sky City was like a massive island hovering in the air. From a distance, it looked like an irregular-shaped chestnut. Its landscape filled with trees that provided shade and flocks of long-beaked herons soared freely above the tree canopies. Xiao Luo raised his head to gaze at the city in the sky. He clenched his fist and a trace of his aura emanated from his body. Here, at last. To achieve his present level of strength, he suffered at the peak of Mount Tian Shan. His body went through the brutal and torturous ordeal of being destroyed, little by little. Like someone was hacking him into thousands of pieces. The memory of that experience was forever imprinted in his mind. It was his undying love for her and his faith that got him through the excruciating pain and anguish. It gave him the fortitude to rise from the ashes and exceed the limits of his endurance. Ultimately, his perseverance was rewarded with peerless strength. An inexplicable emotion filled his chest as he stared longingly at the massive city in the sky. Darling, I am here. I am coming to bring you home, he muttered. His lips moved slightly. Though his voice was calm, it had the edge of a beast, suppressing its savage nature. Then, Xiao Luo's aura rose to its absolute maximum. He launched himself in the air and flew toward the city in the sky. He did not conceal his energy force, and the aura he emanated was overwhelming. It enveloped the entire of Santa Maria, attracting the attention of countless martial art experts. They looked up to the sky in terror. "Calm down, kid." Duck Emperor immediately grew in size, and he carried Ghost, then headed after Xiao Luo. For the ordinary people, the city in the sky was beyond their reach. But for the three newly arrived visitors, getting there was a matter of time. When they got close to the city in the sky, an invisible barrier stopped them. It was transparent, but a solid shield that hindered their entry into the city. Duck cakes. The old dwarf is right. There is a shield protecting the city. Duck Emperor shrieked as he looked toward Xiao Luo. "Stand back." Xiao Luo's eyes were blazing fiercely when he barked the order. Duck Emperor immediately took Ghost and swiftly retreated further away. Xiao Luo slowly unsheathed the dragon's saber from its scabbard. An infinite amount of spiritual energy surged. Resonating with its owner's emotions, the blood-colored dragon's saber unleashed its force in all directions. Violent winds howled, and bolts of lightning flashed. "Break the shield!" Xiao Luo shouted the command and smote the blade at the invisible barrier in front of him. The crimson-black sword energy, nearly 10 feet long, cut a swathe through the void with tremendous force, smashing into the shield and creating flashes in brilliant hues of a rainbow. The impact sent waves of energy in all directions, surging like a raging storm across the sky and sweeping through the ground below. The force of the blow threw the realm into disarray. Clang! The invisible barrier shattered with the cracking sound of breaking glass. But it was no ordinary sound, for it resounded and penetrated across tens of kilometers in all directions. Within the halls of the Holy Land, a pair of alluring eyes suddenly opened wide. It was a woman sitting on a high throne. Her black hair was pulled back, accentuating her high forehead and exposing her slender neck. She was fair in complexion and her beautiful eyes gleamed with a purple hue. She wore a white dress, with her black silky long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her snow-white skin sparkled like jade, her nose was pointed and exquisitely structured, and her red lips glowed seductively. Not enough words could not justify the beauty of the woman. The person was none other than Suli. Compared to her time in the original world, she now bore an icy demeanor that made her appear aloof and unapproachable. Sitting quietly on the throne, she looked like a deity, holy and pure. Anyone who looked upon her would feel the urge to get on their knees to worship her. "At last, you have found your way here," she whispered to herself as she gazed up through the roof of the hall as if she caught sight of Xiao Luo. Her gaze shifted to her side and fell on a diminutive witch in a black robe sitting on a broomstick. "Is it him?" she muttered. "About this." There was hesitation on the face of the wrinkled old witch. "It looks like him, but it does not seem to be him." Suli glared at the witch, questioning her response. The old witch broke out in a cold sweat and said, "Your Holy Highness, I sense the aura of a devil from this person, but it is faint. It feels as if a demon or something sinister is growing on his body." "He is being used by the great archenemy?" "Is that what you are implying?" asked Suli. She looked at the witch with calm eyes. "It is my guess, yes." "The devil itself has not appeared yet," answered the witch as she nodded. Suli remembered various things about the man. He was a nobody who became the boss of a company. He became a political leader whose existence even brought fear to presidents of foreign countries. One could say his exploits were legendary. Could he have attained the power of a devil and awakened his latent skills? Did he have a secret deal with the great archenemy? The more she mulled over the possibilities, the deeper she frowned. The old witch had predicted that the great archenemy would soon come to Arcana land from the original world. The person would bring devastation to both worlds. If Xiao Luo were to have a connection with the great archenemy, it placed her in a dilemma. Suddenly, a tiny leather ball came rolling from the side of the hall and stopped at the bottom of the throne. A little girl appeared and skipped all the way to pick up the tiny ball. She had a pair of bright eyes that shone like stars. Her braided black, silky hair flowed down her small shoulders. She had a delicate little nose, a fair face, and lovely long eyelashes. "Mommy." Su Xiaobei looked up and greeted her mother like an obedient little girl. High above, seated on the throne, the unapproachable Su Li's eyes softened immediately. She came down from her throne, took the little girl by her hand, and walked out of the hall without a word. The old witch heaved a heavy sigh. She could not understand Su Li. She had regained her memory and reassumed her role as their prestigious holy lady. Why would she take someone from the original world to the Holy Land? Those were problems from her period of trial. She should have cut them off with no hesitation. Why would she want to keep them by her side? Now that she had brought back the adorable little girl, so be it. The issue was that she even brought along her other problem. The witch wondered how she was going to protect the clan if this foolishness continued. #. After breaking the enchantment, Xiao Luo crashed through the enormous square which was at the center of the Holy Land of the Light Clan. Whoosh! Drum where Xiao Luo stood in the middle of the square, a powerful wave of energy rippled across the surrounding, causing grass and flowers to sway and bend. The force did not stop until it reached the end of Sky City, where it slowly dissipated. "Little girl, can you feel it?" asked Duck Emperor with a serious-looking expression. "Feel what?" responded Ghost as she pouted her lips, unsure what was going on. Duck Emperor replied, "Don't you feel the entire Sky City is trembling a little? Luo is the strongest in the world. It is no big deal that he can make Sky City tremble a little," Ghost said. It did not surprise her at all. Duck Emperor had an incredulous look on his face. No big deal? Sky City was as large as 2 or 3 towns and weighed the same as a heavy mountain, possibly over 1 billion tons. How could she say it was not a big deal? Xiao Luo had just made such a vast city tremor just by releasing his aura, and anyone else would shake in their boots. Not long after Xiao Luo landed, a group of people from the Light Clan came rushing over. "Who dares to enter the Holy Land? Did you find courage after eating a bear's heart and a leopard's gall?" A loud, clear voice rang across the square. A skinny man in a white shirt holding a large blade over his shoulder suddenly appeared out of thin air, flashing in front of Xiao Luo. He furrowed his eyebrows intensely and had a scowl on his face. When Xiao Luo saw the man, his eyes glowered. Standing right in front of him was none other than Curisa. The man with a higher martial level than him back in the original world. "It is you? You, how did you get here?" Curisa recognized Xiao Luo right away too. His graceful, arrogant persona disappeared and was replaced with a look of disbelief. "Where is my wife?" Xiao Luo asked coldly, walking straight toward him. With each step he took, he left a deep imprint on the ground. His aura steadily increased as he advanced. Curisa was shocked and struggled to even swallow his saliva. In his mind, the person walking toward him was no human being but a ferocious beast with a pair of sharp fangs. It was nothing short of terrifying. He calmed himself and gathered his courage, annoyed at himself for fearing someone from the Xiao clan. "Do not think you can insult our holy lord. Do you think an ordinary being like you has what it takes to mess with our holy lord? You are a toad trying to feast on swan meat." He roared to the Light Clan warriors gathered around him, "Get into formation." Understood. The hundreds of fighters from the Light Clan brandished their long swords and surrounded Xiao Luo. They maneuvered in intricate formations and shifted about quickly, then after a series of movements, they settled in for the attack. Their long swords left their hands and soared into the air like they had a mind of their own. A strange hum echoed in the air as one sword turned into two, two turned into four, and in the end, long blades filled the sky, all pointed right at Xiao Luo and his friends. An ominous aura permeated the air as they looked up to see a sky filled with an angry storm of swords. SCR*W, their ducking mothers. Are they using their ultimate move right off the bat? All the duck feathers on Duck Emperor's body stood up on ends as he moaned, "It feels like thousands of swords are going to pierce right through me." Ghost chuckled as she kept the miniature-sized Duck Emperor in her pocket, waved the phantom dancer in her hands, and said, "Do not worry. This girl here will protect you. Remember not to go back on your words. No matter what the situation is, you cannot abandon me. Otherwise, I am going to be angry with you," said Duck Emperor. He found someone else to rely on for the rest of the journey. At first, Xiao Luo had been his ideal bodyguard, but since they arrived at the Holy Land of the Light Clan, he was not the best person for that role. All the strongest fighters were going to target Xiao Luo. If he stayed with Xiao Luo, he would undoubtedly be a target as well. With his weak powers, there was no way he could fight them. "Do not worry. You are so adorable. How can I bear to abandon you?" Hee hee, Ghost giggled, clearly not in the least bit worried. Xiao Luo gave Curisa a stiff smile and said, "You wish for your warriors to die first?" Curisa ignored him and shouted to his warriors, "He is a remnant of the Xiao clan. No need to show him any mercy. Kill him." Xiao clan? When they heard those words, the faces of the warriors in the square changed in an instant. The Xiao clan was taboo. They were a very extraterrestrial race that had challenged the Light Clan in the Arcana land thousands of years ago. If their Holy Lord's cultivation level had not been higher than theirs, thousands of them would have ended up as servants or slaves to the Xiao clan. With that recollection engraved deep in their memories, they treated the Xiao clan as their lifelong enemies. "Kill him. Kill this demon. The remnant of the Xiao clan has to die. Slaughter this demon." And now, all these warriors had a common enemy. They had only one goal on their minds, and that was to kill Xiao Luo. With rage in their eyes, they shouted in unison. "Slaughter the demon?" Xiao Luo sneered, "Do you think you people have what it takes to do it?" "Yes, we do." "Kill him," an angry voice shouted out from within the group of warriors. "Kill." Hundreds of them shouted in unison. Their voices were loud enough to shake the sky. Suddenly, the 1,000 gleaming swords hanging in the air came streaking down at Xiao Luo. The sharp swords came fast and furious, like arrows whizzing through the air. The whistling sound of the speeding blades pierced through the sky city. It was a daunting and terrifying sight, and if any ordinary person saw the swords raining down from the sky flying down toward them, they would probably wet their pants. Huh. Xiao Luo did not even bother to look at the sword-filled sky. He merely sneered. The true inner force flowed from his body and formed an invisible barrier. There was only silence and incredibly, all the swords suddenly stopped in midair, arrested by a strange force. The hundreds of warriors from the Light Clan looked shocked. They immediately channeled all their powers to drive their swords home, determined to pierce through Xiao Luo's barrier and kill him. The swords produced an audible hum as the warriors exerted their powers, and the blades inched forward. But the swords were straining to escape from the invisible force that had captured them, and no matter how hard they tried, they could not break through. Boom! Xiao Luo took a step forward, and the ground shook instantly. He emitted a terrifying wave of pressure from his body, and the bodies of the hundreds of warriors from the Light Clan trembled in fear. In an instant, they were thrown back and spat out blood as they lay sprawled. Then the swords in the sky turned into dust instantly, slowly filtering down from the sky. Curisa's eyes widened as he stared in disbelief. It was the Light Clan's unique evil sword formation. It was a formidable technique, capable of even cutting a martial venerable to shreds. But with hardly any effort, his opponent had broken the formation with such ease. How could this be so? Compared to the time when they last met, Xiao Luo had not only increased his powers, but had done so by leaps and bounds. He had attained the pinnacle of strength in such a short time. How did Xiao Luo achieve this feat in only a couple of months? Did the protector from the original world train him? But even if the protector had trained him, his progress was beyond all expectations. Hashtag. Where is my wife? Xiao Luo scowled at Curisa. The energy swelled in Xiao Luo's body and his black hair was tossed about although there was no wind. Filled with murderous intent, he slowly unsheathed the dragon blade. Are you trying to insult our holy lord? A remnant of the Xiao clan has no right to meet her. Curisa retorted. All right, then I shall get rid of you. Xiao Luo said with a ruthless smile. A deadly beam shot out from the dazzling, blood-colored dragon blade. A crimson flame soared into the sky and the injured Light Clan members could feel a frigid wind coming from the blade. Curisa's face paled and he became anxious. He stood in a ready stance, prepared to face the onslaught from his enemy. Bean-sized drops of sweat trickled down his forehead. The Xiao Luo, at present, was no longer the same ignorant and weak person from before. At present, he was not someone Curisa could walk all over. Certainly not someone he should underestimate. Curisa, you humiliated me the last time we met. And now, I shall return the same courtesy to you. Xiao Luo snarled at Curisa. The dragon blade instantly reacted to Xiao Luo's rage and rang in an ear-piercing blast. The blade radiated a brilliant, crimson-black ray of light that shot from the sky like a majestic rainbow. It was unstoppable. Curisa pulled out his blade and a silver beam appeared, shooting toward the crimson-black light. It resembled a raging dragon snarling fiercely with its claws out. However, the minute it came into contact with the crimson-black light, the dragon instantly vanished. The crimson-black light had devoured it. Suddenly, Curisa could no longer see Xiao Luo, and everything seemed washed in the crimson-black light. Without warning, a deadly blade of light shot toward him at an incredible speed. Curisa fell to his knees, then swerved his body to the side as the ray of light lashed at him. For a moment, it appeared the lethal ray of light had only slashed into Curisa's afterimage and he managed to evade it. But he was not safe even after his maneuver, for the crimson-black light followed him and struck him as he tried to fly away. Erg! Curisa spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and cried in pain. After crashing to the ground, his face turned as white as a sheet. One move was all it took to defeat Curisa. Just one move. It was the greatest humiliation ever. The man whom Curisa scorned had defeated him in a single exchange. It was only 2 months ago that he had easily beaten Xiao Luo. How was this even possible? He ignored the pain and flipped himself back on his feet. Breathing heavily, he stared at Xiao Luo. All right, not bad. You are still alive after one strike. Xiao Luo mocked. He didn't think Curisa was a good person, anyway. So, it would not be unreasonable if he sought revenge over a minor grievance. Xiao Luo felt good about having the power to punish Curisa mercilessly. He felt an uncontrollable rush of fury. Curisa could say nothing in response. His face flushed like someone had slapped him in the face. Gritting his teeth, he held his sword with both hands and got ready to do battle with Xiao Luo again. Xiao Luo looked at him with a wry smile, then drew his dragon blade once more. The crimson-black beam of energy sliced through the air, and the sky turned a deep crimson color. The length of the sword energy was immeasurable, and it blazed like red-hot magma escaping from a volcano. As the beam rose into the sky, it struck toward Curisa at lightning speed in a display of brilliant colors. The dragon saber was a terrifying weapon. Curisa did not even dare to draw his sword to defend himself when he saw the power of dragon saber unleashed. He stared at it in despair with wide-open eyes. For a moment, time had stood still, and all was quiet. In Curisa's mind, there was only one thought: it was over. He closed his eyes in despair, waiting for the dragon saber to end his life. It was all he could do. At that crucial moment, another blinding blade of energy sliced through the air. It was not inferior to Dragon's saber and intercepted the crimson-black blade. Boom! A loud explosion shook heaven and earth. Both the blades of energy vanished instantly. The impact was tremendous and resulted in a blast that spread outward and extended over a vast area. Xianxia was the first to be knocked back, and a moment later, everyone else was sent flying. The energy roared like a beast and blew like a raging storm. Ghost stood some distance away and had the protection of the phantom dancer. Yet, she still felt the pressure of the energy pushing against her chest, and it was an uncomfortable feeling. Only after 5 or 6 breaths did the energy finally dissipate. Xiao Luo staggered back before he stabilized himself after taking 2 steps. Although he had yet to spot the person who had blocked his attack, he knew it was the King of Swords, one of the 4 kings of the Holy Land of the Light Clan. Cough, cough, cough. Xianxia fell onto the ground, coughing out blood. The energy in his body was in disarray, and he felt searing pain going through his entire body. He painfully lifted his head. A man with a haughty demeanor and godlike aura stood right before him. At first, Xianxia looked stunned, then with a grateful smile, he said, "King. Ah, you came in the nick of time." There was a sense of deep respect in the tone of his voice. The man in a white robe with an arrogant aura was Ming. "Not only is your king here. We are all here as well." A teasing voice floated from across the grounds. 3 more figures advanced to his side, walking casually like they were taking a stroll in the courtyard. Behind them, they each were accompanied by a designated assistant. "King of War, King of Blades, King of Thunder." Xianxia opened his eyes in surprise, swallowing a bit of saliva. All 4 kings had gathered together. Xianxia knew better than anyone that the 4 kings from the Holy Land of the Light Clan did not see eye to eye with each other. After all, he was the designated assistant for the King of Swords. The kings despised one another, and it was almost impossible to see them together. The appearance of all 4 kings together was something that would probably occur once in a century. The severely injured warriors from the Light Clan had mixed feelings when the 4 kings appeared. They were elated at seeing their presence, but at the same time felt the sudden urge to cry, knowing what was to become of them. Still, they glared at Xiao Luo with hatred in their eyes, and believed that with the kings there, the brat would soon be killed for sure. So, this is the descendant of the Xiao clan, from the original world? He is indeed powerful. Who would have imagined he could easily defeat Xianxia with such ease? If Ming had not arrived on time, I am afraid that attack would have taken his life. One of the 3, the sloppy-looking one with a beard and messy hair and a wine gourd hanging around his waist, stared at Xiao Luo as he spoke. He then turned to look at Xianxia with a slight raise of his eyebrows, showing surprise in his eyes. When Xianxia heard that, he could feel his face burning, but felt compelled to acknowledge the king respectfully. King of Blades is right. I am not as strong as he is. I am not his match at all. Hashtag. The King of Blades stopped teasing Xianxia. He studied Xiao Luo from head to toe. You look pretty decent. It is no wonder our Holy Lord fell for you during her heavenly trials in your world, he said. Fell for him? Pah, as if. Our Holy Lord had turned into a mortal, and this son of AB*TCH took advantage of her. The Holy Lord is our goddess. This son of AB*TCH has stained her. I am going to end his dog life, shouted the King of Thunder. He gritted his teeth and stared at Xiao Luo with a pair of raging old eyes. You better be careful. Our Holy Lord might punish you for abusing your power, the King of Blades teased. Nonsense. Our Holy Lord is understanding. There is no way she will punish me, replied the King of Thunder. He was neither worried nor bothered. King of Blades laughed and added, have you forgotten? When our Holy Lord regained her memory and cultivation level, she gave Xianxia such a good beating that he even puked blood. The memory of the incident brought a bitter smile to Curisa's lips. The Holy Lord had beaten him up because he humiliated the man from the Xiao clan when they were back in the original world. The King of Thunder could think of nothing to say to support his argument. Upon her return, the Holy Lord had indeed changed from how she acted in the past. I am not, by any means, lecturing you. However, King of Thunder, you have liked the Holy Lord for thousands of years. Why do you not confess to her? You are always keeping it quiet, yet you continuously harp on about how you've taken a fancy to her. You are behaving like a little girl. Even I am feeling embarrassed for you, added the King of War with a look of disdain. He had been standing on the side, picking his nose, when he joined the conversation. The King of Thunder's face turned red. ****. It is my problem. Why are you concerned about it? I just cannot stand watching you behave in such a manner, answered the King of War. It is none of your business. So if you cannot stand it, just hut your stinky mouth up. Are you itching all over? Are you looking for a fight? Asked the King of War, as he rolled up his sleeves, getting into the mood for a fight. The King of Thunder swung the warhammer in his hand and replied, All right, let us fight then. Do you think I am afraid of a muscle man like you? The more they spoke, the more heated they both got. The two kings stared at each other with blazing eyes. Their majestic auras emanated from their bodies and quickly spread across the surrounding like a raging wave. Rocks on the ground floated up, the air became frigid, and the dense atmosphere was suffocating. Curisa slapped his forehead with his palm, feeling lost for words. It looked like the four kings still could not get along with one another. A conflict would always occur every time they met. Can the both of you stop it? The King of Swords, who had been silent all the while, suddenly spoke with a stony expression. When he stepped in to intervene, the color on their faces changed a little. They glared at one another and withdrew their auras. They sneered at each other and then stood with their backs facing each other. The Light Clan warriors looked at the King of Swords with respect and worship. Only the King of Swords, the strongest fighter there, could stop the heated argument between the two kings with a single sentence. The both of you are more than thousands of years old. Can you not be more mature? Try to learn to be like both of us. Ming and I are the ones who know how to behave with dignity, said the King of Blades as he swept his hair back casually. Tisk. The King of Thunder was not the least bit bothered, displaying a look of contempt on his face. Hey, Li. What is that look on your face? I know my face is unmatched. Girls fall for me as soon as they look at me. Even men admire my good looks. I know what you are thinking. Both you and War are envious and jealous of my face. But what a pity, this perfectly sculptured face has been with me since I came out of my mother's womb. You guys cannot have a face like mine, King of Blades confidently goaded, sweeping the fringe in front of his forehead to the side. Envious and jealous of his looks? Whack. The King of Thunder felt like he was about to puke. It was not just him, but the entire Light Clan warriors around them felt sick and wanted to throw up as well. If one had to rank the four kings in terms of looks, then the King of Blades would be last in place. Even if one considered the entire Light Clan, the King of Blade would easily rank amongst the last few. They did not know where he found the confidence to boast about his looks. Hey, that is too much. If you keep behaving like that, I will not let you admire my handsome looks anymore in the future, said the King of Blades. He frowned when he noticed that the King of Thunder threw him a disgusted look. The King of Thunder shouted at him, who would want to admire your ugly face? You do not even know how ugly you are. You convince yourself that you look handsome. Your mum's butt is more handsome than you. Plain jealousy. You are envious of me. The King of Blades was supremely confident of his looks. That is enough. Xiao Luo had heard enough of the nonsense. He walked forward and pointed his dragon saber at the 4 kings of the Holy Land of the Light Clan. Brimming with fighting spirit, he asked, "Do I take you one by one, or do I just take on all of you at once?" Hiss! All the warriors from the Light Clan gasped. They wondered just how insane the brat was for him to provoke their kings in such a manner. The color on Duck Emperor's face changed a little as well. He said nervously, "Screw his ducking grandfather. Goddamn brat is indeed a goddamn brat. He is so arrogant no matter what situation he finds himself in. Luo has what it takes to be arrogant." "No need to be afraid," Ghost said. She did not worry at all. But Duck Emperor was worried and replied, "Little girl, you cannot say that. The 4 kings of the Light Clan are powerful fighters at the martial saint level. There are 4 of them against him. No matter how bad they are, there is no way they are going to lose. If we had not picked up some treasures from Tarawa City to increase our chances of winning, I would have run away by now." "Then you go ahead." "Just Luo and I are enough," Ghost replied. Duck Emperor was speechless. When Xiao Luo shouted at them, the King of Blades, who had a sluggish appearance, looked stunned. 2 cold specks of light gleamed in his eyes. Then, with a lopsided smile, he mocked, "It seems like he underestimates us." "Let this king here take him down," exclaimed the King of Thunder, tightly gritting his teeth. "Let me do it." The King of War was 1 step ahead. King of Thunder stopped him and added, "Do you not know the rule of first come, first serve?" To his taunt, the King of War replied, "Whoever is stronger, gets to go first." "Then it would be me," uttered the King of Thunder. "Are you sure?" asked the King of War as he shot out 2 flashes of cold light. "I am sure." The both of them refused to give in. Ha ha, let me go first then," said the King of Blades. He laughed out loud as he spoke. He immediately dashed out so swiftly that it looked as if his body had turned into an apparition. The King of Blade stood in front of Xiao Luo. They were 10 meters apart from each other. "Let me introduce myself first. I am the King of Blades, Tai Xiao Luo." Xiao Luo returned the courtesy and introduced himself as well. The Blade King looked at the dragon saber and laughed as he spoke, "You and I both wield a blade. We do not know whose blade is stronger. Shall we find out then?" Xiao Luo said with an aloof smile. He pulled out his dragon saber and swung it forcefully. A crimson-black colored blade light about 10 meters long shot right up into the sky. It shone a subdued pinkish hue, similar to the color of clouds at the break of dawn. The crimson-black light cut right through the air and headed straight at the King of Blades. It was a powerful ray of light brimming with a murderous aura. In an instant, the smile on King of Blades' face vanished. He pulled his blade out as well. His blade light was a golden color, and it transformed into a ferocious dragon, roaring out loud. It headed toward the crimson-black blade light. Boom! 2 overwhelming forces collided in the air in a resounding thunderous rumble. A gale blew, the ground shook, and the terrifying burst of energy turned into a violent storm, blowing the Light Clan warriors along with it. Both of them took a step back. "Your blade is pretty strong. Come, let us see whose blade is faster." King of Blade laughed with excitement. He took a step back with his right foot, quickly stabilizing his body, then bounded straight at Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo showed no fear. He advanced toward the Blade King to finish him off. Hashtag. The frightening clash of the 2 opposing sword energies had hardly dissipated, yet the 2 fighters were already fighting once again in midair. Clang! 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 Powered by the might of their respective owners, the 2 magnificent blades came into contact hundreds of times in just 4 to 5 breaths. Each clash resounded like a clap of thunder, and waves of high energy blasted in all directions, shattering the surrounding space. Tornadoes began to form everywhere, and rocks and dust swirled in the air. The people of Light Clan, with ordinary cultivation levels, were unable to even spot where Xiao Luo and King of Blades were fighting. But they undoubtedly felt the presence of an intense battle from the overpowering force of energy waves discharged in the air. This fight is incredibly frightening. The amount of energy being generated by both fighters is unprecedented. Look. It is even causing space to crack. But, I have no doubt, if my master were here, the fighting would be equally intense. Duck Emperor exclaimed. But inwardly, he was in shock. He used to think his master, the god of chaos, was the most powerful martial artist. But after meeting Xiao Luo, he completely changed his opinion. Ghost was not looking at the ongoing fight in the sky. Instead, she kept her eyes on the King of Blades' designated assistant. He was dressed in a black robe and she could only see his eyes. She was looking at him because he had been staring at her all the while, and it made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Holy Temple. Suli held onto Su Xiaobei's hand. She lifted her head and stared out to a distant point high in the sky. She was observing the battle between Xiao Luo and the King of Blades, but her flawless, pretty face did not reveal what she saw. Mummy, the sky looks strange. Su Xiaobei's lovely round eyes scanned the sky and she was curious. It looked like the sky was being torn apart one moment, but immediately recovered the next instant. It bore no resemblance to the sky she was used to seeing. Suli squeezed her hand reassuringly, and replied, "People are fighting over there." Oh. Su Xiaobei glanced at her mother and nodded her head, as she continued playing with the small ball in her hand. Then her bright eyes suddenly lit up, and she asked, "Is Daddy there?" Suli looked at her daughter and was rather surprised by her question. She did not understand how Su Xiaobei could feel her father's presence. Was it her sixth sense? Do you miss him? Suli did not reply to her daughter's question. Instead, she answered her question with a question of her own. Su Xiaobei nodded her head and answered, I do. Daddy, Mummy, and Bebe have to be together forever. Be together forever? Her answer stunned Suli. She shook her head slightly and smiled bitterly. She had no words of comfort for Su Xiaobei. The courtyard. Buildings on all four sides surrounded the courtyard. Birds were chirping, and one could smell the fragrance of the flowers. It was quiet there and was the perfect place for one to engage in self-cultivation. At that moment, a party from the original world walked into the courtyard as they left their respective rooms. They stared at the sky with surprise and curiosity as the thunderous sound continued booming away. They were none other than Zhang Dashan, Cai Jiying, Shen Qingyan, Su Caney, Su's mother, Tang Ren, and Xiao Rui. Damn it. What in the world is going on here? Is the sky going to collapse? Asked Zhang Dashan with furrowed eyebrows. Cai Jiying turned to him and scowled. Hey, stop making such inauspicious remarks. Otherwise, I am going to pull your ears. What is wrong with you, wife? We are in the presence of so many people. Can you not show me a bit of respect? Learn to give me some face. Zhang Dashan felt wronged and stepped over to Su Caney's side, and said, Lil Yi, what do you think? I think this is **T. I nearly lost my mind when I was told my sister is the holy lord of this world. Then we find out that the people here can fly around in the air. If I had a weaker mind, I would have believed I had entered a world of fantasy, Su Caney said. Everyone agreed with what he said. They were living comfortable lives in the original world when suddenly Suli brought them there. She told them it was to protect them from a coming catastrophe. Arcana Land was just like a fantasy world, and their view of the world as they knew it, turned upside down. They saw so many strange things that they have never seen before, such as the weird creatures from and the different techniques the people here used to fly. They saw a sky city that weighed billions of tons floating in the air without crashing to the ground. Everything there felt so magical and unbelievable, it had taken them some time to digest it all. To this group from the original world, everything still felt like a dream. They could still feel pain when they pinched themselves, or they would have been convinced this was nothing but a dream. "Wait, don't tell me my brother is here?" Xiao Rui whispered. "Xiao Luo? Lao Xiao? Brother-in-law?" It jolted all of them when they heard Xiao Rui. It was certainly possible, and the chances of it being true were high. F*ck, why did I not think of it? Lao Xiao is undoubtedly also here in Arcana Land. I am sure he is here to look for Goddess Su. He has been missing a long time. I mean, just look at the calendar, it's about time he shows up, Zhang Dashan said. It makes sense. Yes, it makes sense. I think my brother-in-law is here. He must be here. Su Caney said, beaming with excitement. But if brother is here, then why are they fighting? Asked Tangren. Puzzled, he looked at Xiao Rui and the rest of the group as he raised the question. The question made all of them wonder what was going on. Shen Qingyan's pretty face looked anguished as she responded, because Li can only maintain her current cultivation level by cutting off the love thread. If she is in love, her cultivation level is going to be affected. If that happens and when the great archenemy from the prophecy appears, she cannot protect the thousands of beings here in Arcana Land. How can this be true? It is like a scene from a soap opera. How can this be happening? Zhang Dashan said with a frown. Su Caney found it ridiculous as well, and said, that is right. It makes little sense to sacrifice my brother-in-law so that my sister can protect everyone. The more they spoke, the more anxious they were. Thoughts of the prophecy and what it would do to Xiao Luo were unnerving. Cutting off the love thread? The most efficient method would be to have Xiao Luo. All of them shuddered and could not bring themselves to imagine any further. This will not do. I must have a word with Goddess Su. Lao Xiao has devoted himself to her. She cannot do this to him, said Zhang Dashan. He dashed toward the exit of the courtyard. The rest turned and followed him toward the exit. But when they arrived at the exit of the courtyard, 2 light clan guards stopped them and told them they could not leave for the time being. What is going on? We are all guests invited by your holy lord. Are you putting us under house arrest? Zhang Dashan shouted, visibly upset. We are not putting you under house arrest. But the current situation demands it. Please stay in the courtyard. It is not our decision, but an order from the Holy Lord, said one guard. Stop messing with me. I must see Goddess Su. Zhang Dashan shouted, trying to push his way through. But he quickly realized he was just an ordinary person with no cultivation. No matter how strong he was, he could not overcome someone with cultivation. The 2 guards used their true inner force to push him back, causing him to fall onto the ground. How dare you beat my man up? I am going to crush you. Chai Jiying was furious and dashed forward. But the Light Clan guard stopped her in the same way. No matter how much the group wanted to leave the courtyard, there was nothing they could do at all. In the end, they could only turn back. If anything happens to my brother, I will not let that woman off. Xiao Rui hissed as she gritted her teeth. No matter how strong her opponents were, she would fight them till the end if they dared to hurt her brother. It will not happen. My sister is not that cruel. Don't worry, it will not happen, replied Su Caney. He shook his head, refusing to believe that his sister, Su Li, would put Xiao Luo in harm's way. Hashtag. Xiao Luo and King of Blades' Midair sword fight was still going on in ebbs and flows, and they were neck to neck. They would engage in close combat, then break off only to charge at each other again like 2 wild beasts. The clashes of their blades, and the attacks using their true inner force, caused powerful energy waves to engulf the entire space. In the time it took for one jaw stick to burn, the 2 fighters paused, then pulled back for a break. They landed back on the ground and glared at each other from a distance of about 10 feet apart. A continuous high-intensity fight took a toll on the fighters and would rapidly use up a substantial amount of true inner force. Both Xiao Luo and the King of Blades were breathing heavily with sweat dripping down their foreheads. Not bad. You are pretty good. You have passed my test. King of Blades' stern expression had suddenly become a lot more relaxed. He withdrew his sword, turned around, and reached for his wine gourd. He pulled out the stopper and gulped down some alcohol. Passed his test? What do you mean by that? Xiao Luo did not understand what he meant. Just a brief fight like that, and that was it? Was it not a battle of life and death? There were looks of disbelief on the faces of the Light Clan people who were surrounding them. They wondered what was going on. The King of Blades was down with just a simple fight? They wanted the remaining descendant of the Xiao clan taken out as soon as possible. The King of Blades gulped down a couple of mouthfuls of alcohol. Then he smiled and said, "If I say that you have passed, then you have passed. The King of Blades here will not make things difficult for you anymore. It is as simple as that. There is no hidden meaning. Since you have finished, then move aside. Let this king do it instead." The King of Thunder was a step ahead of the King of War and instantly dashed toward Xiao Luo. He stood in front of the King of Blades, and his eyes were on fire. He glared at Xiao Luo and said, "Holy Lord is my goddess. I cannot believe AB** starred like you fooled her. If I do not smash you up, I cannot get rid of this deep hatred inside of me." After saying that, he smashed his war hammer on the ground. Boom! What appeared like giant pythons bearing sharp teeth and shrouded within bolts of lightning suddenly shot at Xiao Luo. With one stroke of his war hammer, the King of Thunder filled the entire space with lightning bolts. It made everyone's hair stand on ends. The clear and bright sky suddenly turned gloomy. Followed by a loud rumble, a purple thunderbolt shot straight down from the sky, combining with the bolts from the King of Thunder. It split in two flashes of brilliant energy and shot straight for Xiao Luo. Flashy, but completely useless. King of War uttered with a scornful look. In the face of such a ferocious attack, Xiao Luo took a couple of steps back and pulled out his dragon saber. The crimson-black ray of light formed by the sword energy met the King of Thunder's thunderbolt and sliced right through it as if it was air. Unable to break the thunderbolt, it continued on its path, closing in on him rapidly. Crackle! 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 A surge of high voltage passed through Xiao Luo's body and he felt excruciating pain. Every part of him burned as if countless blades were chopping him up as he lay bound on a cutting board. Every single muscle in his body was in agony. Erg! Blood rose to his throat, and he spat the blood out. Xiao Luo could barely hold himself together as he staggered more than a dozen steps back. The King of Thunder's warhammer had arrested his dragon saber's crimson-black sword energy. The gigantic black warhammer was unique, for it could absorb the dragon saber's light energy effortlessly, rendering it ineffective against the King of Thunder. Luo! Ghost quickly rushed forward to assist Xiao Luo, her apricot eyes filled with anxiety. "I am fine. Stay back, no matter what happens. Do not come to me," ordered Xiao Luo. He wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth as he warned Ghost. "He is right, little girl. You cannot take part in a fight like this. You are going to be more of a hindrance than a help if you keep rushing to him like that." "Goddamn brat will have to protect you," Duck Emperor added. Ghost nodded her head to Xiao Luo, and said, "Then you have to be careful." Xiao Luo softly replied. Ghost headed back with her lovely swaying elegantly as she ran and stopped about hundreds of meters away. Her face filled with anguish. At that moment, King of Thunder slowly floated into the air. He smiled as he looked at Xiao Luo with a sinister expression, and said, "My warhammer can absorb all kinds of energy. Your saber is just like broken pieces of copper and iron to me. You can stay there and wait for my thunderbolt to turn you into ashes. Haha, haha. Without warning, he suddenly shot up into the dark clouds in the sky like a beam of light. The moment he flew into the thick clouds, they started violently churning around like hot boiling water. Boom! Boom! There was a long, continuous rumble within the heavy clouds, and blinding flashes of purple thunderbolts tore through the sky. Xiao Luo dodged the fiery bolts, moving so swiftly that his body turned into an apparition. A purple thunderbolt landed on a mountain in the Sky City that was about 500 or 600 meters high. It turned into dust in an instant. Hey, hey, hey! Be careful. Don't blow my house up. King of Blades shouted toward the sky with a laid-back look. King of War gave a scornful look and said, "This guy who plays with thunder can inflict damage on the enemy, but he also causes damage to his comrades. What good is he? It is enough to know and keep it to yourself. It serves no purpose if you say it out loud, for King of Thunder is still one of us. Do not mock him while he is fighting," King of Blades said with a smile. King of War sneered and said nothing else. The King of Swords still kept an aloof and icy demeanor over the duration he was there. It was as if he had nothing to do with what was happening and was merely a spectator. After dodging dozens of purple thunderbolts, Xiao Luo gritted his teeth and soared into the sky. Thunder crashed overhead, and powerful thunderbolts flashed across the sky. It was as if he was witnessing the end of the world. "Come down now!" Xiao Luo roared, striking with a swing of his saber. The dragon saber's energy manifested in a crimson-black stream of light that was hundreds of feet long and sent howling winds blowing in all directions. Like a dragon descending into the sea, the dark clouds were violently blown away. The dark clouds began to disperse, revealing a tremendous gap. Sunlight shone through it, but the gap was quickly covered with dark clouds again. Suddenly, a gigantic face formed within the dark clouds, and it was easily recognizable. It was the King of Thunder. Around his face, thunderbolts flashed relentlessly, and he looked utterly terrifying. "Heaven and earth are a part of my domain. You do not have what it takes to beat me." "Ha ha. The King of Thunder's mighty voice reverberated across the sky, and it was difficult to pinpoint where it came from. His thundering voice was godlike, and it was enough to instill fear in anyone. Xiao Luo refused to believe that he could not bring the King of Thunder down. He gritted his teeth and flew directly into the dark clouds. Xiao Luo evaded all the thunderbolts that were over 10 meters long, determined to drag King of Thunder out from the dark clouds. But just as he was about to reach the dark clouds, an invisible electrified net appeared out of thin air. He could not dodge the net in time, found himself entangled in it. Crackle! 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 Thousands of volts of electricity flowed through his body. It scorched his clothes and ripped them off his body. Xiao Luo fell from the sky in a plume of black smoke like a plane in a nosedive. Boom! He hit the ground hard, like a falling meteorite. Rocks flew in all directions as dust and sand rose through the air from the impact. It left an enormous hole in the ground. Hashtag. The dust and dirt settled after around 5 breaths. The hole was about 2 meters deep, 2 feet long in diameter, and cracks ran along its edges and floor. Xiao Luo lay sprawled in the center of the cavity. The clothes he wore had been ripped away, and he was severely injured as well. Burn marks were visible all over his body. He was covered in dirt and looked like he had just crawled out of a minefield. "Brat, don't pretend to be dead. Hurry and get up. This king here hasn't had enough fun yet." The gigantic face, resembling the King of War, looked down from the sky and spoke. His voice was thunderous and echoed across both heaven and earth. It was both majestic and dreadful. If a sky god existed, then it would look like this. Xiao Luo closed his eyes, clenched his fist, and responded, "You want to have fun, huh? Xiao Luo emphasized each word, seething with anger. He suddenly opened his eyes, and two scarlet beams shot straight up to the sky. His body instantly emanated with a bloodthirsty aura. He has awakened the bloodline of the Xiao clan. He can now awaken the power of his bloodline whenever he likes. Hirisa opened his eyes wide. Back in the original world, he was quickly defeated when Xiao Luo awakened his bloodline and unleashed its power. He couldn't forget the horrible chill that penetrated his soul. It was as if it had just happened yesterday, and he shuddered in fear. "I'm afraid King of Thunder is going to be humiliated," King of Blades said, furrowing his eyebrows as he drank his alcohol. "He should be. Such fanciful attacks are disgusting in my eyes." The King of War genuinely despised King of Thunder's style of attack. Xiao Luo emerged from the hole. His full head of black hair had now turned white. The dragon blade in his hands burned a blood flame hue, like a magical warrior created from the flames of hell. The reason he had not lost his mind when awakening the bloodline power was due to the dragon blade. It calmed his heart and prevented the murderous devil from taking over. "Die!" he roared and slashed upwards. With each slash, crimson-black blades of light flashed across the sky, cutting through the air right at the thunderous dark clouds. Though unable to strike King of Thunder directly, the multitude of crimson-black light blades was able to disperse the ominous clouds. King of Thunders was hard-pressed as he tried to maintain the formation of clouds, but ultimately, he could not keep up with the rate the clouds were disintegrating. In the end, King of Thunder could not maintain the cloud formations he had been hiding behind. And soon, the King of Thunder began to gradually reveal himself. "I've found you." Xiao Luo flashed into the sky once again, for after awakening his bloodline power, he was as fast as lightning. King of Thunder was still using all the powers he had to patch up the thunderous dark clouds across the sky. All of a sudden, he could feel a sense of chill coming from behind him. He turned back to take a look. A blood-colored blade was about to slice down on him from above. A look of panic appeared on his face, which quickly turned to a look of disdain. He raised his warhammer to parry Xiao Luo's blade. "It's useless, my warhammer can absorb." His voice came to an abrupt stop. When Xiao Luo swung his dragon blade down on the warhammer, the energy he delivered was tremendous. The warhammer could not absorb all of that energy in time, and excess energy traveled along the surface of the warhammer through to the King of Thunder's hands, his arms, and the rest of his body. The energy was simply overwhelming, and he was unable to withstand the blow. The color on King of Thunder's face changed. This time, he was the one falling from the sky. Boom! He fell to the ground and created a deep hole where he crashed. The warhammer flew out of his hand when he hit the ground, and a loud metal clang could be heard. Half of the hammer was embedded in the earth. "Erg, cough, cough." King of Thunder coughed out some blood. He looked extremely pathetic climbing out of the hole, covered in dirt and dust. Before he could even react, a crimson blade crescent light blade flashed silently across the sky, heading straight towards him. Though it did not make a sound, it was enough to cause King of Thunder's scalp to tingle. If that hit him, then he knew he would surely be dead. At this moment, it was hard to even move his legs as they felt like they weighed thousands of pounds. He could only open his eyes widely, blankly staring as the light blade headed towards him. In his moment of crisis, King of War sighed in resignation when he saw the crimson-black blade homing in on him. He pulled out his long blade, now broken and filled with holes, to defend himself. Humph! A bright light blade suddenly streaked through the sky and struck the crimson-black crescent light blade. The clash of the two powerful energy-filled blades caused both heaven and earth to fade in a flash of brilliant light. A fierce energy storm swept across the sky and the space shattered. Dark voids appeared in the air. Looking at the back of King of War's massive, tall frame with his slightly unkempt long, flowing hair, the King of Thunder felt relieved. This was the first time he thought this guy looked pretty cool. I told you to let me handle him, but you just wouldn't listen. Look at you now, embarrassing as hell. Stop looking at me. Hurry up and retreat, don't interfere with my fight, King of War mocked, turning his head around. He initially thought this guy looked pretty cool, but after hearing those words, the King of Thunder fumed. He shouted back, damn it, what did you say? Do you believe this king here will personally murder you? The King of War kicked him away, and he flew away like that of a cannonball. Thankfully, his assistant managed to react quickly, and grab him as he was thrown back. Otherwise, he would have landed somewhere with his butt up in front of everyone. SCR*WU, King of War, and curse all your ancestors. SCR*WU2, and I'll F*CK your mum. Be *starred, when I recover, I'm going to kill you. King of Thunder was so angry that he began venting his anger without bothering about his image and shouted all sorts of obscenities. You're noisy. King of War quickly looked away from King of Thunder without bothering with how he felt. And when Xiao Luo landed on the ground, he stared at him with a face full of excitement. I am your opponent now. Xiao Luo glared at him coldly without saying anything. Holy Lord, ask the few of us to stop you. It'd be good if we could convince you to leave, but I don't care. I enjoy fighting the most, so you better do your best when you fight me. There can only be two outcomes, either I kill you, or you kill me. War King said. You talk a little too much. Xiao Luo retorted as his aura was about to reach its peak. He readied himself and faced the King of War before charging toward him. He leaped when he was about 3 meters away from the King of War, launching his attack like an eagle diving towards its prey. He swung the dragon blade through the air in a ferocious arc, aiming it at King of War's head. His aura was strong and overpowering. Of course, he moved with lightning speed and any ordinary human being wouldn't be able to properly witness his course of action. King of War displayed a confident smile on his face. He didn't raise his blade, but instead took a step back. Xiao Luo aimed the dragon blade that at his head slashed down on his chest instead. The sharp blade left a horrific gash across his chest and blood streamed out copiously. That can't be. As one of the 4 kings, don't tell me he didn't even spot the brat's attack? Duck Emperor opened his eyes wide and couldn't understand what was going on. He had already received an injury right at the start of the fight, so how was he going to fight on? But something didn't seem right, and the duck just could not put a finger on it. Hashtag. Xiao Luo was utterly stunned, and he stared with disbelief at King of War. What are you doing? The King of War smiled slyly and his eyes were filled with excitement. He licked his lips and with a cold and sinister smile, and said, I'm trying to see how sharp your saber is. Screw his ducking grandfather. Using his body to test, was this guy mad? Duck Emperor could only feel a chill traveling down from his head down to his webbed feet, and his body turned cold. Idiot. Fool. A fool whose head has been kicked by a donkey. He thinks he looks extremely cool after taking that slash, but he's nothing but a dumb and bloody idiot, King of Thunder scowled, taking the opportunity to insult King of War. King of Blade still had that same sluggish look. He picked his nose and said, he's indeed foolish, but he looks quite cool. I guess only King of War would have the guts to use his body to test that guy's saber. King of Swords didn't say a single thing and quietly observed the entire scenario from the side. All the surrounding Light Clan people broke out into a cold sweat, worried for King of War. Taking an attack like this, for no reason, was going to weaken him. He was going to be at a disadvantage in this fight. Your opponent is me. You better not let your guard down. King of War cackled, then kicked Xiao Luo's abdomen while he was still in a stupor. Pow! A powerful surge of energy blasted into Xiao Luo, and although he had on a layer of armor, Xiao Luo felt as if all his organs were churning inside. A moan escaped his lips as the pain was excruciating. He spat out some blood, and like a cannonball, his body flew about hundreds of meters away and slammed into the ground. He tumbled back about 10 meters, before eventually coming to a stop. Erg! He barely managed to stand even with the support of the dragon blade and spat out more blood. Good, well done, King of War. Beat him to death. Beat him to death just like that. King of War is the mightiest. All the Light Clan warriors got excited after witnessing the blow, and they all began cheering happily. Ghost and Duck Emperor were shocked, and they gasped anxiously. They couldn't have imagined that the Holy Land of the Light Clan's King of War was this powerful. One kick and Xiao Luo was already coughing out blood. He was as ferocious as a magical beast. Ha ha, ha ha. A ferocious, eerie, and hoarse laughter filled the entire atmosphere. Like a magical beast, King of War charged forward, heading straight toward Xiao Luo with a terrifying aura. The clothing on the upper half of his body was ripped away, revealing muscles like that of a horned dragon. Almost 3 meters tall, he was like a giant, and besides the wound that Xiao Luo had inflicted on him, there were many other scars around his body as well. His body had a bronze hue, making it look like he had been through a regimen of vigorous training. Xiao Luo, let's have a good fight. King of War roared as he leaped some 10 meters in the air, then pounced fiercely with unmatched power. Wielding his long blade perforated with holes, he used all his strength and hewed down at Xiao Luo. At this crucial moment, Xiao Luo quickly threw himself aside and rolled away to successfully dodge the fatal attack. King of War struck hard as he landed, and his sword was broken. A resounding boom erupted from the impact, and the ground of Sky City trembled violently. An enormous hole was formed around the king, spreading outward like a web. The ground was shaking. Rocks were sent flying through the air from the violent release of force. Duck Emperor quickly grabbed onto Ghost and flew into the sky. King of Swords, King of Blades, King of Thunder, and all their assistants, quickly soared up to the sky as well. As for all the Light Clan people, although the hole was spreading out at a rapid speed, there was still enough time to run for they were standing some distance away. Hiss! They all could not help but gasp when the dust settled. The vast square no longer existed and had been replaced by an enormous hole about 10 meters deep, and about hundreds of meters in diameter. Looking from above, it appeared like a huge black iron pot. It was dark and emitted a sinister aura. Gulp! Duck Emperor struggled to swallow his saliva, and a cold sweat came trickling down his forehead. This scene shocked Ghost as well, for the level of combat ability she just witnessed was simply too terrifying. Crack! Xiao Luo emerged from a pile of debris. Although he evaded the King of War's long blade, the blast still buried him under a mountain of rocks. After pinpointing his exact spot, King of War smiled slyly again. He charged toward Xiao Luo like a savage magical beast, brimming with evil intent. No, he wasn't just a magical beast, but one that had crawled out of the bowels of hell. Huh! Hiya! Xiao Luo calmed himself down, roared, and advanced on the King of War. Clang! 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 The fight became fiercer as neither yielded. The clash of their blades caused showers of sparks to fly in all directions. The force generated from their sword battle swept across the surroundings. Clang! 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 Dust swirled in the air, and the ground collapsed. They both fought in the catacomb deep beneath the earth, and the solid ground shook violently like an earthquake. Though they fought underground, the clash of their blades still thundered in their ears. Ah, this feels good. This fight today feels so good. King of War's excited cackle filled the air, and everyone could feel his passion and obsession with fighting. Who would win this fight? This was something on everyone's mind. Duck Emperor, can Luo win? Ghost was anxious and worried about Xiao Luo's chances. It's going to be hard, Duck Emperor looked rather solemn and said, "The aura that the Light Clan's King of War is emitting is a lot stronger than that goddamn brat. With his passion for fighting, it's as if he's possessed by a devil. In fact, he is like the devil himself. I just can't imagine a scenario where he doesn't win." Suddenly, as if his words had been validated. Boom! The ground cracked open and Xiao Luo flew out from within. It did not appear like Xiao Luo had flown out on his own accord, rather someone had kicked him out. Ha ha, ha ha. Laughing maniacally, the King of War broke through, streaking the air like that a magical beast. He went after Xiao Luo, still tumbling in the air, and grabbed his face with one hand. In a brutal and insane move, he dived straight toward the ground from high up, pulling Xiao Luo along with him. Kaboom! The impact resounded like a thunder-like clap as the back of Xiao Luo's neck was smashed into the ground. The hard ground collapsed and the edge of the cavity around Xiao Luo's head lifted slightly. It was like dropping a stone into soy pulp. Dust filled the air like a storm, and rocks were strewn everywhere like in an apocalypse. The dragon blade was no longer in Xiao Luo's control and was flung out of the dust storm, rotating at a rapid speed. It pierced the ground, standing upright with half of its blade buried deep inside the earth. Everyone stared in horror, yet another enormous hole was formed. It was like an immense crater, and the sight of it even made everyone's hair stand on ends. When the dust settled, everyone saw that Xiao Luo was trapped in the deepest point of the pit and had sustained grievous injuries all over his body. King of War had also sustained injuries to his body. During their fight underground, both had exchanged strikes in equal numbers, but to the King of War, these injuries were nothing. Instead, his eyes glowed with excitement. "Not bad, the fight today feels so good. Xiao Luo, you're a worthy opponent." King of War lifted his hand off Xiao Luo's face and stared down at him, looking every bit the victor. Blood was oozing from Xiao Luo's mouth and nose. His eyes were closed and the pain showed on his face. Hashtag. The Xiao clan is brave and good at fighting. They are at their strongest when they awaken their bloodline power. Unfortunately, the Xiao clan intermarried with the mortal inhabitants of the original world. After many generations, the unique bloodline of the Xiao clan was diminished significantly, and as a result, it made you so fragile. The King of War remarked as he looked at the wounded Xiao Luo in an unhurried manner, and added, "Therefore, for you to attain this level of power as a descendant of the Xiao clan is rare. I'd go as far as to say it is commendable." "I have not lost yet," Xiao Luo moaned as he opened his eyes and glared at King of War. "So, you think you have not lost yet?" The corner of the King of War's lips lifted as he burst into mocking laughter. "I doubt you can even stand up, let alone continue the fight." As soon as he finished speaking, he pierced the notched long blade he was holding into Xiao Luo's left shoulder. Plunge! The long blade pierced through Xiao Luo's left shoulder with ease, and it caused blood to ooze out. The sword became like a long nail, pinning Xiao Luo firmly to the ground. Arg! As the pain intensified, Xiao Luo could take no more and let out a tormented shriek. The pain showed in his desperate face. "At present, you are just like a worm on the ground. With a gentle swing of my foot, I can kick you to death. And you are still saying you have not lost yet? Huh, you are hilarious." The King of War mocked as he pulled out the long blade with a deep frown. Swoosh! At that moment, a piercing wind came whistling through the air. A purple energy cannonball streaked hundreds of meters across the void like a comet. It was fired right at the King of War. The King of War raised his head slightly, and with a gentle wave of his right hand, he slapped the purple energy cannonball away, like light reflected off a mirror surface. The cannonball shot off diagonally and exploded tens of meters up in the air. The sound of the explosion was deafening, and it distorted the surrounding space. Tracking the trajectory of the purple energy cannonball, they spotted Ghost. Ghost's eyes turned blue. Two fangs protruded from her alveolar, revealing the wild nature of the girl. Sucking Blood Clan, the King of War, mumbled to himself. Meanwhile, the King of Blades, King of Thunder, and the others turned and stared at an assistant swathed in black robes. Farid, if I remember correctly, members of the Sucking Blood Clan are to remain in the dark forest, the King of Blades remarked. There was a hint of sternness in the manner in which he spoke. Farid shuddered all over and immediately kneeled on the ground. While his body trembled, he said nervously, "My king, I do not know what is going on as well." "Is that so?" The King of Blades stroked his chin as if he was pondering about something. But anyone who understood him knew he was angry. When the Sucking Blood Clan caused trouble in the past, it was the King of Blades who handled the mess. He was also the one who confined all members of the Sucking Blood Clan in the dark forest, never to leave and kill humans ever again. It was their punishment and also an opportunity for them to mend their ways and start anew. But now, it looked like the Sucking Blood Clan had blatantly violated the rules he had put in place. It challenged his authority as a king, and no matter how calm his temperament was, he would never endure such an insult. When Ghost saw Xiao Luo seriously injured and the King of War reluctant to let him go, she lost her temper. With the help of Duck Emperor, she wielded the Phantom Dancer in both hands and launched a violent attack on the King of War. Ghost shouted, "Bastard, I will kill you. I will kill you." Whoosh! 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 She fired countless shots of purple energy cannonballs at the King of War like a heavy rainpour. The King of War did not move. Despite her barrage of shots, he was unscathed. And no matter how hard she tried to hurt the king, he remained unscathed. His bronze body was impenetrable. "Young lady, are you trying to tickle me?" asked the King of War with a disdainful smile. Ghost gritted her teeth in anger. Amassing all her strength, she funneled all the spirit in her body into the Phantom Dancer. She only stopped when Phantom Dancer could accommodate any more of it. Then, she unleashed a brilliant purple energy cannonball at the King of War that streaked over tens of meters and made a terrifying howling sound. Space, where the energy cannonball passed through, was shattered. A powerful charge of electric current enveloped the cannonball, and its crackle was enough to make one weak in the knees. "Holy Mother of Duck! A giant energy cannonball?" exclaimed Duck Emperor. It dumbfounded him. It may be the maximum power Ghost could ever unleash. She was going all out with the King of War. Faced with the oncoming purple energy cannonball, the King of War chose not to underestimate its force and did not let his guard down. His true inner force activated by itself and formed a defensive barrier around his body. The King of War did not take the attack straight on with his pure physical prowess as he had done so earlier on. Just as the giant energy cannonball was about to hit the King of War, Farid, who was in the black robe, rushed forward. He moved swiftly and used his own body to take on the energy cannonball for the King of War. Boom! A mushroom cloud, resembling an atomic bomb explosion, rose into the sky. The massive blast sent shock waves in all directions, hurling tons of rock and sand through the air and kicking up a terrifying sandstorm. And visibility instantly dropped to a low. Farid spurted blood from his mouth as he fell from the air and crashed hard into the ground. His black robe was scorched and tattered as a result of the explosion, and burns covered his body. "Farid?" The King of War glanced at him calmly and called out. Farid paid no attention to the pain he felt all over his body and got up to give salutation to the King of War. He said, "The Sucking Blood Clan under my command has offended you, my king. Please forgive us." Then he stood up and yelled at Ghost, who was in the air. "Get down here at once." Who are you?" Somehow, Ghost felt a growing feeling of doubt in her heart. She could not put a finger on it but sensed that the man in black robes shared a bond with her. "My name is Farid. Farid removed the black fabric covering his face, revealing his worn-out countenance. His pupils had also turned blue and two blood-sucking fangs protruded from his upper lip. "The name of your father is Farid." Ghost trembled when she heard the man say his name. She recalled the name often mentioned by her clan people. Farid was the name of her father. This man was her father. Father? Her voice quivered. Ghost never expected that her father, who she longed to meet even in her dreams, would be standing right there before her very eyes. She had imagined countless scenarios of how she would meet her father. But not this one. It turns out that they did not lock your father up after all. He has become the King of Blade's assistant, Duck Emperor said in surprise. Ghost was no longer hearing what Duck Emperor was saying. She broke away from Duck Emperor's web feet and immediately dropped back down to the ground. Then Ghost ran toward Farid like a lost child who found her parent. Her eyes were red with tears as she finally found her long-lost father, whom she had never seen. Since the passing of her mother, Ghost's desire to meet her father became an obsession. Her deep-seated desire became the source of her strength. It was this desire, along with spiritual support, that gave her the fortitude to deal with her affinity for blood. She had so often dreamed of meeting her father. It was a wish that came from deep within her soul. Hashtag. As a member of the Sucking Blood clan, you are forbidden to leave the dark forest in your entire lifetime. It is a rule enacted by the Holy Land, and all members of the Sucking Blood clan must obey. Today, I will have to kill you in the name of the Holy Land to placate the wrath of the Light clan and ensure the survival of the Sucking Blood clan. Farid glared at Ghost, who was hurrying over to him. He was in remorse as he felt a strong blood connection with the young lady running toward him. Never did he imagine she would be a member of his clan. To see someone from his tribe gave him indescribable joy. But the meeting should not have occurred in the Holy Land of the Light clan, and worse, it was in the presence of the four kings. Hence, to save the Sucking Blood clan, he had to kill her. Ghost was so eager to hold him she could not hear a thing he said. At that joyful moment, the world was silent to her, and all she could focus on was the man standing in front of her. It was her father. He often appeared in her dreams, and she felt the compulsion to hug him. Tears of joy were rolling down her face, for it was a moment she had waited for so long, her entire lifetime, to be exact. When Ghost reached Farid, she threw herself onto him with unbridled joy. Stab. But all that greeted her was a cold dagger, pierced into her belly. Bright red blood poured out from her wound and splattered on the ground. The smile on her face froze as she lifted her head and looked into her father's eyes. She was confused and her mind was filled with doubt. And suddenly, all the joy and excitement she felt earlier turned dark and cold. I am sorry. But to save the Sucking Blood clan, my only option is to sacrifice you. Farid's face was full of remorse. With a heavy sigh, he repeatedly stabbed the dagger into Ghost 3 consecutive times. Ghost staggered back, one step at a time. A trail of blood streamed from the corner of her mouth. She clutched at the wounds on her abdomen, but the blood kept pouring out profusely. She staggered back for another 4 or 5 steps before she collapsed on the ground and laid on her back. Little one. Duck Emperor flew to her like a bolt of lightning. He enlarged his body and held Ghost closely. No one had expected something like this to happen. They had all anticipated a joyful father and daughter reunion meeting. Ghost. Xiao Luo was lying in the crater. Though he was in a daze and his vision was a little hazy, he clearly saw what happened. He smiled ruefully. Having traveled across great distances and finally reaching the Light Clan's holy land, he never expected it would end up this way. Had Suli regained her memories? Was she the Holy Lord? Didn't she have any memories of him in their past life? Why would she do this to him? Why? Why did it have to be so? In the depths of his heart, he roared and yelled in misery. He began hating himself and Suli as well. Way to go, King of Blades. Ferid truly is loyal, the King of Thunder mocked. The King of Blades raised his eyebrows and said, he did it to protect the Sucking Blood clan. Frankly, he did not have to do so. I would not have taken out my anger onto the entire Sucking Blood clan just because one person failed to abide by the rules. Didn't you put the fear of God in him when you slaughtered 5 to 6 of their elders in the past? They had lived for thousands of years, yet you cut off their heads and hung them above the dark castle. In their eyes, you are nothing but a terrifying demon, said the King of Thunder. The King of Blades took a sip of wine as he spread his hands, and replied, well, I cannot do anything about it now. I had little choice then. The King of War was standing next to him, appearing somewhat indifferent. As he was about to turn around to leave when he detected a wave of energy coming up from the massive pit. He immediately stopped in his track. Ferid walked to Ghost. He closed his eyes in pain and said, to protect the Sucking Blood clan, I have no choice but to sacrifice you. I am sorry. Blood flowed from the corner of Ghost's mouth as she gradually turned pale. In an instant, her joy of reunion turned into tears of pain and sadness as they rolled down from the corners of her eyes. You scoundrel, she is your daughter. Your little girl, Ghost. She came all the way here to look for you, and you killed her. Do you even have a soul? You are worse than an animal, screamed Duck Emperor. His emotions went out of control as he shouted at Ferid in rage. My little girl, Ghost? Ferid froze and his mind went blank. How did he not know the name of his daughter? When the King of Blades took him here as a hostage, his youngest daughter had just been born. Ferid remembered her in pretty baby clothes, crying and babbling away. And ever since he arrived at the Light Clan's holy land, there was not a moment that he did not miss his little girl. Secretly, he prayed for her to grow up healthy and happy. He even prayed to the heavens to bless him with an opportunity to see his daughter. Ghost. Ferid stared at the girl lying on the ground, and his eyes were wide open in horror. What had he done? Blood was flowing out from her abdomen. His lovely daughter was drenched in blood and her face was as white as a sheet. Finally, he realized why he had felt the strong sensation of blood connection with her earlier on. It was not because she was a member of his clan, but because she was his daughter. His baby girl had already grown up into a lovely young lady. Daddy. Ghost looked at her father through misty eyes as she arduously reached out with her blood-stained, slender hand at him. Clink! His dagger fell from his hand. Ferid felt his soul torn out of his body. He dropped to his knees and held Ghost's hand tightly. His entire body was shaking uncontrollably. He cried, You are my daughter. Ghost? Oh heavens, what have I done? Knowing that her father had finally recognized her, Ghost smiled, revealing her 2 rows of beautifully arranged teeth, which were brimming with blood. Daddy, you finally recognized me. I am so happy. Why? Why must it be you? Why? Ferid cried in anguish. His hands were shaking as remorse filled his heart. Because I have always wanted to see you, Daddy. You are just like how I imagined. Kind, caring. I think I have your eyes, Daddy. Ghost raised her hand to touch Ferid's rugged face. She wanted to etch the memory of his face in her mind for eternity. Ferid was inconsolable, and he cried in grief, despairing for the daughter he had never seen but always loved. Duck Emperor had grown very fond of Ghost. He shared in the sorrow and was continuously wiping his tears away. I did not expect that it will end like this. But to see you, Daddy, I have no more regrets, Ghost moaned. She smiled sadly. Then her hand dropped from Ferid's face and she laid motionless on the ground. Farad began laughing hysterically, a maniacal and wild cackle, as he looked up to the sky, and yelled, "Oh heavens, why must you do this to me? I alone should bear all the pain. Why must you involve my daughter in this? Why?" His sorrowful plea to the heavens was so heart-wrenching, it touched all who heard him. "It seems a little cruel," muttered the King of Thunder as he glanced at the King of Blades. The King of Blades recovered from the shock of the incident, and said softly, "Well, I did not think it was any of my business." "I did not say that it is your business," replied the King of Thunder. "It was not earlier on. But now, it is." The King of Blades sped forward like a shadow, took out a pill, and stuffed it into Ghost's mouth. The pill dissolved immediately in her mouth. Despite her inability to swallow, her body still absorbed the dissolved medicine. "A pill of resurrection?" Farad looked at the King of Blades in shock and muttered, "Your Majesty, this young lady looks pretty adorable. It will be a waste if she dies, just like that. When she wakes up, I am thinking about putting her under my command." "Do you have any objections to that?" said the King of Blades. Farad's mind froze for a moment. Then joy overwhelmed him. Immediately, he went on his knees and continuously kowtowed the King of Blades. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for granting me my wish. Thank you. #. Tisk. The King of War snorted disdainfully at the reunion of the father and daughter and the King of Blades' merciful act. He turned to leave without even looking at Xiao Luo, still sprawled on the ground, after being severely injured by him. But he suddenly stopped after taking just 3 steps as he sensed a strange aura coming from behind him. It was a chilly sensation as if the gates of hell had opened. The King of War hurriedly turned around, and he was shocked by what he saw. "What is this? Is it even a thing?" he muttered in disbelief. Xiao Luo was standing upright, but he was unrecognizable, for his appearance had undergone a drastic change. His skin was white from head to toe. In stark contrast to his pale complexion, his fingernails and toenails were black. His long white hair fluttered wildly in the wind, and his flaming scarlet eyes revealed his thirst for blood. His clothes were torn and tattered, revealing his lithe and sinewy form that stood over 2 meters tall. Xiao Luo stood in silence, and there was no life force emanating from his body. He seemed calm at the moment. But the atmosphere was thick with a sense of trepidation, and it felt suffocating. The people from the Light Clan gathered around them stared at Xiao Luo in shock. Their hearts raced when they saw the figure before them. What was going on? Why would the descendant of the Xiao clan assume such a terrifying look? They were not the only ones, for the Duck Emperor was equally shocked, but bewildered. Though the white-skinned figure still resembled Xiao Luo, his ominous presence was more akin to an azure from hell. He exuded a strange and sinister aura from his entire body. Eh? Is this not the extreme state that only the chief of the Xiao clan assumes when he goes berserk? Can this brat transform into such a state as well? Asked the King of Blades with a deep frown. Quickly recovering from the surprise, the King of Thunder smiled and said, "Now, this is interesting. Are you not being too self-righteous, King of War? Go on, fight him." After the King of War had ridiculed him relentlessly, the King of Thunder could not wait to see him make a fool of himself. He intended to add insult to injury by laughing after this strange man from the Xiao clan defeated the King of War. Gulp. Kurisa swallowed with difficulty. Pearls of sweat were running down his forehead as he muttered to himself, "What kind of freak is this guy? Could he be the reincarnation of the chieftain of the Xiao clan?" Right from the beginning, the King of Blades had watched calmly in a relaxed demeanor. He was indifferent to what was happening. But his face slowly changed expression while his eyes became more solemn. The King of War glared at Xiao Luo, then smiled as he raised his hand to rub his nose and asked, "Xiao Luo, what is this form that you have assumed?" Xiao Luo said nothing. He only stared back at the king with a glowering pair of scarlet eyes. Has he lost his consciousness and the ability to communicate normally? The King of War chuckled, and the urge to fight once again took hold of him. Smiling like a savage beast, he snarled, "Since it is the case, I guess you will not try to evade even if I cut off your head. Will you move away from my attack? Answer me, Xiao Luo." With the blood-curdling bellow, the King of War went into a frenzy. His mind went berserk and he attacked maniacally like a wild demonic beast. The notched long blade sliced through the air, gaining momentum as it swept toward Xiao Luo's neck. "Move away, you darn kid!" Duck Emperor screamed at the top of his lungs. If the attack landed on its mark, his head would fall off for sure. Xiao Luo remained motionless, rooted to the same spot as if he had lost the ability to communicate with the outside world. However, when the King of War's long blade was just about to slash his neck, he suddenly stirred. His white, sinewy hand shot out at lightning speed and clasped the blade with all 5 fingers. Clang! A metallic ring echoed as Xiao Luo stopped the long blade with his palm with uncanny precision. The King of War's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the enigmatic man before him. Did he just stop my long blade with his bare hand? For a brief moment, time stood still. Everyone stood rooted with wide eyes and pale faces, looking horrified. A sense of dismal fear permeated through the crowd of people in the vicinity. They could not believe that the man had caught the blade with his bare hand. It was simply not possible. Intercepted an attack from the King of War with his bare hand? How is it even possible? Could it be a trick? Hirisa burst into a cold sweat. His hand started shaking at first, and then he could not control his entire body from shuddering uncontrollably. What the? I must be seeing things. The King of Thunder's eyeballs almost popped out as expletives flew out from his mouth. As one of the 4 kings, he knew the strength of the King of War very well. He was a vicious primordial beast. It would not be an exaggeration at all to describe him as a fighting madman. Was an attack by the King of War something anyone could take on with their bare hands? Well, someone was certainly doing it right now, and the man even seized his blade. It was unimaginable. Duck Emperor was dumbfounded, unable to say even a word. Roar! With a savage roar, Xiao Luo hurled his feet at the King of War's chest in a series of forceful kicks. Pow! 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 The King of War was blown away and slammed into the wall of the giant crater. Layers of soil from the crater wall collapsed as the King of War plunged through dozens of meters of soil and left a deep dark hole in the crater wall. Sand and dust billowed from the deep hole. Xiao Luo casually discarded the King of War's blade. He turned into a ray of white luminescent light and shot through the layers of soil. He was going after the King of War with an intent to kill. Boom! 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 Once again, the 2 combatants engaged in a ferocious battle. As they fought inside the dirt-filled tunnel, the ground collapsed inch after inch. Violent roars echoed incessantly from inside the tunnel. After a while, the King of War emerged from the tunnel. And just as what had happened to Xiao Luo earlier on, it was now his turn to be flung out. His body, covered in mud, was launched into the sky. Xiao Luo flew out after him at almost the same time. Bounding straight up in the air, he opened his right palm and drove the King of War down to the ground. His palm was clasped over the face of the King of War like an octopus. Boom! Rocks were sent flying in all directions, and dust was swirling everywhere. The impact created an immense crater with a diameter of about 100 meters. It was a repeat of the method and technique the King of War had used on Xiao Luo. As one would say, it was payback using one's coin. Xiao Luo. The King of War regained his senses. He was humiliated and felt enraged. The anger showed in his eyes. But before he could make any move, Xiao Luo stepped on his head. Boom! With that strike, the diameter of the giant crater instantly expanded over 10 meters. Half of the King of War's head lay buried in the soil and blood was everywhere. Trapped under Xiao Luo's foot, he had no chance to defend himself. Xiao Luo's overpowering strength and ruthlessness dominated his opponent. The people of the Light Clan were frightened, for Xiao Luo had struck terror into their very souls. Duck Emperor felt the same. The attack from Xiao Luo was simply cruel. Xiao Luo pointed his palm toward the King of War, now lying on the ground, and a crimson-black energy blade appeared. The spiritual energy within the blade emanated a destructive aura and cowed the spectators. Merciless, eh? It stunned the King of War for a moment, then he laughed and said, "So, this is the traditional style of the Xiao clan. Hashtag. Oh, my God. Someone stop that man. Hurry. Help the King of War. Hurry, give him a hand now. I am afraid the King of War will be killed if he receives even a single blow." The people of the Light Clan people were horrified as they watched the ongoing fight. They gasped at the display of overwhelming power, and they could tell that Xiao Luo was about to deliver a deadly strike. No matter how strong the King of War was, it was highly probable that he could not survive the blow. Descendant of the Xiao clan, let go of King of War. The King of War's assistant bellowed as he dashed to his master's aid. He had the same destructive aura and fiery spirit as the King of War. Like a ferocious beast, he launched himself in the air when he was about 10 meters from Xiao Luo. Then he brought his blade down at Xiao Luo, effectively to prevent him from executing the fatal blow. He unleashed all his power in that instant, and his sword lit up like a stream of light, illuminating the entire area. But his blade could not come near Xiao Luo. When he was about 2 meters away, Xiao Luo released his true inner force and the assistant was instantly sent flying back. Erg! A stream of blood spurted from his mouth. The impact threw him back several dozen meters, and he crashed into the ground. The assistant spat out a couple more mouthfuls of blood as he lay sprawled. They were both from different levels of martial art. Compared to the King of War's assistant, Xiao Luo was far too powerful and easily dispatched him. Then, Xiao Luo prepared to complete the deadly move of his. Boom! A loud blast reverberated through heaven and earth as a crimson-black beam of energy shot out from his palm. The powerful beam of energy instantly eclipsed the light of the surrounding area, and everything living being within its reach was washed in a dark reddish hue. The shock waves of energy blasted across the land, and even the ground collapsed, incinerating tons of soil to nothing. Boom! Another ear-splitting clap echoed, and it felt as if the sky tremored. The crimson-black energy beam sliced through Sky City, blasting through the bottom of the floating city. It struck an enormous mountain beneath it which crumbled in an instant, shattering into tons of dust particles. Below them, the city of Santa Maria was in a state of panic. The massive explosion caused the entire Sky City to crumble, and many people from the Light Clan got blown away. The intense force from the blast swept across like a tornado, whipping up howling winds. It was terrifying and sounded like screeching demons from hell. The violent energy suddenly dissipated after a few breaths. Where there were 2 to 3 giant pits in the ground before the blast, now there was one enormous crater. For the pits had all crumbled and formed into a gigantic crater with a diameter of about 700 to 800 meters. The edge of the crater broke the banks of a long river in Sky City, and river water discharged copiously, creating a waterfall of over 900 meters deep that poured into the abyss-like pit. There were throngs of people from the Light Clan swarming at the edge of the giant pit. Their legs turned weak when they cautiously crawled to peek over the edge and saw its depth. Fear showed in their eyes, and they immediately turned pale. They swallowed their saliva to wet their dry throats. This was more than a crater, it was practically an abyss. They could tell that at the other end of the abyss was the bottom of Sky City. Xiao Luo's strike had pierced through it. The entire place was in dead silence. Everyone was shocked when they stared at the enormous crater. Horror spread as the people found it hard to believe what they were seeing. The power unleashed by Xiao Luo was too terrifying. The King of Thunder and King of Blades, as well as their designated assistants, could not take their eyes off the giant pit either. Gulp. Duck Emperor struggled to swallow some saliva. He looked as if he had just seen a ghost. Duck Emperor found it hard to believe that the abyss resulted from one blow from that brat, Xiao Luo. Swoosh! The King of Swords landed lightly on the ground, carrying with him the severely injured and panting King of War. The King of War's body was covered in blood and mud. When he caught sight of the enormous crater, he realized how powerful Xiao Luo was. He was at a loss for words, and his hands trembled a little. Thankfully, the King of Swords saved him in the nick of time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been tragic. "I knew King of Swords would save him," exclaimed King of Blades. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the King of War was still alive and kicking. "Besides our Holy Lord, only King of Swords has that ability. King of War is a fool. We shall see if he still dares to be cocky in front of me in the future," King of Thunder said. Xiao Luo suddenly soared from the pit, and he scanned the entire area with his scarlet eyes. He had black nails, long white hair, and a lean body. He resembled a white demon who had broken out of hell. The strange aura radiating from him was enough to give anyone goosebumps. Everyone turned to look at the King of Swords. In the Holy Land of the Light Clan, the King of Swords was probably the only man who could defeat the monster, Xiao Luo. Stay alert. This evil man is extremely dangerous. You must not let your guard down. The King of War coughed out more blood as he tried to warn the King of Swords. Though the King of War was confident going into the fight, Xiao Luo was in a form that frightened him. The King of Swords nodded his head, acknowledging the words of caution from the King of War. Ring! He drew his long sword and stood ready to face Xiao Luo. Hum! The shining sword with a chilly aura headed straight toward Xiao Luo. Its strong vibrations distorted the space in its path. As it traveled silent and fast, it gave out a tingling sensation. Whoosh! Xiao Luo, who was in midair, teleported about half a meter toward the side. The sword aura passed by his right-hand side. The energy force from the sword vibrated forcefully, and it even cracked the space. But Xiao Luo did not react to it. It was nothing to him. In the next second, he opened up his 5 fingers on his right palm as a command for his blade. The dragon saber rotated at high speed to break loose from the ground where it stood upright, firmly impaled in centimeters of soil. It flew right into Xiao Luo's hand. Roar! A bloodthirsty roar echoed loudly in the place. Xiao Luo charged toward the King of Swords with his dragon saber drawn in hand. A crimson-black light blade, over 30 meters long shining in dark hues, cut through the air and headed straight at the King of Swords. The powerful energy waves created countless void cracks. There was little doubt that its power could kill King of Swords. The horrifying energy force was enough to put fear in the soul of any man. Facing the crimson-black light blade, King of Swords was as calm as a lake when the light blade landed on him. Crack! The ground cracked, forming a gap about 10 meters wide. The after effect of the energy force from the light blade churned the air into a raging wind. Sand and tiny rocks flew into the air, making it difficult for anyone to keep their eyes open. When everything settled down, everyone could see the King of Swords surrounded by a cluster of peach blossom petal-like blades. Despite the move from Xiao Luo, the petal blades protected the King of Swords and the ground beneath the circle of petal blades. Chiba! It is the King of Swords' ultimate move, Chiba, someone exclaimed. Suddenly, countless colorful petals floated down the sky. It was like a shower of peach blossoms. But if one looked closely, one would realize they were not petals, but thin blades. The reflection of the sunlight made the petal blades look colorful, which was why anyone looking would think they were beautiful petals. Using his most powerful move right off the bat. It seems like the King of Swords is not taking Xiao Luo for granted, the King of Blades said. The B***starred can split the entire Holy Land in two. Who dares to underestimate him, the King of Thunder added. Hashtag. Countless floating pink petals filled the sky. It presented a beautiful scene, but those petals were all thin blades. In truth, the sky was deadly terrain. As Xiao Luo hovered in the air, the thin blades floated toward him, brushing past his body and leaving cuts all over his body. The goddamn brat is in his white monster form, and not even the King of War can do any damage to him. Yet, the thin blades flying all over the sky like pink peach blossoms sliced through his flesh so easily. Why is that so? Muttered Duck Emperor. He sensed danger, for the King of Swords was undoubtedly the strongest out of the four kings. No one who saw him would not recognize that fact. The people from the Light Clan watching on the ground were excited. But after a while, their eyes widened in surprise. The King of Swords' laser-sharp petal blades may have injured Xiao Luo when he was in his white monster form, but all the injuries healed immediately. In the end, not a single scar was left on his body. The King of Swords slowly levitated into the air. He did not have any sword in his hand because his sword had transformed into the countless petal-like thin blades in the sky. The King of Swords stared at Xiao Luo, then frowned, and said, "Are you using the speedy regeneration? It is indeed the Xiao clan's strongest ability." Roar. Suddenly, Xiao Luo charged right at him with a bloodthirsty yell. A terrifying and fierce aura filled the air like a raging flood. The dragon saber, like a bolt of blood-red lightning, flew directly at the King of Swords. The King of Swords was calm, as usual, and remained at his spot without moving. The countless peach blossom petal-like thin blades spun around and redirected themselves to form a protective wall in front of him. The dragon saber slammed fiercely into the petal blade wall. Bam! The impact caused an intense force to spread outward. The space around them shattered like brittle glass, and the sound of breaking glass rang across the sky. Circular voids of darkness appeared in the sky, but the laws of heaven and earth prevailed and voids vanished as soon as they appeared. Unsure of Xiao Luo's next move, the King of Swords kept the swarm of petal blades in place. Suddenly, the thin petal blades from all directions and attacked Xiao Luo. Even the shield of petal blades in front of the King of Swords launched themselves at him. In just half a second, they formed a colorful shell around Xiao Luo. From a distance, they looked harmless. The thin blades came together and looked like a colorful Easter egg, the color of peach blossoms. The King of Swords kept a safe distance, then muttered, "Explode." The peach blossom ball, formed of innumerable thin petal blades, suddenly burst open with a massive blast. Xiao Luo, trapped inside, got shredded severely, and his bloody figure fell out of the sky. He crashed near the edge of the enormous pit, causing another hole to form. Then the countless petal blades reassembled to form four long swords. These swords whizzed through the sky and dived directly down at Xiao Luo. Then, acting like four nails, they pierced through Xiao Luo's arms and legs, pinning him firmly onto the ground. Xiao Luo, in his white monster form, howled bitterly as he struggled hard to break free. His face looked hideous, distorted by the extreme pain he felt. "It is over." The King of Swords muttered softly. He held out his hand and a divine sword materialized out of thin air. The blade radiated a murderous aura. At that moment, a shocking vision appeared around him, causing all the people witnessing from below to gasp. All they saw was a pair of eyes, like the eyes of heaven overseeing all living things. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth converged toward the divine sword, causing a mighty power to surge outward. The divine sword emanated a fiery aura. "A critical strike," exclaimed the King of Blades as he retreated with shock written all over his face. "King of Swords, you jerk. You are indeed worthy of being second only to our holy lord. You have finally suppressed that Xiao clan's descendant. When the divine sword pierces through the guy, there is no way he will survive. The King of Thunder stared in surprise. He would make jokes about the King of Blades and the King of War, and even insulted them. But with the King of Swords, he did not have the guts to joke around. Though the King of Swords might be equal to them in rank, everyone in the Light Clan knew how much the people respected him. In terms of power, he was only behind the Holy Lord. If it wasn't because the Holy Lord had broken her limitations and increased her powers once again, it was highly likely that even their Holy Lord would face a hard time beating the King of Swords. Swoosh! Under the King of Swords' control, the divine sword quivered ominously and lightning flashed in the air. Claps of thunder rumbled endlessly. Illusions of countless gods surrounded the divine sword. Its very presence was daunting, and its target was Xiao Luo's chest. Trying to kill the brat? Have you asked for Grandpa Duck Emperor's permission? Duck Emperor bolted over like a flash of lightning, using his body to slam into the divine sword, aiming to change its trajectory. But before he could even touch the divine sword, the divine light circling the divine sword knocked him away. Blood spilled out from his nose and mouth, and some blood-stained feathers floated down the sky. The part of his body where the divine light had hit was bleeding, and the blood dyed his snowy white feathers red. Oh, no! Duck Emperor fell from the sky and yelled out loud when he saw Xiao Luo struggling in pain with the 4 long swords pinning him down. It was over for Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo's defeat delighted the people of the Light Clan. They revered the King of Swords as their invincible champion. Even Xiao Clan's descendant was nothing compared to him. Just as the divine sword was about to pierce into Xiao Luo, a divine light suddenly flashed over from afar to intercept the sword. The divine light cut through the divine sword. It broke and turned into dust instantly. Huh? Who was it? It shook everyone to the core. They opened their eyes wide and could believe what they were seeing. In the next second, a woman appeared out of thin air and hovered next to Xiao Luo. Dressed in a flowing white dress, her beauty was unmatched. Her face was as delicate as a flower. She was the most beautiful woman in the universe. Her neck was fair with a jade-like complexion, and her eyes were brilliant purple with black pupils. Her beautiful luscious long hair fell naturally over her shoulders. Her snow-white skin was faintly radiant, like flawless white jade, and her red lips were glossy, exuding an enchanting aura. Ho! Holy Lord? The sight of Suli surprised the common folk. They could never have imagined that their Holy Lord would break the King of Swords' divine sword to save a descendant of the Xiao clan. When they regained their senses, the King of Blades, King of Thunder, and King of War greeted Suli respectfully. The King of Swords, who was still in the sky, withdrew his sword and descended to the ground. Placing his left hand on his chest, he bowed low to greet Suli. All of you can go. With her hands behind her back, Suli's eyes focused on Xiao Luo. Though she spoke in a gentle tone, her voice was commanding. She said it in a tone that did not allow anyone to defy her. The King of Blades raised his eyebrows as if he already expected it to happen. He was the first to respond to her instruction and left with his assistant. On his way out, the King of Blades shouted toward all the common folk to leave the place as well. Disperse. All of you disperse now. Man with the last name Thunder, you do not even have the slightest chance at all. Ha ha. The King of War had recovered by now and could walk by himself. Before he left, he could not resist teasing the King of Thunder. F***ck. Get lost. King of Thunder could not help cursing at him, but when he realized Suli was present, he quickly swallowed back the word mother. Then, he left gloomily. #. He is still alive, he has only lost his consciousness, King of Swords said. Suli nodded in response. I know. The King of Swords said nothing else and promptly turned around and left. Xianxia immediately followed him, but he kept turning around to look back with every few steps he took. As they kept walking further away, Xianxia felt a little apprehensive. He turned to the King of Swords, and said, "King, I hope our holy lord has not fallen for him again. If she does, her cultivation level will reduce by half. What are we going to do if the great archenemy suddenly turns up now, as predicted by Granny Witch?" The King of Swords suddenly stopped walking. He was stunned by Xianxia's words, and it made him turn around to look at the couple. Then, the King of Swords turned his head back and continued to walk on. He did not answer Xianxia's question. Suli used her psychokinesis power to remove the 4 long swords that pinned Xiao Luo down. Xiao Luo regained consciousness and was free to move again. He looked up at the woman he had longed for, and the fierce aura emanating from his body slowly dissipated. White smoke rose from the surface of his body, giving off sizzling sounds. Wisps of smoke rose from his entire body like steam rising in a hot bathhouse. When the smoke finally dispersed, Xiao Luo once again returned to his original human form. The injuries on his body had healed, leaving no scars, but his clothes were torn and tattered and looked like a beggar's outfit. Through the power of Dragon Saber in his hands, Xiao Luo had the ability to stabilize his mind and control his body. But he chose not to. He preferred to let the rage in his heart take control of his body, and in doing so, he vented all his anger. Still lying exhausted on the ground, he looked at Suli, and a smile slowly formed at one corner of his lips as he said, "You have become a lot prettier. You look like a goddess from heaven beyond anyone's reach. I made them stop you. Why did you not just retreat?" Suli responded calmly. Her lack of emotions was like a knife piercing into Xiao Luo's heart. He already knew that it would be an outcome he had to expect, but he refused to come to terms with reality. She had recovered her memories and achieved a higher cultivation level. As the Lord of Arcana Land, she was in a powerful position and honored by her people. The difference between them was as vast as the distance between heaven to earth. Their past together faded like a puff of smoke and vanished with the wind. Had all the things that they went through been fake? Was the relationship between them so fragile? Xiao Luo closed his eyes in pain, and said, "Why should I retreat? I came to Arcana Land and traveled thousands of kilometers to bring you home." Somehow, the sentence felt so inadequate and ineffective. "I am already home." Suli's words were firm, and she added, This is my home." They have gone from being lovers to strangers. It was a cruel way to end their relationship. Filled with despair, Xiao Luo felt an unbearable pain in his chest. It was as if his heart was dying. He did not even care if anyone was manipulating the system anymore. He used up 100,000 points for the system's healing ability, and instantly his body recovered to its best condition. "Is that so?" He stood up, laughing at himself, and replied, "I guess I am just troubling you then." He dragged himself up, like he bore a heavy load, then struggled as he turned around. And with each step, he walked further away from Suli. Though his body appeared fine, despair made each step he took seem heavy. Erg! A mouthful of blood rushed up to his throat and spurted out of his mouth. Xiao Luo knelt on one knee. His face turned pale, but he stood up and continued walking. Tears rolled down the corners of Suli's eyes as she watched Xiao Luo walk further away from her. She could sense that he felt hurt and depressed. Her deep love for him, which she so casually discarded, seemed to resurface. She placed her hand on her aching chest and turned around to avoid seeing the forlorn figure walk away from her. She was afraid she would fall for him again. "I am sorry, Xiao Luo." She knew, in her heart, just how much she wanted to run over to him and hug him. But she could not do that. She was the Lord of Arcana Land. She had to shoulder the burden of thousands of spirits here. A formidable enemy was coming, and there was no way she could abandon her people. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound in the sky. The sound got increasingly louder, and it became vividly clear. Looking up, it turned out to be a fighter jet from the original world. It had passed through the barrier of space and arrived at Arcana Land. It seemed to face an engine malfunction. Thick smoke billowed, and the jet smashed into a forest, some distance away on the outskirts of Santa Maria. Boom! There was a loud explosion after the crash. A fiery burst of flames rose into the air from the crash site. A thick cloud of smoke mushroomed up into the air from the burning inferno, and flames spread out to its surrounding. The entire Santa Maria was in a state of panic. The tremor was even felt in the Holy Land of the Light Clan, and everyone was in a state of anxiety. What was that? Was it a gigantic bird? But why would there be an explosion when a giant bird falls onto the ground? What is going on? What in the world is going on? Quickly look. There seems to be another world in the sky over there. Did the giant bird which just crashed come from the other world? Everyone started speculating. Someone noticed that the sky in the distance looked a little distorted. Another world seemed to exist beyond that region of the sky. The other world was in shambles, with smoke and collapsed buildings everywhere. It looked like it was in the middle of a chaotic war. The sky over the other world looked muddy and blurry. The sight of the original world stunned Suli. Xiao Luo had walked quite a distance by now, and he looked up in surprise as well. He stared blankly at the world that appeared like a mirage. Others may not be aware of it, but there was no way he could not recognize the place he saw. It was the original world. But why was the original world in such a condition? Why were there flames and smoke all over the place? Did the Third World War occur? He had only left for about 2 months. How could the Third World War have triggered just like that? And how in the world did it appear in Arcana Land? If fighter jets could fly into Arcana Land from the original world, it would mean that the Chaos Dimension had been breached. Matter could travel between both worlds with no obstruction. What in the world happened? Were the two worlds about to overlap one another? Countless questions ran through his mind. For a brief moment, Xiao Luo stood frozen with his mouth wide open and in a state of confusion. It cannot be. Suli knitted her brows. She flew up into the sky and headed toward the mirage-like original world. The King of Swords flew up as well and followed behind her. Hurry! Use the recovery pill. Something does not look right. The King of Thunder asked for the bottle of pills from his assistant and instantly took one, before throwing the bottle over to King of War. I do not need it, said the King of Blades. He did not use his full strength when fighting Xiao Luo, and his overall condition was still pretty good. He flew out of the Holy Land of the Light Clan and headed toward the illusory original world. King of War took about 5 to 6 recovery pills at once, then said, looks like there is going to be another fight. Ha ha. He looked up with excitement at the sky, then soared right behind King of Blades. You idiotic fool. You only have to take 1 pill. What af** King Waste, the King of Thunder swore as he launched himself into the sky as well. But something seemed strange. He was afraid that this time, it might be the great archenemy. Hashtag. Goddamn, brat. Duck Emperor struggled hard and crawled toward where Xiao Luo stood. His white feathers were dyed red in blood, and his voice was pale and weak. Right now, it had reverted into a mini duckling. Xiao Luo leaned forward to lift him and laughed. Duck Emperor laughed along with him as well. A human and a duck, laughing with one another. In the end, they ended up cackling out loud. After a while, Duck Emperor said, that little girl, Ghost, is all right. King of Blades saved her. They should be together right now. Xiao Luo nodded his head, then looked up at the mirage-like original world in the sky. Duck Emperor, do you know what is going on right now? Duck Emperor shook its head and replied, I am not so certain. If my owner, Master God of Chaos, is around, I'm sure he would know. But looking at it right now, someone seems to have opened up both worlds, and the chaos dimension seems to have been breached. Let's go, we'll take a look. Xiao Luo ignored the pain in his heart and put Duck Emperor on his shoulder. He turned into a ray of light, soared into the air, and headed toward the hazy mirage. Soon, he entered the area, and what he saw caused his brain to tingle. His head went blank for a brief moment. This was indeed Huan Nation of the original world, and the familiar sight he saw was none other than Xiaohai. But Xiaohai was in a mess now. All the modern skyscrapers were badly damaged and smoke filled the air. Even the distant forest beyond the city was destroyed. This place looked desolate, like a scene from an apocalypse. Is this the original world? How did it become like this? Duck Emperor found it hard to believe that this was the original world that he had seen on his computer screen. Shouldn't this be a modern city filled with tall buildings, full of cars, and pretty girls? How was it in such a ruined state, with its skies covered in a haze? Sunlight was shining in, but it felt like the entire world was shrouded in a dense atmosphere. Xiao Luo was equally keen to know what happened as well. The first thought that came to his mind was his family and friends, grandparents, parents, Zhang Dashan, Su Xiaobei, Rui, Tang Ren, Ji Xiying, Gu Qianxue, Drug Lady, and the others. He rushed straight toward the NSA headquarters in Xiaohai, but found it was empty there. The NSA building and all its facilities had been completely wiped out. He quickly used divine awareness to scan the entire Xiaohai and finally found the survivor camp. It was a military station hidden in the mountainous area north of the city. All the survivors of Xiaohai were there, and Xiao Luo descended from the sky like a god, creating a mood of turmoil and fear. A troop of soldiers raised their guns and pointed at him like he was an enemy. All the soldiers from the other area ran over to this side of the camp as well. Sirens blared in the entire survivor base camp. Raise your hands, hurry, and raise your hands up. The leader of this group of soldiers shouted at Xiao Luo. He trembled and broke into a cold sweat. As a modern soldier, he did not believe in any fantasy-like scenarios and characters, but as he looked at this person in front of him descending from the sky, that instantly changed the perception that he had of this world. It felt like his worldview had turned upside down. Move aside. Xiao Luo bellowed and his body emanated a majestic aura. He then knocked the soldiers to the ground. He was not bothered to talk to these soldiers. Maximizing his divine awareness, he tried to search among the survivors for Zhang Dashan, Xiao Rui, and the others. But he realized they were not there. At this moment, two beautiful women emerged from the crowd of survivors, and they stared at Xiao Luo in disbelief. Team leader? It's really you, team leader. Team leader. The two women ran toward him with tears in their eyes. As if finding a pillar of support, they hugged Xiao Luo tightly. Xiao Luo recognized them instantly. They were from the Huayao group and were two of the members of Team 3 of the sales department. It was the team he headed when he was a team leader of that group, Lu Yiyao, and Si Yuding. Although their clothes were soiled, with their exquisite figure, the word stunning could still be used to describe them. Do you know what happened? How did Xiaohai end up in this state? Xiao Luo asked them. An extraterrestrial being. An extraterrestrial being invaded Earth, Lu Yiyao replied, grieving and sobbing. Si Yuding nodded her head like a chicken, and said, an extraterrestrial being arrived, and he has advanced technology. He released a giant spinning top made of a strange metal. The giant spinning top moved at a breakneck speed, destroying buildings everywhere it went. Not even our fighter jets or cannons could do anything to it. Extraterrestrial being? A giant spinning top made of a strange metal? Xiao Luo furrowed his eyebrows. Despite agreeing with most people that human beings were not alone in this entire universe, the fact that an extraterrestrial had visited Earth, and was even invading it, came as something of a surprise to him. It felt surreal, like he was in a dream. Team leader, I finally understand why you decided to give up your job at Huayao Group. And I also know why you appear so indifferent towards so many things, like you don't care at all. It turns out that you've already far exceeded what a normal human being can do. Team leader, you're like the cultivator that we always read about in novels. You're a divine being, for only divine beings can fly in the sky. The two women stared at Xiao Luo with much admiration. In their eyes, Xiao Luo was a god, an existence worthy of their worship. Xiao Luo didn't know how to reply to that. Cough, cough. Duck Emperor coughed a little, and said, actually, I'm a divine being as well, you can call me Duck God. Huh? Lu Yao and Si Yuding got a shock and took a few steps back as if they had just received an electric shock. They stared at Duck Emperor, perched on Xiao Luo's shoulder, in horror. The former pointed a trembling hand at Duck Emperor, and asked, Team leader, this duck can. It can talk? Xiao Luo glared at Duck Emperor and didn't bother trying to explain. He changed the subject. Besides this place, are there any more other survivor bases in Shanghai? No. A mature voice echoed across to him. Xiao Luo turned his head around to look. Here was another familiar-looking person. It was Tianjinxing, the former director of Shanghai Public Security Bureau. Tianjinxing was in his military outfit and walked over along with two other soldiers holding their guns. Director Tian, Xiao Luo greeted him humbly. The man's attitude was still sincere and genuine. Tianjinxing sighed and replied, we don't have a director here anymore. The alien race has invaded and the entire world is facing a disaster. We don't even know if we can survive this. Right now, I'm the one in charge of this survivor base. Su Xiaobei, Zhang Dashan, Ji Xiying, NSA's drug lady, and my younger sister, Xiao Rui, Tang Ren, and the rest, are they here? Xiao Luo asked anxiously. Tianjinxing shook his head. None of the names that you've mentioned are part of the names listed here in this survivor base. What does that mean? Xiao Luo trembled. Tianjinxing smiled sympathetically. They might be elsewhere, or they might already be dead, he said, then let out a helpless sigh. A week ago, the alien race arrived on Earth, and they unleashed their devastating weapons on us. More than half of the 20 million people in Shanghai were killed or injured in one day. Facing that spinning top of death, there was nothing we could do to fight back at all. Compared to them, human beings are weak and frail. Hashtag. Like what Tianjinxing had said, space agencies around the world discovered a large unknown spacecraft orbiting near Earth a week ago. It had released dozens of giant golden spinning tops made of metal. Those spinning tops were about 8 stories tall. They could spin at high speed, creating violent level 12 tornadoes in their trail. Everywhere those tops went, they destroyed buildings, bridges, forests, and everything else with ease. It was a global disaster, and countries around the world launched a counterattack immediately. But machine guns and bombardments could not destroy them. America even used its nuclear weapons to blow up these deadly spinning tops and the orbiting mothership. But to the alien race, those nuclear weapons were nothing more than children's toys. They deployed a unique high-technology particle system that intercepted the nuclear missiles fired at the spacecraft and formed a shield around the missiles. The particle system exploded the bombs within this shield and contained the damage. The space outside the system did not suffer any damage. The alien invaders had more advanced technology than the humans. The entire world was in a state of panic. Devastated by the alien spinning tops, the world population plummeted and humanity now faced a catastrophe never experienced before. It was in such a situation that 3 superior fighters appeared, just like the immortal cultivators one read about in novels. They split the alien spinning tops in half with a slash of their blades. After destroying all the alien spinning weapons, a lone figure emerged from the spacecraft. The alien warrior wore a mechanical suit over his body like Iron Man. His body glowed as he fought these three superior fighters from Earth. The fight was intense and caused great destruction. The force generated from their battle sent waves of high energy across space, shattering everything in its path. Government agencies over the world witnessed the intense battle between Earth's defenders and the invading alien warrior from satellite images. The battle lasted 3 days and 3 nights, and it took place above the Hua Nation territory. Their ferocious battle flattened Taishan Mountain, turned the Bohai Sea into dry land, and the capital became a vast abyss. The alien race fought against the humans and ultimately achieved victory. The warrior from the alien race defeated Earth's 3 superior fighters, who managed to escape. The news surprised Xiao Luo. The 3 superior fighters who defended Earth should be Elder Long, Tianshan Elder, and his master, Xuanhuan. Even their combined strength could not defeat the alien warrior? How was it possible? Where is the NSA at now? Xiao Luo asked urgently. At that point, what was most important to him was to confirm the safety of the people important to him. Jiangqing. Tianjinqing replied. He said, then added, all of our Hua Nation government officials are in Jiangqing now. They have established a secret base there and transferred all the country's most important people there for protection. All surviving NSA members are there as well. Thank you for letting me know. Xiao Luo thanked him, then nodded his head at his 2 former team members, Lu Yiyao and Si Yuding. He turned and soared into the sky. Everyone at the survivor base stared at him with their eyes wide open, unable to believe what they were seeing. Tianjinqing was stunned as well, but after witnessing the battle between the 3 superior fighters and the alien warrior a couple of days ago, he could accept anything he saw. He realized that there was a group of really extraordinary cultivators in this world. They could maintain a youthful appearance and were virtually invincible. He bowed to Xiao Luo, now soaring in the sky, and whispered, the hope of humanity rests on your shoulders. We are counting on you. Since the NSA was in Jiangqing, Xiao Luo hoped the people related to him were there with them. Zhang Dashan, Su Xiaobei, and the rest should have left Xiahai together with NSA. Xiao Luo comforted himself as he headed toward Jiangqing. Su Xiaobei is at my side. Suddenly, Su Li flew next to him, taking the form of a divine light. She told him where Su Xiaobei was as she gazed into the distant sky. Xiao Luo was a little stunned at first, but a smile formed on his face. My God, isn't that goddess Su who has disappeared over 2 months ago? Right, it is her. It looks like she is also a cultivator. Oh, my God, goddess Su is a cultivator. No wonder she always looks like a divine being, way above us ordinary human beings. The people at the survivor base below were in a state of frenzy. It was bad enough that their world had turned upside down, but now they even saw a familiar person change into a mighty being with invincible powers. The shock and psychological impact that they experienced traumatized them. Seems like you are not a heartless person. Xiao Luo said with a smile at Su Li, and added, but why are you so cruel to me? Do you have to be cruel towards your man to keep a strong cultivation level? Su Li did not answer and instead turned her face the other way. The 4 kings of the Light Clan and their assistants hovered in the air a distance away, and they did not look like they were planning to follow them. Curisa once said that the Light Clan's granny witch predicted a great archenemy was going to appear and bring devastation to this world. The great archenemy should be the alien race that has now invaded Earth. He also opened up a passageway between the original world and Arcana Land and is most probably planning to invade Arcana Land next. As the Lord of Arcana Land, you shoulder the responsibility of protecting thousands of spirits in Arcana Land. It is the reason you gave up our relationship and put all your attention on protecting Arcana Land. Am I right? Xiao Luo asked. Suli glanced at him with no expression on her face, refusing to answer his question, as usual. Xiao Luo smiled as he shook his head, and said, "You do not have to give me an answer. But once we have defeated the invading alien race, you will still have to be my wife and my woman. So what if you are the high and mighty lord of Arcana land? In my eyes, you are my woman." After saying that, he gazed at Suli for a short while, then turned into a ray of light, flying rapidly toward Jiangqing. Screw his ducking grandfather. Goddamn brat, you were damn cool back there. You are probably the first person in history who has unleashed his domineering side and had the guts to talk to the Lord of Arcana land like that. Duck Emperor admired him and could not help praising him. Xiao Luo brushed it aside and said, "She is my woman. It is a fact which will not change. Oh, **T. It is why I admire you so much. Did you not see the Holy Lord's pair of angry eyes? Screw her ducking grandfather." "I was about to pee in my pants," said Duck Emperor. Xiao Luo was speechless as he raced toward Jiangqing. Smoke covered the entire Hua nation. Every city he flew over was in complete ruin. He could no longer find any of the beautiful landscape he had seen previously. The destruction he witnessed was catastrophic. He arrived at Jiangqing in about 10 minutes. The Jiangqing he was familiar with bristled with high-rise buildings, had clean roads, and was spacious. It was a green city, and trees with colorful flowers lined both sides of the road. Jiangqing was a beautiful city with an efficient transportation infrastructure and excellent retail establishments. Now, all he saw in front of him were badly damaged buildings with wrecked steel bars sticking out of cracked walls. At the corner of Gong Village stood the 96-story building where he lived on the top floor. In a city of ruins, it was the only structure still left standing upright. Although the building looked damaged with cracks all over, it stood upright like a warrior. #. The rented apartment he used to live in now had a new occupant. The items were still the same, but the person living there was different. Memories from the past began appearing in his mind. Visions of him fooling around with Zhang Dashan, the images of him hanging out with Feng Wuhan's 5 brothers at the balcony, all those memories flashed across his mind like the passage of a movie. He had mixed feelings, and it felt like he had traveled through time and returned to the past. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, there was a loud rumble, coming from the enormous crack in the middle of the 96-story building. The entire building split in two and collapsed onto one side with a thunderous crash. The building turned into a massive pile of smashed bricks, and debris spread all over the ground. Xiao Luo rose to the sky and stared blankly at the collapsed building. It turned out that Xiao Luo was the last straw that broke the camel's back. The building was already highly unstable, and all it took was the added weight from Xiao Luo for it to come crashing down. He exhaled as he looked away from the rubble, confirmed his bearings, then flew toward the west suburb area of Jiangqing. There was a stretch of mountains there, and the secret base that Tianjinxing had mentioned was hidden within one of the mountains there. Other than the various Hua Nation personnel, who were in charge of different bases, no one else knew its location. Xiao Luo arrived at the secret base in a couple of breaths. It was hidden atop a secluded conical mountain that stood like a silent giant about a kilometer above sea level. They had dug into the mountain and constructed a secret base within it. It was exactly like an ant's nest with people living and working inside, like a colony of insects. The radar had already detected Xiao Luo's arrival even before he landed at the entrance of the secret base. The heavy door of the entrance opened up. The director of NSA, Gu Zhonghua, and Dongfang Shuayu walked out to greet him. Beside them stood King Kong and Lady Poison as well. "You have awoken?" Xiao Luo looked a bit surprised as he stared at the stylish and charming Fu Yiren. He did not hear any reply from Fu Yiren, but instantly detected a waft of her fragrance. She was already hugging him tightly. I wanted to be with you. I just couldn't bear to die yet. Fu Yiren clung tightly to Xiao Luo. She breathed in the scent on his body with her eyes closed. She could not control herself when she laid eyes on Xiao Luo again. Xiao Luo patted her on the back gently. Let's go. We will talk when we are inside, Xuanhuan said, raising his eyebrows. Xiao Luo nodded stiffly. Director Gu, you are so insensitive, Fu Yiren complained as she pouted her lips. She wanted to continue to hug Xiao Luo, but he had interrupted the intimate moment. King Kong laughed, agreeing with her, and said, you are indeed a little insensitive. Ha ha. Gu Zhanwu gave a hollow laugh and did not know how to respond to the comment. All right. What is this talk about insensitivity? We are in an emergency now. It will not be too late for you to chit-chat like this when we're inside, said Dongfang Shuaiyu, without mincing his words. While Fu Yiren came across as blunt and forthright, she could sometimes be shy as well. At that moment, her face instantly blushed as red as a cherry. Xiao Luo laughed and walked into the base. As he arrived at the second heavy door, he spotted a girl. She was wearing the NSA uniform and had a graceful figure. Her black hair was curled up and tugged inside the military cap. She had flawless skin with a snow-white complexion. Her eyes were clear and bright, her eyebrows had a delicate arc, and her soft lips looked like rose petals. It was Ji Xiying. Mr. Xiao Luo. Ji Xiying ran to Xiao Luo. She was so nervous that she did not even know where to do with her delicate hands. She rubbed them nervously, and on her right wrist, Xiao Luo noticed she was still wearing the jade bracelet that his mother had given her. My mind is at ease now that I know you are safe, Xiao Luo said as he smiled at her. Xiao Luo had surprised her with what he said and she immediately beamed as she gazed warmly at Xiao Luo. I am at ease as well now that I see that Mr. Xiao Luo is safe as well. Besides the members of the NSA, all the prominent leaders of the country were also in the sprawling base. Xiao Luo spotted some people from his company, Li Ziming, Lin Chongdong, and the 5 brothers of Feng Wuhan. He also saw the boss of Chongshan House, Chu Yunxiong, and his daughter, Chu Yu. Then he saw his friends from Huaya University. Bai Ling, Zhu Xiaofei, Ding Kai, and the class leader, Huang Ruren, were also there at the base. With Xiao Luo's arrival, they all gathered inside a spacious office and began chatting happily. Brother Luo, my brother Luo. I am so glad to see you again at long last. Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai were ready to give Xiao Luo a bear hug. Go away. What do you mean by your brother Luo? He is our brother Luo. Feng Wuhan glared at them angrily. His hooligan-like mannerism scared Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai so much that the two backed away. The 5 brothers greeted Xiao Luo with brotherly affection and camaraderie. Brother Luo, we have missed you so much. Come, give me a kiss. Bam. Xiao Luo kicked Feng Wuhan, who was pouting his lips and was moving toward him, and shouted, Where did you learn this disgusting sh*t? Did you learn it from Zhang Dashan? Brother Luo, you know Brother Shan, the best indeed. I learned it from Brother Shan. Brother Shan is always teaching us the wrong things, Feng Wuhan answered quickly, passing the blame over to Zhang Dashan. Xiao Luo was speechless. Li Ziming walked over and called out. CEO Xiao. She worked for Luo's workshop at the Shanghai branch, but she frequently traveled between Jiangqing and Shanghai. When the alien race invaded, she was at Jiangqing. When she survived the alien attack on the city, she ended up with the rest of the survivors and was brought to the secret base. Xiao Luo nodded to acknowledge her. Chu Yu was meeting her first love in person again. The happiness she felt at that moment was something no one else would understand. But of course, Chu Yu did not reveal her feelings and still addressed Xiao Luo in the same way as in the past. She called him a pretentious d*ck. Huang Ruoren had mixed feelings. The encounter in Mei Nation gave a deeper understanding of Xiao Luo. In his presence, she felt like she would always be inferior to him. Bai Ling was already a member of the NSA, specializing in computer science. She had thoroughly studied the 24 offensive and defensive methodology that Xiao Luo had left behind. In terms of computer skills, other than Xiao Luo, she was second to none in the entire Hua nation. Xiao Luo, long time no see. Chu Yunxiong said with a smile. Half of his head of hair was white. He looked like an approachable person and was emanating spiritual energy all over his body. Though he was standing in front of Xiao Luo, the high-spirited energy he gave off was unmatched. Boss Chu. Xiao Luo nodded his head and smiled at him. The first time I saw you, I could tell that you were a special person. I always knew that one day, you will reach a stature that everyone would look up to you with respect. It seems like I am not wrong. Chu Yunxiong expressed his admiration, and it showed in his eyes. The businesses from Xiao Luo's workshop and gene clinic were already catching up to his Chongshan house. In terms of business, Xiao Luo was already a well-known figure. Since he already discovered that Xiao Luo was a superior fighter, he now looked up to him with a respect befitting his newfound abilities. Xiao Luo could only laugh, and after hearing that he did not know what to say. Chu Yunxiong patted Xiao Luo on his shoulder and said, I do not know if the human race can survive this crisis. But I think all hope of survival rests on the shoulders of people like you. Good luck. Good luck, pretentious D*CK whack, and chase the invading extraterrestrial being away. Chu Yu pitched in. Xiao Luo looked at Chu Yunxiong and then looked at her. With a wry smile, he replied, I will try my best. Hashtag. Elder Long was also in a secret base in Jiangqing. He was seriously injured, and it compromised his cultivation level. He met Xiao Luo at the secret base at top of the mountain. A chilly breeze blew as it was early winter, and it was frigid. Achoo! The Elder Long sneezed, then shook his head and smiled wryly. I never expected that I would be so weak that I could not even withstand a cold. Senior, is the alien race that powerful? Xiao Luo could not believe that the alien race that invaded Earth could seriously injure Elder Long, and he even had the help of his Grand Preceptor, Xiao Quanren, and Tianshan Elder. Elder Long nodded slowly and replied, our powers are not of the same system as his. He claimed he was the representative of the ultimate tech, Prince Seiki, who came from the M81 star system. He is clad in golden armor that is merged with his body. Even if we smash him to pieces, he can come together again and be resurrected. He is immortal. Even if we blast his body to pieces, he can be rejoined and resurrected? Immortal? Xiao Luo was absolutely shocked. Have human beings become so powerful that they could even prevent death? Can they also now overcome the limitations of their bodies and reach the realm of immortality through the development of extreme forms of technology? Where is he now? Asked Xiao Luo. He should be somewhere on Earth. There's no aura coming from him, so I can't pinpoint his exact location, Elder Long replied. Xiao Luo nodded stiffly. A representative of the ultimate tech relied purely on the power of technological advancements, but he was still an ordinary person, so he would not have any true inner force. It was indeed tough to detect his location. Boom! Suddenly, a mighty presence of energy radiated from the north. Ordinary people could not easily detect this force, but Xiao Luo and the Elder Long could feel it clearly, and it felt like a ripple spreading across the horizon. It seems to be the aura of the Master of the Arcana Land, Elder Long exclaimed, looking rather surprised. Xiao Luo knitted his brows. He certainly knew that it was Su Li's aura, it was something he would never forget. Go ahead. It would help if your help was needed there. You don't have to worry about the Xiao clan. With the presence of your Grand Preceptor, your Tai Shi Gong guarding us, you need not worry about that girl, Gu Qianxia, either. She's at the peak of Mount Tianshan. My junior sister will risk her life to protect her. What you have to do now is to focus on the battle, Elder Long said. I got you. Xiao Luo replied solemnly and instructed the Duck Emperor to stay with Elder Long. Then, he turned into a streak of light and flew rapidly towards Shanghai. Elder Long looked up at the sky with his eyes filled with anguish. If we win, this crisis will be resolved. If we lose, the entire human race will be annihilated. Xiao Luo, can you protect Earth? It was ironic that he, a guardian of the world, actually could not take part in the battle and could only hide in a small corner of Jiangqing. He can. You have to trust his ability, Duck Emperor said. Xiao Luo flew at full speed, and the mountains and rivers of Hua Nation rapidly passed his sight. Su Li's aura was so powerful that, even in Jiangqing, he could sense her presence. It only meant that the alien race had appeared, and a great battle was now taking place between the two sides. It was most likely that the aliens were preparing to invade the secret realm and were being intercepted by Su Li and the 4 kings at the entrance. Wait for me. I'm coming. Xiao Luo roared inwardly and increased his speed. The landscape was a mere blur as he streaked across the sky. 10 minutes later, he reached Shanghai City. As soon as he arrived, he saw a figure clad in golden armor standing in the air with his red cloak fluttering in the wind. He looked exactly like a human. He had golden hair and even his eyes were golden. His slender phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, giving off an air of supreme confidence, as if he did not care about anything. Su Li, the king of swords, the king of war, the king of thunder, and the king of blades had spread out in a wide front and were glaring at him with hostility. Yo! My beacon, you've appeared too. He cast his gaze on Xiao Luo in a lofty and relaxed manner. Beacon? Xiao Luo frowned and said, What do you mean? What do I mean? Did you think the system was a gift for you? A sinister smile appeared on the corners of Seiki's lips. When hearing this, Xiao Luo's body trembled, and his eyes widened. Did you create the system? Of course. Other than our people from the ultimate tech, no one else in the universe could invent such advanced systems to adapt to various civilizations. Seiki added, every system we dispatched is designed to seek planets where civilizations exist. Then, they will learn and copy all the knowledge and skills from that civilization. As long as you have enough points, you can exchange them for any skills from that civilization world. Xiao Luo clenched his fists. He now knew he had always been under the control of the ultimate tech. The system is a locator. When it fuses with you, it serves as a beacon. Every time you used it, a location message is transmitted to our M81 galaxy. Although some data will inevitably be lost during transmission across our vast universe, the number of times you had used it was enough for us to locate your civilization with pinpoint accuracy. That was how I got here. It is never easy locating one's position in the universe, but we found a way. We call it the Dark Forest Laws, Seiki said further. King as hole. Xiao Luo was already gnashing his teeth in anger. There was no free lunch in the world. After fusing with the genius system, he always had a sense of doubt and tried to avoid using it. In the end, he even chose not to use it whenever possible. So there was a mastermind behind this after all. Are you angry? Seiki raised his brows and said, I suppose you are angry, but it isn't a big deal. You've already completed your mission, and, then he looked up at the mirage-like arcana land in the sky, and added, it's all thanks to your use of the system repeatedly, or I would never have located this hidden blue planet. It is vast and there should be thousands of creatures living here, right? Very good, I shall destroy them all at once. Destroying a civilization and building a new technological land is my princely mission. This place is a very suitable domain for me. After I, Prince Seiki, occupy this planet, I will expand my dominions across the universe for 100,000 light years with this planet as the center. He turned his gaze towards Suli and showed a lecherous smile. Well, excellent. To think that such a peerless beauty can be born on this planet. She can just stay by my side as a maid to serve my every need. When I have the mood, I can also enjoy the night with her. Perfect, truly perfect, haha, haha. Xiao Luo was already fuming out of control. When he heard this, he blew his top. F***CKU. A bloodthirsty roar escaped his throat, and his eyes turned scarlet. He drew his dragon saber and flew high into the sky, slashing down at the head of Prince Seiki. Hashtag. Dozens of crimson-black light blades cut through space like thunderbolts. They traveled with lightning speed and roared like beasts, shaking both heaven and earth. Tucked within the mountains, the people at the Shanghai survivor base could see the shower of crimson-black light blades in the distance. My God, what is that? It's like a light blade, they always appear in martial arts series. Is the Peerless fighter from Earth fighting the Yi clan? All of them stared anxiously at the spectacle with a feeling of dread in their hearts. Tianjinxing pondered solemnly as he gazed up at the sky. Is it group leader? Is group leader the one fighting the Yi clan? Lu Yao and Si Yuding trembled in fear. Images of Xiao Luo battling against the invading Yi clan flashed in their minds. They knew he was doing it to save the human race. Seiki was remarkably calm in the face of the oncoming crimson-black light blades. Energy shield level 10. A golden sphere instantly formed around him. It was a protective shield that completely encased his body. The crimson-black light blades struck the golden energy shield, resulting in an earth-shattering blast that reverberated like thunder. The impact also sent waves of energy across the ground, causing the air to distort and the ground to shake. It lasted quite a while, before it gradually came to a stop. Seiki was unscathed. He glared at Xiao Luo smugly, and said, "You are nothing when facing me, the ultimate power. Let me give you a warning, you better listen to." He abruptly stopped speaking, for Xiao Luo was headed straight toward him like a ferocious beast. With the dragon saber in hand, he aimed for the energy shield. Clang! Again, the dragon saber struck the shield, ringing loudly like the sound of two metal objects smashing into each other. A shower of sparks flew from the tip of the saber. Scarlet Eyes? Are you the one who represents the ultimate martial? So, you are from the Xiaohuo clan. There was a look of surprise on Seiki's face, but his arrogant expression quickly returned and he said, "The ultimate tech has completely suppressed the ultimate martial. We wiped out your Xiaohuo clan from the universe. I did not expect one of your survivors to be hiding on this planet. You even assimilated with the lowly beings of this planet and bore offsprings. How pathetic. What a joke. Shut up." Xiao Luo scowled as he gritted his teeth, and the veins on his head throbbed. Unleashing all the power in his body to crush the energy shield had taken a toll on him. But it was futile as the golden energy shield was too strong. It was impenetrable, and he was at a complete loss as he hovered in the air. Seiki snickered and continued to rile Xiao Luo up. To think that the system we sent into the universe chose you, a descendant of the Xiao clan, as its carrier. It looks like destiny has determined the Xiao clan will go extinct. This trip will surely earn me a big reward. After mocking Xiao Luo, a red laser beam suddenly shot out from his right eye. Even though Xiao Luo had attained an exceptionally high level of power, he was no match for a weapon the speed of light. Besides, it was virtually impossible to evade at such close range. His body reacted instinctively, but the laser beam still shot him right through his left shoulder. It was the best Xiao Luo could do against the laser beam. Otherwise, it would have got him in his heart. Poof! Blood gushed out from behind his left shoulder. The pain was so intense that Xiao Luo let out a painful groan. Without giving Xiao Luo a chance to recover from the hit, Seiki teleported in front of him and thrust his palm into Xiao Luo's chest. Bam! The tremendous power from the strike was like a raging wave. The energy force spread from Xiao Luo's chest to his limbs. The quick palm assault from Seiki traumatized his internal organs, and Xiao Luo spat out a mouthful of thick blood and fell from the sky. Su Li's astute pair of eyes squinted a little. Then, she immediately transformed into a beam of divine light and sped toward Xiao Luo. She caught him in midair, and they continued hurtling down for another 10 feet before she could cushion the impact and steady her flight. After Su Li caught him, Xiao Luo spat out several more mouthfuls of blood. His face had turned white and pain showed on his face. Swoosh! Su Li landed on the ground and hurriedly tapped on his major acupuncture points to contain the hemorrhage within his body. She then gave him a recovery pill. Quickly heal your injuries by yourself. After she said that, Su Li bounded into the sky, leaving behind a lingering trail of her fragrance around him. Xiao Luo sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and focused on healing his internal injuries. There was a formidable enemy in front of him. He could not let his feelings for her distract him. Otherwise, he could protect anyone, most of all his own woman, Su Li. In the sky, King of Thunder was the first one to launch an attack against Seiki. Kill! The fearsome warhammer delivered a powerful blow. It shook the air and filled the sky with numerous purple thunderbolts that resembled pythons, charged with a venomous aura. They flew at Seiki from all angles. The King of War soon joined in the assault. He pointed his broken sword at Seiki and went straight for him. The tip of his weapon was bursting with energy and sliced through the air effortlessly. He intended to stab Seiki with it. Forget it, let us just work together this time and get rid of this guy from the E-clan once and for all. King of Blades snapped out of his indifferent nature. With great urgency, he attacked Seiki from another direction, soaring through the sky with his mighty sword. The golden-hued blade light was dazzling, and it was charged with an incredible amount of energy. It was a weapon of overwhelming power. Chiba. The King of Swords muttered an incantation and the sword in his hand turned into a thin blade that resembled peach blossom petal. Then, it broke up into a cluster of blades that looked like sharpened bamboo strips and swarmed the entire sky as they too flew straight at Seiki. So much energy being used against me. It looks like a level 10 protection will not be enough. Let us increase it to level 20. Seiki smiled calmly as the golden energy shield around him grew brighter and enlarged in size. He stayed at the same spot without moving, waiting to take on the attack heading to him. Boom! 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 Four massive energy beams smashed into the surface of the energy shield. The shield glowed as it absorbed a horrific amount of energy that kept building up before it exploded violently and shot toward the Shanghai survivor base. All the people there could feel the pressure of the blast against their chests. Their ears were humming as they fell into a temporary state of deafness. You people are overestimating yourselves. Seiki glanced at all four kings as he spoke, looking utterly arrogant. Suddenly, a dazzling divine light pierced through from below and smashed into the energy shield that protected him. The blast shattered the golden energy shield and blew Seiki into smithereens. The blast stunned the four kings, and they looked in the direction where the light came from. They saw Su Li and realized what had happened. She had launched her divine light. This king here finally understands what the villain dies from talking too much really means. Ha ha, the King of Thunder quipped as he burst out laughing. King of War could not help but sneer as well. Garbage. I thought he could take the hit. He has disappointed me. Hey, do not jump to conclusions so soon. Something does not seem right, muttered the King of Blades. He continued to stare at the space with a frown. does not seem right? King of Thunder did not understand what he was getting at, and asked, "What is it?" "We saw him blow up into pieces, but there are no bloodstains at all. Do you not find it strange?" King of Blades asked. Hearing the King of Blades' opinion, it suddenly dawned on the King of Thunder and King of War that something was indeed amiss. In the next instant, something shocking happened that made all of them open their eyes in horror. The countless broken fragments in the sky turned into bits of golden light. Each piece was a light source, and they rapidly came together, forming a massive orb of golden light. The light was glaringly bright and resembled a golden crow. It was difficult for them to keep their eyes open. Then the bright golden orb morphed from a spherical form into a human form. As the light faded, what they saw was Seiki, completely in one piece. How is this possible?" exclaimed King of Thunder. He was so shocked his eyes were about to pop out. The King of War felt chills running down his spine. How did Seiki resurrect himself after being blown apart? What breed of monster was he, the undead? "I knew it wasn't going to be so easy," muttered the King of Blades. King of Swords furrowed his eyebrows a little as he hovered in midair. He stared at Seiki without blinking. Seiki let out a long sigh, then smiled as he turned to look at Suli, and said, "I did not expect the maidservant I chose to be this capable. She is much stronger than every single one of you here. I am impressed that even the level 20 energy shield could not block her attack. But it is useless anyway. I have restored my body and fortified myself with this armor. Even if you smash me into pieces, I can still rapidly bring my body back together and revive myself. I am immortal. You people do not have what it takes to kill me no matter what you do." "Cannot kill you?" "I refuse to believe that nonsense." The King of War roared. The inner force surged within his body and he emanated a dark, murderous aura. With a fierce look on his face, he charged at Seiki like a bull as he twirled his sword. The power he unleashed was so immense that even the laws of heaven and earth seemed to change along with him. Dark clouds filled the sky as a peal of rumbling thunder cracked above them, and the force he released smashed the mountains beneath him. "Air energy cannon," Seiki muttered. Extending his right hand, his armor allowed him to draw the air around him and compressed it. With a thrust of his palm, he launched it at King of War. The compressed air turned into a hot white orb of light and shot from his palm. The surface of the orb was crackling with energy as it hurtled straight toward King of War at lightning speed. King of War instinctively crossed his arm in front of his chest. He chose not to evade it and prepared to take the direct hit. Boom! The air energy cannon exploded when it came into contact with his body. Smoke billowed out, and the explosion echoed through the sky. When the smoke cleared, the King of War stood unscathed, brushing the dust off his body, and mocked, "Nothing more than a mediocre parlor trick. I have nothing to fear." "Is it so? Then I will let you have a taste of a bigger one." Seiki gave him a sinister smile. The armor on his body sucked in more air this time, and once again, it gathered in front of his palm. Slowly, the energy orb formed, and it looked far more destructive than the previous one. The fiery light illuminated both heaven and earth. The energy cannon was gigantic, and it moved at the speed of light. The fiery orb sliced through space with devastating effect, and its aura filled the entire atmosphere. "King of War, you fool! Hurry and dodge it!" King of Thunder shouted. King of Blades, King of Swords, and Suli watched with their hearts in their throats. They worried for the King of War. Dodge it? The King of War wondered how in the world he was going to dodge the incoming blow. He flashed a bitter smile, for he was too close to it to dodge it in time. The energy cannon was too fast, and it enveloped him in an instant. Boom! The aftermath of the explosion was devastating. A thundering roar filled the air. A mushroom cloud rose, and a massive burst of energy waves spread across in all directions. King of Swords, King of Blades, and Su Li were all pushed back about 4 meters. Swirling winds formed a vortex that sucked various small objects from the ground into the air, like a roaring sandstorm. #Ah. The King of War let out a painful groan and fell from the sky as blood soaked his entire body. King of Thunder soared swiftly toward him and caught hold of him firmly. When they landed safely on the ground, he put the King of War down and said, "Do you not know how to F***king dodge? You just had to use your body to take on that huge cannonball. Are you a F***king idiot? Get lost." King of War answered back. Blood gushed out of his mouth as he spoke and his voice sounded extremely weak. What does the way I fight have anything to do with you? Alright. Just consider me a busybody, then. King of Thunder took out a recovery pill from his pocket and put it into King of War's mouth. Then he smiled and said, "You stay here and look after yourself." Then he left the King of War's side and soared into the sky to join the others who were still battling Seiki. Seiki handled the combined attacks from King of Swords and King of Blades with ease. He did not have to avoid any of their blows. The energy shield was more than enough to fend off their attacks. He was using both of them as live targets, launching his air energy cannonballs toward them. King of Swords and King of Blades moved at extreme speed. They looked like two phantoms zipping from one end to the other. But Seiki's high-tech eyes could pinpoint their trajectory accurately and lock on them with precision. Boom! King of Blades got shot. He spiraled down to the ground as wisps of smoke trailed behind his body. The King of Thunder's warhammer was a weapon that could absorb many forms of attacks. But it could not absorb the air energy cannonball at all. Seiki shot him down with one cannonball, and he too fell from the sky along with his warhammer. He slammed down hard on the ground and created a large hole. Boom! Seiki then launched an air energy cannonball at King of Swords. A wall of peach blossom petal-like thin blades wrapped around the King of Swords to protect him. He was fine, despite the forceful hit. Not bad. I thought besides the maidservant, the rest of you were just useless melons. Now that I look at it, you are at least putting up a fight, and I like it. It would be too boring to take you all out with only my air energy cannonballs, Seiki mocked. He wore a sinister smile as he stared at King of Swords. Windblade burial. King of Swords hollered. The sky suddenly filled with countless peach blossom petal-like thin blades. They flew toward Seiki and rapidly stacked together, layer by layer, to form a sphere, trapping him inside. Colorful lights reflected from its surface when rays from the sun shone on it. King of Swords is using everything he has. What a large blade burial ball. Since I have known him, this is the first time I see this formation. King of Thunder, King of War, and King of Blades gathered together, helped by their designated assistants. The King of Thunder's eyes opened wide when he saw the blade burial ball in the sky. It was the size of a mini asteroid. King of War and King of Blades said nothing. They merely stared at King of Swords' wind blade burial formation in awe. Meanwhile, Su Li moved her slender hands in rapid movements in front of her chest to create a seal formation. A barrier of energy materialized in the form of a gigantic white snake. Opening its venomous fangs wide, it shot toward the ball, opening its jaws to swallow the blade burial ball with Seiki trapped inside. Is this the Holy Lord's sealing technique? The Black Coffin? Asked King of Thunder, looking at the seal formation in amazement. Of course, it is Black Coffin. She is indeed our Holy Lord. She dealt with the problem so quickly. Did the clan guy not say he is immortal? Then seal him forever, and we shall see what else he can do, answered the King of Blades with a smirk at the corner of his mouth. Even the King of Swords cannot break this seal. Hee hee. It is going to be fun, said the King of War with a chuckle. It was as if he was watching an exciting show. Xiao Luo sat cross-legged. He stared up at the sky with surprise when the snake materialized, and then the black coffin appeared. The coffin slammed into the ground, as heavy as a mountain. It looked like a 10 stories tall rectangular building, slanting a little as it stood upright above the ground. The surface cracked with dark energy and emitted a powerful aura. Isn't that the prison of heaven and earth? Xiao Luo looked puzzled. He recalled the day at the top of the Tianshan mountain when the Tianshan elder had used the same technique to trigger the potential power within him. But as he looked closer, he frowned and mumbled to himself, "No, it doesn't appear to be the prison of heaven and earth. The prison of heaven and earth does not have such an overpowering aura. It must be a sealing technique at a higher level than the prison of heaven and earth. Did she awaken this magical power all by herself?" He suddenly realized just how powerful his wife, Suli, really was. She possessed the skill to invoke a magical power by herself. It was enough to make many martial arts experts bow their heads down in shame. The heavy black coffin emanated a terrifying force, showing how strong the sealing technique was. Beads of sweat had formed on Suli's fair forehead, and she was breathing a little heavier from exhaustion. King of Thunder walked toward it and stretched his hand out to give it a knock. The black coffin reverberated with a metallic ring. He raised his head and looked at the structure, then said, "This black coffin should be secure, right? If there is no air in there, how will he breathe? Thankfully, I am on the side of the Holy Lord. I would rather be dead than to be sealed inside the black coffin," the King of War chimed. Just as he finished talking, a golden haze that looked like smoke slowly seeped out from the black coffin. What was it? Everyone looked shocked, wondering what the cloud of golden mist was. The golden mist rose above the black coffin, forming an outline of a human figure. Then, in a flash of golden light, Seiki appeared standing above the black coffin. This monster, even imprisoning him with the sealing technique, can't work. King of Thunder gasped, looking horrified. King of War and King of Blade stood rooted in shock as well. They could not believe their eyes. Seiki could regenerate after being blown to bits, and now he could even escape from the black coffin in the form of that golden mist. There was no way they were going to defeat him. Their opponent was invincible. "Maidservant, you are indeed capable. I got a shock. But thankfully, I can break down the molecules in my body and can penetrate through anything. There is nothing in this universe that can stop me," Seiki said, wiping his forehead as he looked at Suli. "Shut up." Listening to Seiki addressing Suli as his maidservant, King of Sword was furious. He grabbed his sword and charged at Seiki. "I shall play with you then and let you people have a taste of the strength of the ultimate tech." Using the same technique, a long blade materialized in Seiki's hand. It beamed out a golden light energy force and the armor activated its battle mode. At that moment, he was not the one controlling the armor, but the armor was controlling his movements. His body automatically blocked King of Swords' attack and launched a counterattack at the same time. Clang! 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 The two weapons engaged in non-stop battle. The energy generated from the clash of their weapons spread through the surrounding space, and multiple cracks appeared in the sky. The energy from their blades cut through the mountain beneath them, and it was instantly hewn in two. The cut was clean, like the surface of a mirror. Suli turned into a beam of divine light and joined in the fight. She could make any weapon she wanted out of thin air using true inner force, and she now had a sword in her hand. With the sword and her as one, she flew at Seiki brimming with power. Seiki, who was dealing with King of Swords at that moment, paid little attention to her. With a stroke of her sword, she blew him into smithereens once again. Only his head was left intact. Even without his body, the head was still alive, and his brain could still function. As it hovered in the air, his pair of red phoenix eyes stared at her with a look of mockery. "Maidservant, if you do this again, I am going to be very angry." In a flash, fragments of his body were rapidly reconstructed, then he suddenly appeared behind the King of Swords. Becoming whole again, he aimed his long blade at King of Swords' back and intended to stab him. Hashtag. Seiki moved with extreme speed, appearing behind King of Swords in a flash. But the King of Swords was no slouch, and he reacted swiftly. A myriad of petal-like thin blades came together, forming a defensive barrier behind him to block Seiki's attack. It is useless. My quantum weapon is invincible. There is nothing it cannot pierce through. Seiki had a sinister smirk on his face. He continued to drive his quantum long blade through the King of Swords' defensive wall of blades. The long blade easily penetrated the barrier and plunged into King of Swords' back. Erg! As the long golden blade pierced through his back and exited his chest, blood gushed from his wound. King of Swords tried to suppress the pain. As beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, he involuntarily let out a painful grunt. Air Energy Cannon. Level 5. Seiki stretched his left hand out and took careful aim at King of Swords, and blasted a massive shot from his air energy weapon. Boom! The loud explosion was followed by a mushroom cloud that rose high into the air. Taking such a hit at close range, not even the King of Swords could escape unscathed, and his severely injured, blood-drenched body spiraled down toward the ground. King! Kurisa shouted, flying straight up into the air. All he cared about was to catch the King of Swords. Hee hee. A cruel smile formed on Seiki's lips, and he discharged another shot from his air energy cannon. It smashed into Kurisa and exploded in a loud boom midair. Thick smoke billowed, and an arm was seen flying from the thick cloud of smoke. Kurisa landed on the ground, covered in blood and wailing in excruciating pain. The shot had taken off his left arm. Blood kept pouring out profusely from the wound and he was unable to stop the bleeding. B*****. Suli furrowed her brows in anger. Her pair of purple eyes glowered with murderous intent. She gritted her pearl-white teeth, turned into a ray of divine light, and streaked toward Seiki, intending to kill him. Several beams of brilliant light followed her trail, and upon closer inspection, they turned out to be foot-long swords enveloped in a glowing film of energy. The brilliance radiating from the flying swords made Suli look ethereal and divine. As she was reaching Seiki, the flying swords suddenly flashed ahead of her like bolts of lightning. Before Seiki could even react, they struck at his energy shield with fearsome power. Clang! 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 The sky resounded with a report of deafening metallic rings. Suli's flying swords had cracked the energy shield open. What? It is a level 20 energy shield, yet it could barely handle an attack from you, exclaimed Seiki, knitting his brows in surprise and wondering what was going on. Suddenly, Suli appeared in front of him with a divine sword in her hand. Without warning, she stabbed him in his chest, right through his heart, and out his back. Arg, it hurts. It is so painful. I think I'm going to die. Haha. Seiki mocked Suli by pretending to be in pain, then his expression gradually changed and he burst out laughing maniacally. Maidservant, why do you not understand? I am immortal. No one on this planet can kill me. Suli clenched her jaw as she swiftly drew another divine sword and stabbed it into Seiki's head and chest. Everyone knew that the heart and the head were the two most vital points, and any blow to the 2 points would prove fatal. But after thrusting her sword into both these points, nothing happened. It was like plunging it through water, and no blood poured from the wound. It was clear that they were not the weak point of this guy from the Yi clan. Suli wondered what she had to do to defeat him. For a fleeting moment, her mind was churning for ideas. Suddenly, Suli sensed approaching danger and quickly retreated about 10 feet away. A shot from the air energy cannon flew past her, followed by a piercing hail. The cannonball traveled higher in the sky and exploded thousands of meters away. Within the blast zone of about 100 meters, the shattering force formed dark voids. I missed. You dodged my air energy cannon, but it is to be expected of the maidservant whom I chose. Seiki slowly lowered his palm. The gaping wounds in his chest and head inflicted by Su Li's divine sword healed. A layer of golden light enveloped his body like golden liquid, and the wounds rapidly closed up. The golden light gradually faded and his armor formed over his newly regenerated flesh once again. The sight of the regeneration process stunned Su Li. Disbelief spread across her delicate, pretty face. Could it be true that nothing could kill the guy from the Yi clan? If her opponent could not regenerate his cells, she believed that the guardians from the original world could handle him by themselves. She would not need to get involved. But she could not figure out what form of molecular technology the Yi clan had developed. No matter how high her cultivation level was, nothing she tried had worked, and she had to accept that her opponent was truly invincible. What should she do to defeat him? Just what else could she do? When you are fighting me, it is not wise to let your guard down. A sinister voice whispered into her ears. Su Li promptly snapped out of her stupor and realized that Seiki was already right beside her. She steadied her nerves and launched an attack with her sword to cut down Seiki. Seiki matched her weapon with the long quantum blade. He instantly materialized. Clang! 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 They clashed ferociously and a terrifying blast of energy spread across, causing fear among the inhabitants of the ruined Shanghai city. Su Li launched a powerful strike at him, and Seiki was knocked high into the sky. A trail of flying swords cut through the air and followed Seiki, giving him no chance to defend himself as the sharp blades pierced through his body like 1,000 arrows. His body was perforated full of holes and destroyed. But he swiftly regenerated his body in midair. The body parts came together and fused seamlessly, becoming whole again instantly. If Duck Emperor were there, he would exclaim loudly, "Screw his ducking mother. Isn't he just like those powerful demons that have eaten the devil fruit? It is useless. You cannot injure me, no matter what you do." Hee, Seiki said, laughing cynically. Su Li was infuriated, and with no hesitation, she unleashed all her power at once. The level of power she released could even destroy the Ri nation in one stroke, and it now gathered ominously around Seiki. The terrifying energy swirled and spread across heaven and earth. High above Su Li's head, the eye of the storm gazed down upon the entire world. Blistering wind swept the sky, and the ground rumbled and split apart. A massive storm swept across the sky and thunder rumbled from within the dark clouds. A dazzling light enveloped Su Li as she descended like a goddess, emanating a divine aura. It was a technique that could dominate the world. Colors faded from heaven and earth. It was as if the world was about to end. On the ground, the 4 severely injured kings looked up into the sky. The amount of power that raged was enough to make their souls tremble. Seiki was hovering in midair, with a solemn look on his face. The system had given him a warning about the power that had just been unleashed. He would have to increase his energy shield to its maximum level, to avoid a fatal blow. I cannot believe this woman trained herself to such a high level. Why is there no information on someone like her within the data files of the Ultimate Marshal? She is not weaker than the Xiao clan. Seiki trembled as he muttered to himself, then immediately increased his energy shield to the maximum level 50. The golden energy shield activated to its full level. It was impossible to see Seiki from outside the enclosed protective shield. #9 Sky Engulfing Phoenix. A sphere of holy aura enshrouded Su Li as her forward mantra rang across the sky. Her glowering eyes expressed an intense desire to kill as she glared at Seiki. Her entire body emanated a raging force that swept through the air. It crushed the remaining trees on the ground in a flash and sent wood debris flying all over the place. Screech! 9 dazzling phoenixes suddenly appeared and attacked Seiki furiously with their sharp claws. Each of them had a long tail formed of light, resembling the tail of a shooting star. The sky shook and vibrated as they soared through the air, sending violent energy waves that shook even the Shanghai survivor base, tucked far away in the remote mountainous area. Oh, my God, what are those? 9 phoenixes shining in divine light? What kind of power is that? This world is just too strange and too crazy. The survivors looked up at the sky in awe, deeply shocked at what they were witnessing. Chief Lu Yao and Si Yuding worried for Xiao Luo. The power they had just witnessed exceeded their expectations. Anxiously, the government officials and NSA executives in the Jiangqing secret base observed the real-time video transmitted by satellite at the meeting hall. The battle scene at Shanghai City was playing on the screen. Could such attacks wipe out our human race? Everyone felt troubled and worried as the prowess of the alien race had far exceeded predictions. Su Li's double identity as a celebrity and a top-level martial arts practitioner came as a shock to everyone. But the officials and the NSA executives were more concerned about the invasion by the alien race. They urgently needed to come up with a solution to defeat the aliens and solve the crisis that could end humanity forever. The 9 divine phoenixes crashed into Seiki together in a coordinated strike. Bang! A massive detonation ripped across the sky, forming a mushroom cloud. The deafening explosion made the 4 kings and Xiao Luo's ears ring. A burst of intense heat followed the energy storm that swept through the sky and put fear into everyone's heart. The extreme heat created ripples that distorted space. A nearby mountain with its peak rising above the clouds was instantly incinerated. The heat wave destroyed everything in its path. It was so hot that it melted everything instantly. Nothing was spared. In the Shanghai survivor base, everyone stared at the passing heat wave in horror. Although they were at least a dozen kilometers away from it, the high temperature still made everyone sweat profusely. Meanwhile, at the center of the explosion, there was dead silence. The 4 kings and Xiao Luo swallowed their saliva nervously, and anxiety grew deep in their hearts. If the massive explosion had occurred at a lower altitude, they would all have incinerated. Although Su Li had contained her full power, every tree within a radius of some 1,000 meters had burned, and the scorching temperature had turned the land barren and red. The land surface was twice hotter than a desert, and hot air rose from the ground in waves. After executing the Phoenix formation, Su Li was breathing heavily as she had given it everything. It was expected that her strength would be depleted temporarily. In the aftermath, she stared at the center of the explosion. The horrifying energy from the 9 sky-engulfing phoenixes was gradually dissipating, and the shattered space was coming together again, as the rules of nature once again took hold. It was an apocalypse. Everything in sight had charred, the picture of a dystopian world destroyed by invading aliens. Despite activating a level 50 energy barrier, Seiki only prevented himself from being completely incinerated. His body had broken up into a myriad of shards silently floating in the air. Damn it! Once she caught sight of the shards, Su Li immediately knew that she did not destroy the alien. She clenched her teeth in frustration. Trang! The floating shards suddenly glowed like golden light and rapidly merged. Then once again, Seiki reappeared in his gleaming armor, completely unharmed. He gazed into Su Li's eyes and said, "So that was the 9 sky-engulfing phoenix. It is a powerful weapon. The temperature from that blast is almost comparable to the star that lights up your planet. If I had not maximized my barrier protection to the highest level, I am afraid that you would have killed me just now." High temperature? So, the alien is afraid of high temperatures. The 4 kings and Xiao Luo noted it as well. What if they could push him off to the sun? Would that be enough to kill him? However, the method was impractical as Seiki could deconstruct his body into particles the size of atoms. Not even the sealing technique had worked on him. So it looked like there was no way they go with that strategy. It seemed that Seiki was not afraid to expose his weakness at all. He smiled at Suli, and said, if the temperature is high enough, it can melt everything, including atoms. The rise of any civilization begins with the creation of fire. Therefore, it regulates temperature and can destroy everything, including civilization itself. It is a paradox, but paradoxes are the key elements of forming a universe. Nobody is interested in your devilish preaching. Suli smiled icily. She summoned her flying swords to her side, then projected them out like lightning bolts. Clang! 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 They streaked into the level 50 energy barrier, but were deflected off. The swords then vanished as if they had never appeared. Seiki raised his eyebrows and continued, you are right. None of you would understand such complex concepts. It is pointless explaining them to you. You cannot activate the 9 sky engulfing phoenix without rest, correct? My data here shows that your energy has fallen below 30%. You were at 95% before that. That move used up a lot of your true inner force, right? Suli frowned and glared at him willfully. She was at a complete loss for words and clenched her teeth hard. I have faced your 9 sky engulfing phoenix head-on. Now, it is my turn to return you the big favor. Seiki smiled as he raised his right hand, and a tiny ball of destructive energy appeared at his fingertip. He concentrated on the ball, turning it from a scorching fireball into a giant ball of fire 6 meters in diameter. It had the same scorching temperature as the one he had just experienced. Seiki cast it at Suli, and she flinched. Swoosh! The giant fireball hurtled through the sky silently, not even creating any sound as it traveled extremely speed before hitting Suli directly on her body. Boom! When it struck Suli, a catastrophic explosion blasted through the area, sending waves of destructive energy across the land. An infinity void formed in space, and a massive crater appeared at the center of the explosion. Its diameter measured 100 zhang with a depth of 100 meters. Large cracks formed around the edge of the crater, large enough to fit a person through it. Everyone who had witnessed it through the satellite transmission gasped in horror. The expression on their faces changed instantly. This alien is just too powerful for us. He is invincible. We are done for. The entire human race is doomed. Heaven, why are you doing this to us? What wrong have we done? Fear and despair spread amongst the government executives around the world. The alien's supreme power had mentally crushed them. Regardless of the nationality, they all knew what was in store for them when they witnessed the fireball. Hashtag. When the massive fireball exploded, it blew Suli away like a bowling pin struck ferociously by a bowling ball. She fell from the sky and left a trail of blood that dissected the horizon like a bright red rainbow. Your Holy Highness! The King of Thunder roared in anguish as he watched the defeated Suli spiraling down from the sky. Without a word, the King of Sword forced his battered body up, intending to intercept Suli's fall. Before he could leap into the air, a feral roar thundered nearby. Xiao Luo catapulted into the sky like a rocket, his crimson-red eyes leaving 2 streaks of deep red light across the sky. Suli was grievously wounded, and as she fell in a spin, Xiao Luo caught her in midair and held her close to him. Suli stared at him in surprise, and a fleeting look of tenderness flashed in her dazzling eyes. But she immediately suppressed her feelings, and a look of indifference formed on her face. Let me go. No. Xiao Luo had made up his mind. He sealed her red lips with his, cutting off any further argument. Suli felt a tingling feeling run through her body as all effort to suppress her love for him vanished instantly. As hard as she tried, she could no longer hide her feelings for Xiao Luo. She struggled briefly, but eventually closed her eyes and let her man dominate her. As Xiao Luo continued kissing Su Li, the holy aura surrounding her gradually weakened. The energy she emanated from her body vanished. Huh? The four kings and their subordinates stared at them and their jaws dropped in disbelief. It could only mean that their holy lord still had feelings for Xiao Luo, and they know it would cost half of her cultivation power. Su Li was already having a tough time with the alien, and with half of her cultivation gone, there was no way they could win this battle. We're done for. The King of Thunder quickly recovered from his shock and heaved a long sigh as he voiced out what was on everyone's mind. The King of Blades put on a smile and said, "Hey, do not be so pessimistic. At least we have Xiao Luo." Did the alien not say that the Xiao clan represented the best of the ultimate martial? Maybe Xiao Luo is the only person who can beat this guy who represents the best of the ultimate tech. Are you delusional? The kid could not even beat the King of Swords when he was in his element. How can he even defeat this alien? The King of Thunder retorted, not agreeing with what the King of Blades had said. The King of War nodded, siding with the King of Thunder in a rare display of camaraderie. If not for the alien's atomization ability, the King of Swords could have finished him in one move. So, the secret of his power lies in his ability to atomize. The King of Thunder disagreed and replied, wrong. His energy barrier is also incredibly sturdy. Even our combined power cannot break through it. There is only one person on this planet who can do it, and that person is our Holy Highness. The King of Blades frowned. He began to doubt Xiao Luo's capability after hearing what the King of Thunder had to say, and responded, I am just saying maybe, not guaranteeing that Xiao Luo can beat him. Let us observe quietly. It is all we can do now. Watching them here on the ground. The King of Thunder and the King of War smiled wryly as they looked each other in the eye. The King of Swords was next to Kurisa and had managed to stop his bleeding. He was now healing himself with his cultivation ability. There were bloodstains on the front and the back of his white robe where the alien's sword had pierced. The corner of his mouth still had traces of blood, but the King of Swords' aloof demeanor and sense of pride remained. Xiao Luo finally stopped kissing Su Li. He looked at the beauty blushing in his arms, and said, Don't suppress your feelings toward me anymore. Let me handle everything. I will make sure he pays back 1,000 times for what harm he has done to you. They landed lightly, and Xiao Luo placed Su Li gently on the ground. He then lifted his head to the sky and stared at Seiki with his crimson-red eyes. A violent and bloodthirsty aura emanated from his entire body. His ferocious demeanor stunned Su Li and the four kings, for Xiao Luo resembled a demonic beast that had just awoken from its slumber. Seiki, I will skin you alive, slowly and surely. Xiao Luo stared at Seiki with murderous intent and enunciated the statement word by word. Seiki, who was a little stunned at first, then chuckled and said, The ultimate tech sent me to hunt down all the violent warriors in the universe, like those from the Xiao clan. We hunted all of you like helpless prey. What gives you the courage to talk to me like that? Roar. Xiao Luo bellowed ferociously. He did not bother to argue with Seiki anymore and pounced on him like a feral beast. His intention to kill Seiki was apparent as he locked his sights on Seiki and flew directly at him. When Xiao Luo tightened his right fist, the energy it emitted shattered the surrounding space before smashing into Seiki's energy barrier. Crack! Crack! The surface of the energy barrier shuddered as waves of highly charged energy flashed violently across its surface. A deep rumble reverberated through the air and the space around them slowly cracked like a shattered mirror as web-like lines ran across the sky. The overwhelming force of the impact burst out in waves of tremendous energy, distorting the air as the waves traveled outward. You idiot! My level 20 energy barrier can block all your attacks. So, what are you going to do now? Seiki scoffed at Xiao Luo. I'm going to do this. Xiao Luo shouted back as he launched another attack. A sinister-looking black dagger suddenly appeared in Xiao Luo's left hand. Before his foe could react, Xiao Luo channeled his true inner force into it and stabbed at the golden energy barrier fiercely. The dagger had once belonged to Chen Feng. Xiao Luo snatched it from him during their fight at the God Weapon Conference in Tarawa City. The dagger was imbued with evil energy, and Xiao Luo had initially intended to use it against the 4 kings of the Light Clan. He found no opportunity to use it then, but the chance now presented itself. He would use it on Seiki. To the black dagger, the golden energy barrier was like a layer of butter as it penetrated Seiki's chest with ease. Xiao Luo then yanked it upward, and the sharp dagger cleaved Seiki's upper body in half, right through his skull. The upper half of his body split apart and fell to either side. Xiao Luo did not stop there. He raised in the air and opened his palm, and the dragon's saber flew into his hand from the ruins below, like a ray of bloody red light. Die! He roared as he slashed down at Seiki. Trang! The blood-red saber, 12 meters long and 3 meters wide, looked like a black rainbow as it came crashing down on Seiki. The strike from Xiao Luo was like divine punishment, even the dark clouds separated in the sky. The energy field of the invincible blade immediately engulfed Seiki. A trail of energy from the blood-red blade aura hit the ground after slicing through Seiki. It cut into the surface, gouging a deep valley that was 1,000 meters long and pitch-black within. The King of War, King of Thunder, and King of Blades were all completely stunned. Although it was not the first time they had seen Xiao Luo's blade aura, his strike and anger still shook them to the core. After the blade aura had subsided, there was no sign of Seiki anymore, not even a tiny shard of his body remained in the sky. Could Xiao Luo have destroyed Seiki with that slash? The 3 of them and their subordinates wondered. Suli and the King of Swords also scanned the skies, looking for traces of Seiki. They did not believe that Xiao Luo could so effortlessly destroy a powerful alien such as Seiki. #. But the still silence in the sky did not last long. A loud cackle suddenly echoed across the air. I have said long ago that there is nothing on this planet that can harm me. No matter how you try to attack me, you cannot hurt me. To you all, I am like air, I am like a void with no physical properties. I belong to a different dimension and you cannot hurt me. But I can harm you all. Seiki's sinister laughter echoed throughout the sky. It sounded like it came from every direction, making it difficult for anyone to pinpoint his location. Where is that shoal? The King of Thunder scanned the skies in frustration, desperately trying to locate Seiki's whereabouts, but to no avail. The others followed suit and searched every corner of the sky, but none of them could locate Seiki's position. Suli suddenly shouted out, Xiao Luo, be careful. He is right behind you. Alarmed, Xiao Luo instantly turned to face his enemy, but was not quick enough. As he turned, his peripheral vision caught the golden atoms forming into the shape of Seiki. Even before he could face his opponent, Seiki's palm was already aimed right at him and discharged an air energy pulse. Boom! A mushroom cloud formed over the blast and immense energy waves spread out from the point of impact. Yet again, as had occurred countless times, powerful vibrations blasted across the sky and Xiao Luo hurtled to the ground like a meteorite with smoke trailing behind him. Thud! The ground shook violently as an enormous crater formed from the force of the crash. A massive cloud of dust blew across the area like a sandstorm. Humph, such a weak piece of trash. You cannot even withstand a level 10 air energy pulse. You are nothing but a piece of junk. You do not deserve my attention. Seiki hovered steadily in the sky as he derided Xiao Luo with contempt. Seiki! In the very next second, a furious roar issued from the ground as Xiao Luo emerged from the crater. He was drenched in blood and wore a maniacal look on his face as blood streamed from his mouth. Xiao Luo soared toward Seiki like a roaring tsunami and delivered another punishing blow at the energy barrier. His fury made his desperate attempt appear more devastating than it was, and it proved futile. The energy barrier was as sturdy as ever and barely shook, despite taking such an immense hit. Xiao Luo's strike did startle Seiki briefly, and a look of surprise showed on his face. But Xiao Luo's tenacity had provoked Seiki, who furrowed his brows and yelled, "Trash, you cannot hurt me even if I were to stand here idle. Get out of here." Boom. Another air energy pulse shot out at Xiao Luo, and the ear-splitting sound deafened everyone. The tremendous energy waves even affected satellite reception around the world and disrupted transmission. For a moment, the live feed of the battle was disrupted. Xiao Luo spiraled down from the sky and crashed like an exploding bomb. He was buried under a ton of earth as a raging storm blew overhead. Seiki howled as he continued blasting the area where Xiao Luo had fallen. Nothing within 100 meters of Xiao Luo's impact point was spared. Seiki was intent on killing Xiao Luo once and for all. Boom. 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 Compressed air pulses were fired repeatedly and exploded on the ground, causing further damage to the already devastated land. Tons of earth swirled in the air as the land gradually crumbled. The devastation wreaked by Seiki even caused enormous cracks to appear on the surface, and molten magma spewed from the fissures, incinerating the ground surface as it flowed unabated. What a horrifying sight! Suli, the king of swords, and the rest of the kings swiftly retreated to a mountain 1,000 meters away. This jerk. Is he going to destroy the world? The king of thunder swore as he broke out in cold sweat. It seems like nobody can stop him, muttered the king of blades. He shook his head and sighed. Then he grabbed the gourd on his waist and started drinking. He was going to drown his sorrow with alcohol. Suli stared at the land, now turned into a massive lake of lava. Her heart raced at the thought of losing Xiao Luo, and she finally made a desperate call to him. It was piercing and heart-wrenching, and it echoed throughout the entire land. Xiao Luo. When he heard her call, Xiao Luo stirred. He broke free from under the ground, covered in magma. He now hovered in the sky with his entire body full of blisters from the burning lava. Blood drenched his tortured body, now uncovered after his clothes had been singed away. He hardly looked human anymore. He resembled a demon who lived in the world of smoldering magma under the crust of our planet. A demonic beast that had crawled out of hell and bent on vengeance. You are still alive? Seiki clenched his teeth, for Xiao Luo's tenacity had infuriated him. Despite his fury, he quickly calmed down and said, "Although you are alive, the data from my scanner shows that your life force is only at 10%. I am sure that you cannot even move a finger now." Xiao Luo was unresponsive and silent. He stood in an upright position but looking lifeless, like a corpse. "Fine. Let me chop off that stubborn head of yours." Seiki's eyes turned red in a flash. As he sped toward Xiao Luo, a long quantum blade materialized in his right hand. The berserk warriors from the Xiao clan of the Ultimate Martial is about to be officially erased from the universe. He moved with extreme speed, leaving a golden trail of light in the sky. "Die, my locator beacon," he roared. Seiki swung the long blade at Xiao Luo's neck in a fell swoop. Seiki's bulging eyes glinted with excitement, and it made him look horrifying and desperate. Then, time seemed to slow down and all the sounds in the world became muted. Su Li was trying to catch up to him, but she was too far away and could do nothing to help. Her pretty face was full of despair and desperation, for she was no longer hiding any of her emotions. Xiao Luo captured everything in his mind. Suddenly, he felt a surge of immense power, and a barrier formed around his body. Seiki's long quantum blade struck the invisible barrier and a loud metallic clang resounded across the sky. Something powerful was stopping his blade. What was it? Seiki was shocked and only stared in disbelief as Xiao Luo grabbed his long sword with his bare hand. How could it be possible? It was a quantum long sword, and it can cut through anything in the world. How could Xiao Luo block it with his bare hands? Fear and shock ran through every fiber of his being. The four kings and their subordinates opened their eyes wide. None of them could understand the logic behind what they saw. Suli was equally shocked and fell into a stupor. Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha. Xiao Luo's shoulders shook violently as he erupted a sinister peal of laughter. Out of nowhere, white shards appeared in the sky and gravitated around his body, attaching themselves like armor, and turning Xiao Luo into a white monster. Everyone could only gasp as they stared in awe. His nails had turned pitch black and a blood-colored pattern formed around his neck, resembling an ancient, evil talisman. His hair grew in length and turned white, but his body remained lean, with clearly defined 8-pack abs. His crimson eyes glowered with a demonic vibe, and it appeared as if his existence had a vile effect on his surroundings. What is this? This transformation is so different from his previous one, exclaimed the King of Thunder, in complete shock. Hashtag. The state officials all over the world saw Xiao Luo transform to his bleached form via the satellite broadcast. Everyone had chills running down their backs when his eerie, dark aura flashed across their screens. Xiao Luo's ghostly appearance shocked everyone. At the Jiangqing secret survivor base, the Hua Nation executives were alarmed by what they saw on their screen. Gu Zhonghua, Dongfang Shuayu, Ji Xiying, and Lady Poison from the NSA watched with their eyes wide open. They could not believe that this evil Ashura, emerging from the crater, was Xiao Luo. Why would he turn into such a state? Could it be his new battle form? Cried a Hua Nation executive in surprise and horror. Nobody could answer him as they had no clue what was happening. But the executive did not expect anyone to answer him, and his body involuntarily trembled as he glued his eyes on the giant screen before him. Arg! The bleached Xiao Luo screeched as his left claw snatched Seiki's quantum sword, shattering it into pieces instantly. Then, in a flash, his other nether claw-like hand smashed forcefully into Seiki's chest. Seiki suddenly snapped out of his shock and yelled, "Level 20 barrier shield." Ring! A golden energy barrier immediately encircled him and blocked Xiao Luo's vicious claw strike. Dang! Xiao Luo's claw struck against the golden barrier, and a loud metallic ring reverberated. The golden shield vibrated violently and sent waves of powerful force across the surrounding space. Countless patches of the dark void appeared in the sky around the impact zone. Seiki laughed mirthlessly and said, "A piece of trash like you cannot do a thing to me even when the chance is offered." Hee hee, hee hee, hee hee, hee hee. But the only response Seiki heard was a sinister cackle that sounded like the evil laugh of Satan emerging from hell. Then, the bleached Xiao Luo increased his strength with a thundering roar. Crack! Crack! The level 20 energy shield crumbled under Xiao Luo's pressure. Lines started spreading out like a spider web, followed by the familiar sound of cracking glass. The smile on Seiki's face froze immediately, and his eyes opened wide in disbelief. Crack! With the last crack, the golden energy barrier broke apart and there was nothing in the way of Xiao Luo's hand anymore. It landed directly on Seiki's chest with unrestrained force. A sudden gush of energy surged into him from the point of contact and engulfed his entire body. Seiki felt his internal organs churning violently, and he vomited out of blood before he was knocked back and sailed through the air like a kite flying off a broken string. How could it be possible? He had atomized his entire body, so how could Xiao Luo harm him? Still in a state of shock and disbelief, he felt confused, and could he accept that Xiao Luo had inflicted such damage on him? But the pain he felt in his chest and the taste of blood in his mouth was real. Without a doubt, Xiao Luo had hurt him. If his armor had not protected him, the palm strike would have turned him into a bloody pulp. Swoosh! The piercing sound of a swift, howling wind disrupted his thoughts. Both of Seiki's eyes popped out as Xiao Luo had now teleported above him, with his body curled up into a ball. Suddenly, he crashed down at Seiki in the most brutal manner. Level 50 energy barrier. Seiki shouted out in panic and quickly activated his energy barrier to its maximum level. A sphere of golden energy barrier took shape and covered him completely. Ring. The golden energy barrier that materialized resembled a bright full moon, but it wasn't dazzling. It shattered instantly when Xiao Luo smashed his body into it. How could it be possible? How could this happen? Seiki's pupils instantly dilated, and in his mind, he heard was himself screaming in panic. He could no longer process what was happening to him at that point. Boom! A deafening sound rang out as the bleached Xiao Luo smacked him down from the sky. Seiki fell like a meteorite and crashed to the ground in a loud blast. The impact created an enormous crater, and a cloud of soil and debris rose and billowed out from the site. Everyone watching the incident, whether it was Suli of the Holy Land of the Light Clan, the Four Kings, or those at a distance, could not believe what had just happened. And every state executive across the world had the same reaction as well. The King of Thunder muttered an expletive-laden remark. F***ck. He has shattered the energy barrier at its maximum level with brute force. He even harmed the alien severely. Am I F***king hallucinating? Slap. The King of War gave him a tight slap on his face and asked mockingly, "Is it painful?" The King of Thunder looked puzzled and nodded without thinking. Yeah. So, we are not dreaming, said the King of War. All he felt at that moment was a mounting fear in his heart. The King of Thunder finally reacted to the surprise slap and retorted, F***cku. Why did you not slap yourself? Why did you slap me? Slap me? The King of War smiled mockingly and bellowed, do you think I'm so silly? I do not want to feel pain. So, it is okay to slap me, but not okay to slap yourself? F***ck. At %, email protected. Hashtag %@. The King of Thunder fumed in indignation, and his face turned red with rage. He clenched his teeth and yelled, I will kick your ass. He could not tolerate it anymore and pounced on the King of War. Getting slapped in the face was too humiliating, and he felt the need to regain his lost dignity. The two of them got into a scuffle, though neither could use their true inner force on account of their severe injuries. So they fought like wrestlers in the ring, trying to throw each other to the ground. Both the King of Swords and the King of Blades did not bother with the commotion and continued to observe Seiki, now sprawled on the ground. After the dust storm had settled, Seiki, his armor shattered and his entire body a mess, rose slowly in the air. There was still blood at the corner of his mouth. He stared at the bleached Xiao Luo cautiously, hovering in the sky like the ultimate boss ready to conquer the world. Seiki was panting anxiously and asked, Who are you? Who am I? It is a redundant question. Who can I be? Of course, I am Xiao Luo. Hee hee, the bleached Xiao Luo laughed sharply, and his voice was as cold as ice. It made everyone who listened to him shiver uncontrollably. You are not him. Seiki roared in fury, losing his composure as he yelled, a piece of trash from the Berserk Xiao clan cannot possibly possess such power, and neither can he generate a quantum coat. When he crashed onto the ground, he realized that the layer of white armor that clad Xiao Luo was derived from the same quantum technology as his golden armor. It explained why Xiao Luo could hurt him. Only another quantum weapon could defeat the structure of his armor effectively. When he finished speaking, something suddenly flashed into his mind, and his eyes opened wide in shock. Seiki now understood what was happening and knew the identity of the bleached Xiao Luo. You are the system that lives inside him. You have developed and attained your unique self-consciousness. The bleached Xiao Luo stared at Seiki with a wry smile and said, You know too much. I have fused with him as one, I am him, and he is me. If he dies, I will disappear too. So, his enemy is my enemy. All my enemies must die. The ultimate tech made you. I am your lord of creation. How dare you betray me? Seiki growled as he confronted the system, questioning its loyalty. Betray? The bleached Xiao Luo started laughing out loud, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the universe. Sorry, but allow me to explain, it is called survival in my book. Hashtag. With those words, the bleached Xiao Luo advanced on Seiki and had no trouble smashing the golden energy shield with his claw. An immense force on Seiki's head. Ah! Seiki screamed in pain as he was once again slammed into the ground with substantial force and driven through the earth, leaving in his trail a dark tunnel that appeared like a direct path to hell. Hot lava gushed out like a fountain as the fissure opened up, then the molten rock flowed out from beneath the ground, extending to a radius of hundreds of meters around it. The glowing lava dyed the sky and the land a reddish hue, turning the landscape into a desolate hell. Arg! Seiki roared as he shot out from the hole. Before he could pinpoint where Xiao Luo was, his opponent had instantly teleported in front of him, flashing a devilish smile. Xiao Luo punched and kicked him like he was a punching bag. Pow! 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 Each kick and punch Xiao Luo delivered was packed with power. Cracks appeared in Seiki's armor, revealing a hollow void before it repaired itself. And it kept recurring repeatedly as Xiao Luo struck relentlessly. All the high-level officials from around the world were in shock at what they saw. Suli and the 4 kings of the Holy Land of the Light Clan, along with their assistants, were equally awestruck. They were all in a stupor. There was nothing Seiki could do against Xiao Luo in his bleached form, except to take repeated beatings. Everything that was happening was simply unbelievable. Ha ha. Laughing maniacally, Xiao Luo grabbed Seiki's head with one hand. His fingers clasped his head firmly like steel pliers, dragging Seiki along as he hurtled toward the ground. Xiao Luo used his power to restrain Seiki's abilities, and the latter could no longer atomize his body. Boom! They both crashed into the ground in an earth-shattering blast, and a cloud of dust filled the air. The surrounding area collapsed hundreds of meters deep, then hot lava erupted from countless fissures in the ground, like hundreds of small volcanoes erupting at once. Hot lava quickly filled the enormous pit. The city of Shanghai suddenly turned into a sea of lava. The 4 kings of the Holy Land of the Light Clan and Suli retreated. King of Thunder and King of War stopped arguing but still had their hands on each other's collar. They were dumbstruck as they stared at the scene. The top officials from all over the world had the same question deep in their minds. They wondered if the humans had won. Did we win? The bustling city had suffered from the devastating invasion. The land was overflowing with lava, burning everything up with its extreme temperature. Even the air above the ground, up to 4 meters, was burning hot. Whoosh! A figure shot out of the hot lava to a height of about 100 meters in the air. It was Seiki, and he was panting heavily. He looked pathetic, for the armor on his body was in tatters. His long hair looked disheveled and his face and limbs had injuries. Then another figure covered in flames slowly emerged from the hot lava. As the flames gradually extinguished, the bleached Xiao Luo was revealed. I am going to kill you. I am going to kill you, bellowed an enraged Seiki, in a fit of fury. Xiao Luo raised his head to look at Seiki hovering in the air, and a burst of cynical laughter echoed as he said, "It seems like you still do not understand the situation. Right now, I am the combination of both the ultimate martial and the ultimate tech. So, what do you have to fight me?" Seiki gritted his teeth tightly and was extremely angry. He quantized his body, turning into a golden light, and shot up higher into the sky. In a short while, he reached outer space. He had a panoramic view of the blue planet, but his surrounding was icy cold and very dark. Although he was in outer space, Seiki could distinctly see Xiao Luo standing on the ground. It was the same for Xiao Luo. He could see where Seiki was as well. Hell blaze. Seiki lifted his right hand, and a small, condensed fireball formed at the tip of his palm. It expanded rapidly, absorbing all the dark matter in outer space. The diameter of the ball of fire increased exponentially. In just a few moments, it grew into a diameter of about 100 meters. It resembled a smaller version of the sun. The smoldering fireball of extreme temperature burned in the cosmic space, creating a powerful ionic storm in outer space. What is this? My goodness, can this alien race create a sun with only his bare hands? What is he trying to do? All the officials gasped when they saw the image sent over from the satellite. They broke out in a cold sweat as they watched the fireball grow to over 100 kilometers wide. All the human beings below were like tiny ants to Seiki. Even without using the satellite, everyone could spot the giant fireball from the ground. Though it was in outer space, the distance from the ball of fire to the ground was far closer than the nearest planet. From the ground, the fireball looked like a fiery red full moon, or like a sun that was very close to Earth. And even with the naked eye, the process of nuclear fission on the surface of the giant ball of fire was evident as it boiled like hot lava. Everyone from the Shanghai survivor base stared in despair. Some were so scared that their legs had turned to jelly, and they were already kneeling on the ground. The 4 kings from the Holy Land of the Light Clan and their assistants were astonished. They looked up into the sky, refusing to believe what they were seeing. The original world and Arcana land were part of the space within Earth's atmosphere. If the aliens destroyed Earth, both the original world and Arcana land would get obliterated from this universe, leaving nothing but tiny particles. Someone needed to stop Seiki. They had to stop him, no matter what. Everyone had the same sentiment, and all of them looked at Xiao Luo. The survival of humanity rested solely on his shoulders. Dog of the Xiao family. With my Prince Seiki's ball of fire, I will turn this universe together with this planet to dust. Ha ha, ha ha. Seiki's laughter rang out from outer space, eerily echoing across the sky. After he insulted Xiao Luo and made his threat, he hurled the gigantic fireball toward Earth, showing no mercy at all. When the enormous fireball hurtled toward Earth, the energy created as it burned through the stratosphere created violent turbulence on the surface of the planet. Xiao Luo bellowed and flew directly at the giant fireball. As he shot up, his true inner force flowed from the surface of his body, forming a bright crimson-black energy ball above his head. With the injection of true inner force, the energy ball grew broader and cut through space in front of Xiao Luo. Broom! Broom! Thunder rumbled across the sky, and a sea of lava flowed across the land. It looked very much like the end of the world was drawing close. Both the fireball and the crimson-black energy ball were traveling at a fast speed. Then came the collision at about 10,000 meters above the ground. Compared to the gigantic fireball, Xiao Luo's crimson-black energy light ball was much smaller. It was like comparing an elephant to a leopard. When both collided, the bright crimson-black energy ball destroyed the giant fireball with ease. At the point of the collision, all the ionized energy between heaven and earth instantly fell into a moment of temporary stagnation. Boom! It lasted for a second before the 2 terrifying energies exploded powerfully 10,000 meters above the ground. The entire space suddenly became distorted as ripples of energy billowed out from the force of the explosion. An energy storm swept out from the point of collision at tremendous speed. Everywhere the storm passed, space was no longer distorted, but completely broken instead. Above the Hua nation, the sky was dark and empty, and the whole planet tremored slightly. All the volcanoes around the world, even those that had remained dormant, started erupting one after another. The fiercest and the largest one was undoubtedly Mount Fuji in Japan. The lava blasted into the sky, several thousand meters high. Carried by the energy storm, tsunamis roared and crashed against coasts all across the world. Fault lines weakened and caused destructive earthquakes to occur all over the place. With the devastation, people panicked everywhere, sustaining grievous wounds and other injuries. Cries of agony and anguish reverberated across the entire globe. All the top-level officials lost their transmission feed because the powerful energy destroyed all the satellites in outer space. Ha ha. Seiki laughed out loud as he watched the blue planet convulsing in the devastation he wreaked. He was elated at the suffering the humans had to endure. But as he laughed raucously with his head held high, Xiao Luo emerged from within the powerful energy storm. He ripped open Seiki's chest with his claw hand and pulled out his bloody heart. You. Seiki immediately widened his eyes and stared in shock at Xiao Luo. What? You thought I was dead? I am sorry to disappoint you. Xiao Luo said with a devilish smile, holding on to his heart and squeezing it tight. Seiki seemed immobilized. Then suddenly flashed a maniacal smile, like that of a madman. You think you have one? Is it not the case? Replied Xiao Luo as he crushed Seiki's heart right in front of his face. Ha ha. Seiki burst out laughing like a madman, with his eyes wide open, as if they were about to pop out. Mechanical tentacles stretched out from his body armor. The mechanical tentacles were like pythons, wrapping themselves tightly around Xiao Luo's body and trapping him. You are going to self-destruct? Asked Xiao Luo. He stared coldly at Seiki. What is wrong? Are you scared? Seiki looked mentally unstable and laughed like a psychopath. He yelled, as a product of the ultimate tech, you know how destructive it will be when my battle armor self-destructs. Not even 10 of your planet Earth can withstand it. There is no way you will be able to withstand it either. Bleached Xiao Luo said nothing. All he did was stare at Seiki coldly. Seiki had a look of excitement on his face, and said, pushing me to the extent of having to use my self-destruct function. You piece of garbage from the Xiao clan, you ought to be proud of yourself. Then he roared out his command, activate the self-destruct sequence. But the self-destruct activation that he was expecting to happen did not occur. There was no reaction coming from the armor on his body. Seiki looked stunned, then shouted again, activate the self-destruct sequence. The broken golden armor still did not react. It did not execute the instruction. Stop trying. It will not execute your instruction. Xiao Luo said, coldly, every system will develop its unique consciousness. Since it refuses to activate the self-destruct sequence, it means that it wants to live. Staying alive is an instinct every intelligent creature will have. Impossible. We have already disabled the portion where it gains consciousness. The system is not a living thing. It is a tool. It cannot possibly develop its own consciousness, exclaimed Seiki in shock. There will always be a way out in life. As a product of advanced technology, it will find a way out as well, Xiao Luo said nonchalantly. Impossible. Activate self-destruct sequence. Activate self-destruct sequence. Seiki shouted in horror like a lunatic. The golden battle armor that he had been relying on refused to respond to his instruction. When the truth dawned on him, it brought him fear and confusion. Meanwhile, the mechanical tentacles wrapped around Xiao Luo's body were gradually loosening their grip. It seems like you still do not get it, Xiao Luo said, with a cynical smile. I do not get it? Seiki looked aghast. Then he shouted at Xiao Luo, what is it I am not getting? You are not the one controlling the system. The system is the one controlling you. It means you are just the system's puppet. After you merged with the system has become dominant, the bleached Xiao Luo said. Puppet? The system became the dominant one? It was as if a bomb just exploded in Seiki's head. A humming sound was ringing in his head. He suddenly could not think properly and laughed hysterically. You Xiao clan garbage. What nonsense are you spouting? If I am a puppet, then would it not make you a puppet as well? You are a pot, calling the kettle black. Are you not ashamed? Sorry, but I am afraid I will have to disappoint you again. Xiao Luo sneered at him. The white armor covering his body shattered into countless fragments in an instant, revealing his original human form. His clothes were in tatters, but the powerful aura radiating from his body made it hard for one not to be in awe of him. You. Seiki opened his eyes wide and found it hard to believe that Xiao Luo could switch forms with such ease. Could it be that it was not the system's consciousness, but his instead? Xiao Luo smiled wryly and said, I am essentially different from you. You wholly rely on the power of advanced technology. But I can achieve my current cultivation level, because I rely on my strength and perseverance, strengthening myself one step at a time. The system was only an assistant from the start to the end. I guess it is the difference between the ultimate martial and the ultimate tech. The former focuses on improving one's ability, and the latter relies more on advanced technology. Technological products are an external force. There are bound to be hidden dangers or repercussions if one relies on external forces all the time. Seiki's body was trembling a little, for he felt that what Xiao Luo just said made sense. Whatever was happening to his body proved that the system they had created was the dominant force. If they continued to develop it, then it was highly possible that in the future, all the people from Ultimate Tech would become puppets. They would live with no freedom and be under the control of the system. The host is dying. Unbind now. Suddenly, the robotic system signal was beeping in Seiki's head. It was trying to abandon him while he was down. Seiki's pupils shrank, his eyes filled with despair. In the next second, he gave a self-deprecating smile and said, F***ck your mum. He was not scolding Xiao Luo, but the almighty combat system that the Ultimate Tech had invented. The golden armor disappeared, eventually condensing into a golden that flew off into the universe. Seiki, having lost his armor, was naked. Forget the fact that one could not survive in outer space without a spacesuit. With the bleeding hole in his chest that Xiao Luo created when he pulled out his heart, Seiki was going to die for sure. Ah! Seiki screamed bitterly. All the capillaries in his body burst, turning him into a bloody mess in an instant. His eyeballs were protruding. Blood was gushing out of his mouth, nose, and ears. He then stopped struggling and became a bloodied corpse in outer space. Without the system, you are nothing at all. Xiao Luo lifted his head slowly, then shot a crimson-black energy ball at Seiki. Boom! Seiki was completely obliterated. The battle had ended. Xiao Luo locked onto Earth's Xiaohai city and headed there at the speed of light. Suli was standing at the top of a dilapidated building in Xiaohai, with her beautiful face tilted upward to look into the sky. Her eyes were like crystal clear water. Her skin was snow white, and her long black hair flowed gently with the wind over the back of her long and slender body. Although she had been through a battle and her body covered with dust, it still could not hide her elegant and majestic aura. Suddenly, a pair of hands stretched out from behind and hugged her around the waist. It shocked Suli, and she immediately turned around. When she realized that the man behind her was Xiao Luo, it completely surprised her. Did I scare you? Xiao Luo asked. Suli's beautiful eyes turned teary and red. She shook her head and plunged into her husband's embrace, hugging him tightly. The 4 kings from the Holy Land of the Light Clan continued to look up into the sky. They wondered how the battle had gone and if Xiao Luo might have won. It was not until they saw their holy lord hugging a man did they eventually look away from the sky. F***ck, is that not Xiao Luo? When did he get down there? Asked the King of Thunder, blinking his eyes in disbelief. He completely avoided our detection. He seems to have become even stronger, commented the King of War as he struggled to swallow his saliva. King of Thunder scowled. You big idiot, don't you get to the point? The most important thing now is to find out who won. Is it the alien race, or is it Xiao Luo? Can you not see him and our holy lord hugging? Is the result not obvious enough to you? The King of Blades gulped down mouthfuls of alcohol, then laughed happily. That is great. Only a man like him is worthy of being with our holy lord. Ha ha, ha ha. King of Swords said nothing. After regaining some of his true inner force, he grabbed onto Curisa, who had lost an arm, and headed back to Arcana Land. The news of the defeat of the alien race spread quickly all over the world and everyone celebrated the victory. The rebuilding of their homes came right after. For the first time, humans united as one and worked hard to rebuild Earth. The Sky Eye of Hua Nation and the Hubble Telescope of America, which both survived the devastation, found a UFO near the sun. After comparing it with the spaceship that the alien race used to invade Earth, they confirmed the UFO was indeed Seiki's spaceship. With Earth's prevailing level of science and technology, it was impossible to bring the spaceship back. Xiao Luo took the initiative and brought the spaceship back to Earth. Behind Seiki was the formidable Ultimate Tech. With the Earth's coordinates and the universe exposed, the only thing they could do was to prepare themselves and upgrade their technologies before the enemies came again. Without a doubt, Seiki's spaceship could aid in advancing Earth's level of technology. In the law of the Dark Forest, you could not always ensure that you were the hunter, but you had to make sure you were not the hunted. A while after the battle, the sky was blue again, and white clouds floated in the sky. The warm sun was shining warmly on Earth. On this day, the Luo village had crowds of people. To be exact, it was Xiao Ziyuan's home that was lively. Colorful lanterns hung all over the farm with the word happiness pasted everywhere. The atmosphere was jubilant. It was a wedding. All the people on the farm who were attending the wedding were guests. There were villagers from Luo village, there were high-level leaders from all around the world, and there were people from the Holy Land of the Light Clan. To sum it up, all the people whom Xiao Luo knew were there. Even people whom he did not know were present as well. Damn it. I really envy old Xiao. He can marry 4 wives, and all of them are so beautiful. Is he not afraid that he might suffer from kidney failure? Zhang Dashan muttered to himself at the front of a table. He was envious of Xiao Luo. When she heard what he had said, Chai Jiying pulled his ears hard and retorted, "Why do you envy him? You cannot even afford to feed me alone, and you want to be like Xiao Luo? Do you think you have what it takes?" It immediately made Sukani and Tangren, who were at the same table, burst out laughing. Wife, there are so many people here. Give this man some face, Zhang Dashan pleaded as he flinched. At another table, Chu Yu was not in an excellent mood. She kept on drinking and was constantly mumbling something to herself. Chu Yunxiong lifted his eyebrows. There was no way he did not know what his daughter was feeling. But when it came to matters of the heart, there was nothing much he could do. All right, today is Xiao Luo's wedding day. Do not curse him any more, Bai Ling advised. I cannot help it. Xiao Luo has already liked so many girls. Why can he not like me as well? It is not fair. It is way too unfair. I am the one who knew him first. As far as looks go, there is no way I am inferior to any of them either, Chu Yu muttered. Princess Yu, it is difficult to explain things like love. If you like a person, then you like the person. If you do not, then no matter how much you force it, you cannot create any sparks between the two persons. That is right, that is right. Why do you have to keep hanging on to Brother Luo? Why don't you consider us instead? Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai were consoling her at the side. Nobody will think that you are a mute if you keep your big mouth shut. Chu Yu shouted at the both of them angrily and turned her head away. Zhu Xiaofei and Ding Kai were being nosy, and they asked for it. they shrugged and kept their mouths shut. At the Luo's workshop senior management table, the 5 brothers of Xuanhuan enjoyed their food and drinks and were sincerely happy for Xiao Luo. Among all the senior managers from Luo's workshop, Li Ziming was the only one staring at the village house in a daze and was unusually quiet. Her pair of eyes filled with a slight tinge of sadness. Meanwhile, the food gluttons, Duck Emperor and Ghost, quickly finished all the delicious food on their table. Then they immediately moved over to another table, to gobble the food there as well. The 4 kings of the Holy Land of the Light clan all looked at Farid. Before they could even dig in, there were only leftovers on their table. Farid looked embarrassed and immediately apologized on behalf of Ghost. "I am sorry, All right. Today is our Holy Lord's wedding day. I will not get angry. If you do not make sure that your daughter is a well-behaved person in the future, I will kill you," the King of Blades said harshly, despite having a smile on his face. Farid was so scared that his knees went soft, and he almost kneeled on the floor. Everyone was eating and drinking, but the bridegroom and the 4 brides were not out yet. A big guy was staring at the enormous door of the farm eagerly. "What is going on? Why are the bridegroom and his brides not out yet?" King Kong was an impatient person, and he asked loudly, with his hoarse voice. He was merely asking something that everyone wanted to ask, especially the high-level leaders from all around the world. They came here not to drink, but primarily to meet the noble hero who had defended Earth. Suddenly, Xiao Rui anxiously came out of the house. She ran straight to Xiao Ziyuan and Hua Hang, who were greeting the guests. "Dad, Mum. Not good. It is not good. Brother has eloped to Arcana land with the 4 sisters-in-law and Su Xiaobei." Her voice was not soft, and many people could hear what she had said. "What? Left for Arcana land?" Everyone got up from their seats and looked toward the city of Shanghai. With the catastrophe that had affected the survival of humanity, the path between the original world and Arcana land had opened up. The entrance, which was also the exit, to Arcana land was in the mirage-like image in the sky just above Shanghai city. Arcana land was vast, and the panoramic view of the land from the air was breathtaking. Xiao Luo was wearing a traditional groom's outfit and flying in the air, with 4 beautiful women in their bright red bridal outfits. They were Su Li, Ji Xiying, Fu Yiren, and Gu Qianxue. They flew past the beautiful scenic mountains. Su Xiaobei was sitting on his back, watching the magnificent scenery of Arcana land, curiously with a pair of lovely big black eyes. "It is so beautiful." Su Xiaobei could not help but gasp. The wind blew her bangs aside, revealing her snow-white forehead. Xiao Luo looked at her, then looked at Ji Xiying, Fu Yiren, and Gu Qianxue. The 3 women were looking at him with much affection. "Xiao Luo, I will hand the role of Holy Lord over to you," Su Li whispered in his ears. "You must be kidding. You are going to pass the responsibility over to me?" Xiao Luo said with furrowed eyebrows. "That is right. Can I not?" Su Li pouted playfully. She did not mind Xiao Luo marrying Ji Xiying and the rest, as polygamy was common in Arcana land. "All right then. But I will have to do something before that," Xiao Luo said. "What is it, Daddy?" Su Xiaobei asked, curiously. "Someone owes Daddy money, and Daddy is going to get it back from him," Xiao Luo said with a smile. It was not money he was referring to, but revenge. The Grand Elder from Danhui sect had almost killed him in the teleportation portal. It was an act of revenge he had to seek. The end. #.